Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush, Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Chupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hit me, change you, let me peachin'. With a bullshit to my maybe drop ins. Today on buy, nice sale. Today on buy, you the kid play, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Never for that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't wrong. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Poppin', baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relax. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Bobby, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites. PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you.
Testing. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. What's good? Let me get a 1 in that chat. Anybody? I know it's only 3 of y'all in here. Can somebody put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me? If not, I'm going to start checking my sound. What is going on YouTube streets? We in Atlanta now, so you got to put the SK. What it do, YouTube? How you feeling? It's your boy Chef. Welcome. Thank you, Andre. Appreciate you. Yeah, so damn, it feels hot in here. Might have to turn the AC on. But yeah, man. This is the Saturday night potluck. However, we're not doing potluck style tonight. We're going to be talking about a little bit of current events. You know, we're going to be talking about a story that's been charging the media most recently, a set of extremely unfortunate events that's taken place, and in the death of a young man named Patrick Lyoya. But before we do this, what we're going to do is bring the team up. Victor Freeze, what it do? Andrea Lynch, what it do? Uh-oh.
Hey guys.
She came in stunting on y'all.
22-year-old Andrea.
Stunting on y'all. She ain't playing.
No, you gotta change it up sometime, okay?
She ain't playing. You gotta hit you with the woo. Sheesh. Listen, man. How y'all feeling?
I'm feeling good.
We here.
What it do, Vic? How you?
Shit, we here.
We here. Before we kick this thing off, we're gonna say what's up to some of our folks. What's up, Dawn? I see you in the spot. Brother Derek C. Williams. Hello. What's going on? Wait, that's a justice. You look at the video done by Detroit Free Press. The The decedent kicked off all that. Very unfortunate. Should never have gotten out of the car. All right.
He already got his opinion already this afternoon. We ain't even started this show. He gave his opinion.
Hey, listen. Here's the thing. We can't hold that against the brother.
No, we can't. I guess
not. You remember what it is, you know what I mean? You saw the thumbnail.
Yes, I did.
Right. So, it's about that discourse. It's about that conversation. The question was asked, how do you feel? Right? How do you feel? So when you ask a question like that, you open up the door for anybody's opinions, which means that's the gift. Feedback is a gift, right? So, just stick around, Brother Derek. Real talk. Thank you for joining, though. All right. Let's see who else we got in the spot. Derek, respect to you, my brother. Tanique Anthony, what's good? What's good? All right. Of course, we see Andrea. Everybody sees Andrea. Demeter, what's up? I hope you saved me some of the garlic bread from Olive Garden. What up?
Peace, Demeter.
Yeah, the boy ZB.
ZB.
So ZB. So what's good, man? Did you guys get an opportunity to see anything, about that particular case?
I'm not sure if it was on the show, but we definitely, watched it.
I watched it.
Of the incident,
Yes, I watched the video.
Some developments since then.
Peace to E Black TV.
E to the blizzard.
So question. Did you guys see it?
Yes, I seen it.
All right. What did you get an opportunity to see it, Vic?
Can you hear me?
Did you see Vic? Did you see it, Vic?
Did you actually?
I see it. Is my mic working? Is this motherfucker? Is this thing on?
Yes. We asked you. Did you see?
Did you see? Did you see the video?
Okay.
All right. So let me do this. I'm going to play a piece of this. Bear with me a moment. Just for the people that did not have an opportunity. And I understand, we can Monday morning quarterback stuff real crazy, but there's a real life in the wings. We definitely want to make sure that we understand opinion and coincidence and, coulda, shoulda, woulda. If a life is lost, even if it's one, it's a horrific thing. I think we can all agree on that in terms of our humanity, right? So let's play this. Y'all already know how fair use works. Let me mute this too.
Lyoya. Police releasing 4 different pieces of video from the incident. Dash cam video from the officer's cruiser, body cam video, home surveillance video from the neighborhood, and cell phone video from the passenger in the car.
What started as a traffic stop for improper license plate quickly turned into a struggle between the officer and Lyoya. The officer and Lyoya appear to be struggling over a taser. The fatal shot was fired as Lyoya was on the ground.
7 Action News reporter Jim Kirshner is live for us in Grand Rapids tonight.
Patrick, they were case. The traffic stop was for an improper license plate on a car. Body cam video on the officer shows he asked Patrick Lyoya for a driver's license. Lyoya tries to run off, resists being detained.
1915, got one running.
The officer pulls out a taser, and there's a struggle over that goes about a minute and a half. The officer deploys the taser twice, but it does not hit Lyoya. After about 3 minutes or so, the officer pulls out his gun. One shot ends it all. Ends Lyoya's life.
The test is going to be whether in the view of a reasonable police officer, whether that deadly force was needed to prevent death or great bodily harm to that officer. That's the test which will be used for the policy.
This incident is under investigation by Michigan State Police, working with the Kent County Prosecutor. The officer's name is not being released. He has 7 years on the job.
Foot pursuits, things like that, when de-escalate, that's something that we train heavily on.
But that's that officer's discretion at that point. In other words, he could have stopped.
Consistency with the officer's training.
And could he have stopped, is my question.
That's a policy conclusion. I'm not going to come to a conclusion until I know all the facts of the case.
Now we're going to have much more on this coming up.
Let's talk. Now, I'm not going to show the full video of what is taking place. If you guys want to pull up another device and take a look at the full video, you can feel free to do that. However, I'm not doing it. But I trust that when everybody says they'd seen the video, I want to discuss some stuff, man. I want to discuss some stuff about this case. So let's go clockwise, right? Vic, after seeing the video and what took place, how does it make you feel? Or what do you feel? What emotions came about from what you saw?
I've been numb for a long time, brother. I know the situation we're in, so it's hard for me to generate. Like when you seeing shit over and over and over and over again, you know, I'm desensitized. I feel sorry for the young man and his family. And I felt like the officer was in over his head by his own decision making and discretion. And I think that both of those men could have made better choices. But I don't really feel.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your honesty. So, Andrea, talk to me. Let it out.
You know what? Another black man get killed. An unarmed black man be killed. That's a problem for me. And I just don't think somebody should lose their life over a traffic, whatever it was, ticket, doesn't matter. It could have been better. Just as my opinion.
Bring it, Vic. I see the face. Your face ain't muted.
Nah. It's not. I was responding to it. I was getting some feedback. I was trying to see if that was my phone or if that was coming from your mic.
Nah, you lying. You ain't like what Andrea said.
So did. I know you. You like what I said.
I ain't messing with you right now, Andre. Okay, you got your work cut out for you.
Peace, cuz.
You think so? Okay.
So you know,
hey, I'm right back up.
Say it again. All right, do your thing. Me. What do I believe?
Mm-hmm.
It was unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
At the least, it was unnecessary. You can speak to whatever you want to speak to. There was no public pressure, the kind of public pressure that you've seen in other places, because so many of us Us. So many of us have said, oh, come on, man. What was he thinking? What the hell is he thinking? You know what they do to us. What was he thinking?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is that's for him to think, or for others to think on his behalf, his family. But it does not remove culpability from the person that did what they did. The man was shot multiple times, and he was shot in the back of the head, which means that he was facing the floor. His face was on the floor. He did not have hold of any weapon. The taser, he actually had the head of the taser. When the taser was initially deployed, it didn't have any effect because one of the barbs never went into him. Only one barb went. So there was no, closing of the circuit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't work. Let go of my taser. There was no way he was going to be able to recharge the taser or reload the taser with one hand or during the struggle. Now here's the kicker. Now this is the kicker that is going to throw you off. I believe it totally was the cop's fault, because once you enter a scene and you begin to assert your law enforcement authority, that becomes your scene right there. That becomes your situation. So you have to think of yourself. If there's any potential victim that's there, from if it's a victim-based crime, and you're also responsible for the safety of the suspect.
Mm-hmm.
You're responsible for the safety of the suspect. So once you come up on that scene, you're responsible for doing certain things. One of them is securing the location. Once you recognize there's more than one person in the vehicle, you call for backup. You put that person, you actually endangered that person by not following proper police protocol. What's crazy is in a situation where we tend to say the police are not, they don't hold themselves accountable. They went and charged dude with second-degree murder.
Mm-hmm.
They charged a dude with second-degree murder. So for me, they even see piece of the homie Nathan Daly, real talk Nathan, the real Nathan Daly. And
Where
No, he's not in the chat. I'm sending, what's up, Rashawn Dave? No, I'm sending a shout out to him because he actually had an opportunity to cover it when it initially happened. And of course, he had to sacrifice that video because YouTube took it down because of the graphic nature of the material,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it had to come down. But
The minute we have
show
the
real
minute,
life.
the minute we have somebody who can explain to us, they're gonna take it down. That's ridiculous.
And it was crazy. The thing that was crazy about it is, from a police officer standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
he literally was watching, and he did state, "Oh no, the worst thing he can do is get out of the car and start approaching. That's what you don't want to do." I recognize that. All right. I also recognize the fact that he was already had a suspended license for a drunken driving charge that he previously had.
Mm-hmm.
Which means more than likely he would have spent some time. They would have put the handcuffs on him. So he knew he was going in. Cool. I recognize that. The cop didn't secure the scene. Cop didn't call for backup. The cop knew dude was not armed. Do I believe the cop killed him on purpose? Quite honestly, Nah, he just looked like he was all fucked up in the game. He looked like, even though he was 7 years in, he was doing some weird rookie shit. You know what I'm saying? Just watching it, it almost looked like some cartoon shit. Really. He lost his marbles. I believe he lost his marbles. Do I honestly believe that he meant to put bullets in the back of the man's head? Nah. I just think that he was a fuck up.
You a rookie, ain't you? What the fuck's your back up?
You know,
you got the gun, don't you, boy?
Hold on. The boys said these officers love going hunting and escalating the matter when it comes to us, period. No question. But if you saw the video, I kind of want to keep it in this bubble. ZB, if you saw that video, it was illegal. The stop was illegal. You know what I'm saying? The stop was totally legal. There was nothing illegal about the stop. So, and homeboy was not supposed to be driving, and he attempted to flee, you know, and he resisted. I get all of that. I'm just talking about. Say it again.
He was wilding.
It was wilding, and I understand that. But should his life be lost? No. No. Now, in terms of the police, in terms of the municipality, in terms of them wanting to prosecute, what that means to me is that there's more. There's a little more in the mix. There's more that they see. There's more that they understand. And there's a potential reason why they believe this, it was necessary for them to go with it. So we're going to go do a little reading. Do a little reading with y'all. Where we at? This is courtesy of CNN.
Why are you doing that reading, Chef? Let me just ask this, because you actually.
What do you mean while I'm doing the reading? I'm gonna be reading out loud.
No, I'm saying.
Go ahead.
So, what you stated was the safety of even the suspect, because you are innocent until proven guilty in the court of the law. The officer is not the judge or the jury. So it's his responsibility for your safety once you are under his care. So the question that I'm asking you, which I would like a black and white legal definition more so than our opinion, is when does custody begin in a traffic stop? When are you under the officer's custody, authority, or jurisdiction? When does his responsibility start?
Once you're detained. Once you're detained. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Is that universal? Is that national?
That's okay. Watch this. If a cop walks up to you and starts asking you questions, you can ask him, "Am I being detained?" If he says no, you can walk off.
Right.
So you just ask. That's it. You have to be detained. If they're not detaining you, then you're here and they're here, and it's just two people, two ships crossing in the wind. So you have to be detained. They have to stop you from doing whatever it is that you want to do. So when they detain you, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, I could give you like and go back and forth or something. But I would just say
no, because you was asking the question. I'm just.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know what I think, and I think in line with what you just said. But I ain't no officer, and I've never read it in black and white. I've heard it from people who are supposed to know, but I've never seen it in black and white to say this is when the officer is responsible for your safety. You understand? Because just because you're being detained, you're not in custody. So that's what I'm saying, as opposed to me and you having like a back and forth about it when I don't fucking know. I just wanted to know, like, at some point that we just check into it in the black and white. But yeah, please
Definitely.
continue with what you were going on with.
So what do you think about that, Andrea?
When you're detained, when the officer pull you over, and then either he asks you to get out of your car or all that, he is responsible for that whole entire scene.
You become responsible for that scene.
You're responsible for that scene. That's all on you. Now, if you call for backup and you need some help, that's you wait for backup.
So
I believe I teach that in that's rookie 1-on-1 as an officer.
So let's bring this up. I want to read this. A police officer was charged Thursday with 1 count of second-degree murder in the killing of Patrick Lyoya, who was shot in the back of the head during a struggle after an April traffic stop, a Michigan prosecutor said. Lyoya was shot to death on April 4th by Christopher Scher, a white Grand Rapids police officer trying to arrest him after a traffic stop in a case that has drawn national attention. The final moments were captured in multiple videos, later released to the public. This is not a message. This is just based on the facts and making a decision in this case. Kent County prosecuting attorney Christopher Becker told reporters Thursday, referring to the charge. So now, in my mind, just based on the information that I had seen, the videos that I had seen, the professionals, peace, Hanifa, peace, 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 peace and blessings to you. You know,
What's up?
all of the information that I was able to kind of chew on, I saw manslaughter. I know in the middle of a fight, I could go ham. I understand when certain that's why I don't play fight. I was never a good slap boxer because for some reason my hands was close to a fist without me knowing, right? That the wrestling around, I was never that dude because it would be like, come on, man, why you gotta be so real? It's hard. Aggression is hard to control aggression.
Right.
So when I see it more so as manslaughter. And in terms of the manslaughter aspect, that's the piece where I take into account what Patrick Lyoya was doing in the moments that led up to his death. That's the grace that I give the police officer. It's kind of like when somebody gets drunk and drives and they delete someone. Majority of the time that charge is manslaughter. Why? Because it was not based on premeditation. It was actually based on negligence.
Right.
Right. You know, negligence. You know what I'm saying? Literally, I explained it to one of my friends who tells me, he's like, give me the dummy version, yo. And when I explained manslaughter, I said, you kill somebody doing some dumb shit. But you ain't mean to. What this case means to me, what it means to me is it speaks to the need for training, need for psychological evaluation, the need for further pressure testing of the LEOs, of the law enforcement officers that we put out to police our folks. Not being able to just handle aggression, but to be able to respond to aggression with a degree of equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Equilibrium, balance. You know, what y'all think about that?
That's all facts. Because it's what you said. You know, you build this beautiful restaurant. Okay, you hire this staff of seemingly great people. You get all of the POS. You get all the accoutrement. You cover all the bases you know to cover. But you open that door and you put an open sign on it, and then all the shit that you didn't see coming comes. And you say, damn, I needed to have a dry run is what you would call that. And in the military, they call it an exercise. We don't wait till there's a chemical warfare to put on all that fucking suits and practice our sign and countersign and all of this shit that they teach you in basic training. Is like, no. Periodically, the whole base decides that we're gonna create a mock simulation of combat, and we practice, and we put on all that goofy shit and walk around for 12 hours a day and simulate what would really happen in this case and work out the bugs. And when you're having, regular citizens, because these aren't elite trained ex-military, ex-special. These people don't necessarily come from these backgrounds. Some of them do, and those are the ones that usually excel. But the ones who are just Joe Schmo that didn't finish college and is trying to take care of his family, and whether he thinks it's honorable or not, he's doing this job because it'll pay the bills. And he realized that it was only 6 to 8 weeks of training, and he could do something that would be respectable. He doesn't have, you can't even assess that on paper, how he's going to respond to something in the physical world. He can't, even if his intentions were good. So at the end of the day, what you're illuminating is I think the center of the problem. Pressure testing. SWAT, they have to put them through simulations and say, okay, somebody jumps out and they're holding a baby, but they got a gun in their hand. Now what? Didn't train for that. You have to. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't think these people are properly vetted and they're properly trained, and these mistakes were inevitable.
He was a 7-year vet. Come on now. He was on the force 7 years. Y'all mute, Chef.
Oh, thank you. What I was saying is that's some bullshit. No, listen, no, I understand that he was a 7-year vet. So I'm taking what you're stating is that he was a 7-year vet, so he knew what he was doing. Look, yes. You saw the video.
Yes.
You saw the video. He was bumbling around like a fool.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm stating to you is he was making a whole bunch of mistakes. Right.
And then whoever was his training officer should be getting in trouble too, because obviously he's a 7-year vet. He had a training officer, so whoever was his training officer must then teach him the protocol.
That's what I said. What I said to you is it's not about his training officer. That's why I said pressure testing. I believe that pressure testing, in terms of them putting them in high stress situations, just like you see Vic was like, so what if the person with the gun is holding a baby, an innocent baby, right? Mm-hmm. Putting them under high stress situations. But when I look at it, here's what I didn't see. It almost felt like the cop was using half aggression. What do I mean? It felt like he didn't want to fight. It felt like it was like, come on, you couldn't subdue dude. Dude was not enraged. Patrick Lyoya, rest in peace, was not enraged. You remember Fight or Flight?
Mm-hmm.
He was all flight. He took off running. That's what he took off running. So you can already state or see that it was flight. I believe
It's
if the
probably some.
cop utilized a higher degree of aggression earlier on, a tackle, rear naked choke, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Whatever is allowed in order to subdue him. He was half stepping. It felt like he was half stepping.
because he was
It felt
outmatched.
like he was lazy too. It felt like he was lazy, or he was not physically. He didn't look
Like,
like
come
he
on,
had good
son, don't make
endurance.
me wrestle you down. Come on. That's the goofy. The whole thing is, look, Shaq, you are making an accurate assessment on his disposition on both of them. Mr. Loyola did not want no parts of that situation, and it seemed like the cop didn't want much of that situation either. But at the end of the day, they're both inside of the situation. So somebody has to be the professional. Someone has to be the authoritarian. And since the cop in this instance is that person, he has to be the one who exercises protocol, procedure, and training. And he didn't do that, because I'm almost sure in that situation, and I think that's what the gentleman, I think you played a clip earlier I'm not sure who the bald headed guy was, but he didn't want to commit to saying if there was something else that the officer could have done. And he said, could he have stopped? That's the question he asked. Could he have stopped?
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is that there's some piece of paperwork somewhere in military, they call it TO, technical order, and it tells you every single thing you are commanded to do in order, specifically in a situation. And I'm pretty sure officers have something like that, a Bible of sorts. And I don't believe that he followed that once he realized that the suspect was non-compliant. Whether he was in an aggression mode or not, he realized that the suspect was non-compliant. There is a protocol for that. That's why you got the thing right there on your shoulder. That's why they say, hey, do not pursue. There's certain things that they're supposed to do. He was outmanned. He not only was he outmatched, he was outmanned. He could not subdue the subject, even though he wasn't putting up the biggest fight. He was just, that was a much larger man. And that thing on their side holster, that gives them, or anyone for that matter, sometimes a little more confidence or false confidence than you should to walk up on a situation or a person that you clearly do not match up with. So at some point he had to make a decision to say that I am willing to use or lethal force if necessary to subdue this man. And I would ask, was there anything that man was doing that would justify lethal force?
No. What he could do is, what he should have done was call backup as soon as he got to the doggone scene. He seen me. That's the first thing I would have done.
Yeah. Once you recognize that there
Once
was
you
more than
recognize it, there was more than one person in the car, and shoot, it was more than one person in that car.
All facts.
And
right.
I believe it's more video. They're just not. It's more to charge him with the second degree murder. It is more video that we're not seeing. Period.com.
What else would you need to see?
I don't know. I'm just saying it's for him to be charged with second degree murder. They went through that stuff, and then when the police, I guess he was a police officer, the bald head guy, and when he wouldn't answer the question, I felt like it's more evidence that they got, and the reason they had a grand jury in charge of second degree murder.
And the thing is, I'm glad that my mind can be like water, because I'm open to new information. That's why I keep prefacing what I'm stating with what I've seen, the amount of information and video that I've been able to glean from, that's how I feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times more information tends to change your perspective, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm open to it. I'm definitely open to it, you know, but I can guarantee you that this young man should not have lost his life. 100%.
No person loses their life over a traffic stop. If that's the case, that's ridiculous. He's losing life over a traffic stop. Come on now.
Hey, Chef, let me add some context because I heard you struggling with the difference between second-degree murder and manslaughter. Not to say that you don't know the difference. I'm saying as far as why they would charge one a more heavy charge than what would be probably a slam dunk, which would be manslaughter, which is usually what they come with. Um, the definition of manslaughter by law is the intent to kill or cause great or bodily harm, or to use an act that would cause the intent to kill or great bodily harm, which is not justified or excused as self-defense. So it's the willful disregard of an act that would cause great or bodily harm that cannot be justified or excused as self-defense, but it is without premeditation or deliberation. So as long as you didn't say it again.
Where did you get your information?
I got multiple sources.
Look at what I put up on the screen.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. You see how you see what it says? Now, in terms of the words, the verbiage you use, look at this. The crime of killing a human being without malice, forethought, or otherwise in circumstances not amounting to murder, right? Which means that it lacked intent.
No, the definition I was reading was second-degree murder, not manslaughter.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. So, okay. Because that's what I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, so that's second-degree murder, right? The definition I had given earlier was for manslaughter, not murder.
Correct. That's why I was saying the difference between second-degree and manslaughter.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It also carries that the difference between first and second is the premeditation or deliberation. That's what drops it down to second. But the willful disregard, in other words, you knew something could come of this, and you still went forward. When he tried to subdue this man, holding his service weapon on his back, he understood, and he cannot excuse that as self-defense because he did not have to be in that position. He chose that position, so he can't justify that. That's what escalates it from manslaughter, because he chose to be in that situation.
So this,
and that's why they probably choose second-degree murder on his ass. Okay. Shoot.
Okay.
He done broke all different protocols. That's why they probably use second degree. That's why they probably charge him with second-degree murder. He done broke protocol too.
Just for the record, he's out on bond, $100,000 bond.
I'm not surprised.
$100,000.
The other man's in the morgue, and the other gentleman is in the morgue. He's out on bond, and the other gentleman is in the morgue. Oh, okay. The land of the free, America. Only in America, like Don King said.
Peace, Derek. Hold it down. Take a couple shots for us. 3 apiece for each of us. That's 9. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And we want receipts. Hi. Thank you for calling Chefs. May I take your order? Yeah, we got sound effects over here. Hi, welcome to Chef Boom Boom Room.
Where I'm at, Chef, where I'm at.
Right. So yeah, I want to go back and I'm going to share. Let's take a look at the video. Say it again.
Ubiquitous. What that mean, Chef?
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
what does that mean?
First of all, ubiquitous is a beautiful word. I'll pull it up for you. I'm gonna type it up for you, right?
I know how to say it. I don't know what it mean, though.
Mm-hmm.
So I know how to say it. I don't know what it mean though. Not off the top of my-
It's almost like omnipresent. That's my best, I would say. You know who's ubiquitous? Mr. Best in the world.
It's everywhere.
Everywhere. Well, let me pull up a better definition for you. Okay. Remember, there's gonna be a quiz on Friday, y'all. Better remember this shit, and you better use it. But yeah, so let's play a clip. I'm pulling the content from my boy, Real Nathan Daly. He did a nice little piece, and we're gonna use some clips and get some of his expert police, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, expertise on the situation.
Thank you for coming here this afternoon. I appreciate it. My name is Chris Becker, I'm the Kent County Prosecuting Attorney. Before I get with my announcement, I do want to publicly acknowledge the Loyola family, their tremendous patience and understanding as this process has developed. It's been very difficult. The loss of a child causes unimaginable pain, stress, and the emotions they must be going through all of this. I deeply appreciate what they've done. I also want to thank the Michigan State Police for their dedication and really doing a thorough investigation in this matter. Detective Sergeant Aaron Tubergen really did an excellent job. He's done everything I requested of him, even on some of the follow-up. Based on his investigation, based on everything he has provided to me, I've made the decision to charge Christopher Schur with 1 count of second-degree murder. Second-degree murder is a felony offense. It is punishable by up to life in prison with the possibility of parole. As it stands now, this is merely an allegation, and as with any defendant, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. The elements of second-degree murder are relatively simple. First, there was a death done by the defendant. And then when the killing occurred, the defendant had one of these 3 states of mind: an intent to kill, an intent to do great bodily harm, or the intent to do an act that the natural tendency of that act would be to cause death or great bodily harm. And finally, that the death was not justified or excused, for example, by self-defense. Taking a look at everything that I reviewed in this case, I believe there's a sufficient basis to proceed on a single count of second-degree murder, and that charge has been filed with the courts as of today. It is my understanding, I've been in contact with the Michigan State Police, that Mr. Schur has turned himself in. He has been being processed. He will be arraigned in the 61st District Court in the city of Grand Rapids. It is my understanding that arraignment will take place sometime tomorrow. I do not have a specific time or date. That is up to the court. That is a function of the court, if you will, to take care of that. So that concludes my statement. As I said, I'll take some questions. I'll answer the questions that I can. I may not be able to answer all.
Now, that was the prosecutor, Chris Becker. He's very confident. He stated that his office decided to charge the officer with second-degree murder, and they were very confident behind the charges. When you look at the elements of the crime, Michigan is saying that what the officer did was unlawful. They're saying that they do have enough to actually charge him, and they did, you guys. The officer turned himself in. What are they saying in reference to the elements of the crime? They're saying that this murder was carried out in the heat of the moment. But not only that, this action cannot be justified by self-defense. We're going to break it down, what it means to use self-defense, the use of force that the officer used. We're going to break down what the court has said is appropriate and not appropriate for officers. Can he Or does he have a way to beat this case, you guys? I think there's a way. There's absolutely a way. There's a lot.
He says absolutely a way that he could beat the case. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what he said. I mean, okay, watch this.
Okay.
Look how many police brutality cases they beat the case. No.
True.
Okay, then. So he got a chance. Because remember, people say that they always get off, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right. If he beat the case, what you gonna say? See, this shit always happens, right? So he has a chance to beat the case.
Yeah, you have a chance, and not you got 12 juries have to convict you. If they don't, you get to walk away, and you can't do double jeopardy either.
Exactly, and that's why. Now I was a pre-law major in college. I tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they sometimes you'll see the prosecutors, and police fighting for them to go for a lower charge.
Yes,
because you go for the higher charge and you take the L, you can't go. It's double jeopardy would apply. And now you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right. Because it's easier to prove. Because here's what's going to happen. His defense is that what he did was negligent. They have to have malice and a forethought. Malice and a forethought. That is required. He had to want to kill this person and knows what he was going to do.
That's first degree.
No. First degree is premeditation. Second degree involves heat of the moment. You get what I'm saying? But with intent. Both of them, first and second degree, they both come with an intent component. One of them is one has premeditation. The other one would be heat of the moment. You get what I'm saying? If I got into a fight with you and then pulled a pistol out on you and shot you during the fight, and I could have got away, and I knew what I was doing, and I was trying to kill you, they would go for me. They would be second degree. If I sat down and planned to go to your house and take you out and drove half an hour to do it, you know what I mean? And figured how I was going to do it. I went and bought the pistol the night before. That's first degree. That requires premeditation.
Mm-hmm.
How does that sound?
Yeah.
The definition I got says without premeditation or deliberation, the key being willful disregard.
For which one are you talking about? You got to say which one. Say that again.
Second degree.
Right.
Murder.
That's what I said. There is no premeditation. Premeditation is for first degree murder.
What I'm telling you is that the definition for second degree murder says without premeditation. You're saying that they both require some degree of.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said. What I said is intent. I said premeditation is first degree murder, requires premeditation. Second degree murder does not require premeditation. That's why I even just gave the example. If me and you got into a fight and I pulled out the gun and shot you, that's second degree. And then I gave another example that if I planned out how I was going to go and take you out, that's first degree.
I understand what premeditation is, but you were speaking of them both having to have malice. The intent.
Okay.
Right.
Malice and intent are two different things.
The intent of malice. So the whole point is you saying, hey, yeah, he meant.
Malice and intent are two different things.
I understand comparing them to make this definition, correct?
No. Malice
you explain
and intent.
Because what they charged them with, hang on just a second. What they charged them with is second degree murder. That's why I focused on that definition in particular. So let's just talk about that. What do you say is the qualifications for second degree murder? Let's just be clear on that.
Intent. Second degree is like aggravated murder. It's intent. You get what I'm saying? It's intent based. Normally it's heat of the moment based. But there was definitely intent, and you don't have to have malice. You can just have intent, but the malice is already in there. You know what I'm saying? But intent. So what we saying?
So I'm saying, it's say for instance, I'm walking around and I got my gun out, right? I don't necessarily need to intend to kill anybody with it, but if I'm just walking around all willy-nilly, pointing it around, talking my shit, and it go off and I pop somebody, that's not manslaughter. That's second-degree murder, because I didn't necessarily intend to kill them, because it could be either or. I didn't intend to kill anybody. I didn't think the gun was going to go off. I was just trying to scare some people. But I had a willful disregard for the possibility of causing great bodily harm. And I can't justify it as self-defense. That's what I'm saying. That's the that little gray area between that manslaughter versus that second degree. And I think that it will stick.
But what you're leaving out in terms of the piece that you're talking about, you leaving stuff out. You know what I'm saying? Because second degree murder is not just a death caused by a reckless disregard for human life. It's also an unplanned, intentional killing. Intentional. It has to be intentional. That's what I keep saying.
That's the difference between what we're saying. I'm saying that it doesn't. It has to be either one. This is what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying. It has to be. I'm clarifying. It has to be intentional, like you said, or there's a caveat. There's a whole nother gray area that says or a willful disregard to cause great bodily harm. So you don't have to intend to kill someone. You just have to understand that what you're doing could cause great bodily harm, and you just not give a fuck. That counts, whether you have the intent to kill or not. But they both qualify for second degree murder, but they're not the same, because you don't have to intend to kill somebody, and that's what I'm saying right here. That's why I think it will stick. That is the nuance that I'm kind of going for.
But I always thought if the prosecution charged you with something, that's what they know they can prove.
That's what they intend to prove.
Right.
Okay.
A lot of times, you know, they feel they can prove it. They intend to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of times it's you roll the dice.
They intentionally overcharge him.
Oh damn it, huh?
Or do you think they intentionally overcharge him, knowing that he could beat it, versus the manslaughter that would happen?
That also, you know, the prosecutors, they also do that, where they lump some extra heavy shit on you so that you cop a plea to the lesser charge. You get what I'm saying? Because he's looking at life with parole, right? So, you know, he could potentially cop to a manslaughter charge, and then, you know, he serve a certain amount of years and be on, you know, what do you call it, official release or whatever. That's definitely an opportunity. That's how they get you. They overcharge you so that they can kind of throw you a bone and take that plea. You know, I actually see that more so. I see that more so. I feel as though they're trying to get him to cop to the manslaughter charge.
No pun intended.
Then, you know, make a plea to drop it to manslaughter. You know, so that's just like me saying Celtics in 7. Let's come back and see how well this video ages. Yeah.
Let's take one last night. Come on, Celtics in 7. Y'all just love them Celtics, don't you?
No, it just first of all, listen, yo.
With the green eyes, just say it. Just say it.
Right, yo. You hate it.
What? What you say? I what?
Huh?
What you say?
Guilty. Guilty.
What about somebody with green eyes?
I see. Huh? You can hear. Uh-huh.
Yeah. What about somebody with green eyes? They're beautiful people. Okay, they're just beautiful people.
What you like?
Whatever.
So yeah, let's go chop up what the homie Nate's talking about. Hold on.
What you talking about, Nate?
A lot of things that can be argued on behalf of the officer, and there's a lot of things that cannot be argued on behalf of the officers. We're going to talk about both sides. I think it's very important. And I'll let you decide. This is going to go to trial. There will be a jury that's going to look at the case. They're going to look at the evidence. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. This is also true for the officer. So we have to make sure we look at both sides and be very, very impartial when we're passing our judgment. The one element that's not considered is what the officer was thinking at the moment, what the officer was going through, and the officer's wellness during this encounter. All of this can be seen and captured on body cam except for the thoughts, the experience, the fear, if there was any, and the condition, the mental condition of that officer in the moment when he decided to use deadly force. In this particular case, what is the defense going to be looking at? What are they going to argue, you guys? The officer had a legal, justified reason to stop Patrick on that day and time of question. What are they looking at? He had a legitimate traffic violation. The officer is obligated to investigate. He was doing so when Patrick resisted arrest. What are the other issues that are in question? You guys, Patrick did not have a legal driver's license. His license was revoked. You guys, one thing that they're going to bring up in this case to help the officer is, of course, Patrick's criminal history. You guys, this is something that a lot of people don't like to talk about. They don't like to discuss this piece. They feel like it's a way to deflect and dismiss the actions of the officer. You know, I have to disagree with that, and I'm going to tell you why. Unfortunately, the media will try to use it in order to discredit the victim. We know this to be true. At the same time, it's done without context, you guys. It is very important to understand whether or not the person has a significant criminal history or whether or not they have a warrant. In this case, you guys, Patrick had an active domestic violence warrant. He had a warrant for his arrest. That warrant was issued approximately 3 to 4 days prior to him being shot. You guys, why is this important? Well, it speaks to the person's state of mind when they are encountering the police officer. What's the other issue? Yes, he has been arrested and prosecuted for 3 different separate counts of DUI. He has a theft conviction as well on his record.
I was about to say something, but I'm going to let him finish that thought.
And he also has a few other traffic violations, such as hit and run. Now, some would argue that that is irrelevant because the officer at the time did not know that. That within itself is not important. And here's the reason why. Patrick is the only one that's well aware of his criminal history, his past, or whether or not the officers would be looking to arrest him. Why is that? One, he doesn't have a license. He's very well aware of that. He also knows that he has gotten in trouble with a domestic call or a domestic issue, which led him to have a warrant for his arrest. Either way, Patrick was going to jail. Either way, he knew he was going to get arrested that day. You guys, that matters. That absolutely matters. That speaks to the person's ability to understand whether or not they're going to have a positive or negative outcome in this interaction with law enforcement.
What does all of that mean to me? From what I'm getting is, oh man, I'm gonna bring it back to the most simplest that we all understand. Oh shit. When mama find out or when daddy find out, they gonna whip my ass. Oh man. Anybody who knows folks who had charges on them, who had papers on them already, and then they're about to get in trouble. You know the way some of them think, oh, hell no, I'm running. I'm getting up out of there.
Itchy.
Right. So he spoke to Patrick Lyoya's state of mind. and his state of mind, you know, and they talk about fight or flight.
Mm-hmm.
It was flight because he knew he was going to be sitting. There was no question. The DUI arrest that took place, it only happened a couple of days earlier. So he was out on bond for those charges. You know? Hold on. So he deserved to die, huh? Okay, I got you, my guy. I don't think that anybody was saying that he deserved to die at all. Nobody says that. I believe that he did not deserve to die whatsoever. He did not deserve to die. He did not deserve to die. Now,
I think he deserves to die, and I hope they burnt. Nah, listen, let me tell you something,
I don't believe he deserved to die. Not at all. Not at all. I don't believe he deserved to die. His death was wrong. His death should have been avoided. His death requires a high degree of punishment. It requires a high degree of punishment for the person who ultimately was the one that, no pun intended, pulled the trigger, right? Here's the thing, though. Now, this is a piece I'm gonna throw out. Do you realize that if Patrick Lyoya, if it was only one shot and it hit his spinal cord and was not fatal, do you realize that the city would have settled the lawsuit? I believe they would have paid out. They would have gave a settlement. Yeah. Sooner than later. They probably would have offered the settlement. If they're stepping to the table to show that he should be prosecuted for second-degree murder, what that means to me is that they recognize a failure, a malfunction, an infarction, a disconnect, a breakdown, a fuck up within the system. And they ultimately took a level of accountability. In terms of the prosecution, I still believe that they're going to attempt to settle with the Lyoya family. To some degree, the level of speed and swiftness and expeditiousness that they utilized in terms of bringing these charges, I think it also is to show good faith to the family that they finna have to settle for.
Oh, so it's good faith, so we can go ahead and charge him so we can get less money. I'm just asking some questions tonight.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. You watch this.
Mm-hmm.
It's a show. I'm saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying to you that what they're doing, they potentially could be being quick and swift with the justice over that police officer, so that when they approach the family with the settlement, that the family will understand that they were swift in metering out that justice in terms, and the family will see good faith. They'll see that there was no cover-up. You get what I'm saying? Right. There was no protest that had to make this thing happen.
Right.
Ben Crump ain't have to show up showing good faith that, yeah, we're holding ourselves accountable.
We know Ben Crump's gonna be there. You know, he's gonna be there. People.
You missed it, though. What I'm saying is that they did it before he showed up.
Oh, okay.
Listen, okay, here's now I'm gonna drop this on you. We need to start paying attention to when somebody do the shit we've been asking for. Just like when we got in that conversation with Cardi B, and it's like, oh, now she want to think about it after all of that music. Look, if we say that they don't be holding themselves accountable, and we have to do this and riot and all of this stuff and burning cities down and everything to make them do something. Now, when you see something take place and they actually make a move to hold themselves accountable without being asked, are you going to wonder if it was a good thing?
I give them credit.
Well, I give them credit for charging him for second-degree murder. I do give him credit.
Come on, dude. Okay, now the boy ZB, I think you're trolling, fam. I think you're trolling. I'm gonna tell you why I think you're trolling, right? When he mentions the suspect's history, he was mentioning the suspect's state of mind. And he was talking about his state of mind that controlled his actions. He thought about the state of mind that controlled his actions. He was already out on the same charge. You saw him start running. If he had no papers on him, if nothing was wrong, and it was something as simple as an expired tag, which would have been a ticket, do you believe he would have ran? I'm gonna give the boy ZB. You put the answer in the chat. Watch this. You got Lyoya A and Lyoya B. Lyoya A has no charges, it's clean, just expired tag. Lyoya B has 3 open DUIs and one of them from 2 days ago. And then he gets pulled over. Which one do you think would be more likely to do what took place on that date?
I mean, you're not wrong about that part, but I think the point that he's making is, if you're going to apply that to him, apply that to the officer. What is the officer's history? What informed his movements?
Right, and that's what he put. I know he's asking with the cop a bad apple. Here's the thing. Remember when we watched, and you mentioned the ball guy, and you were talking about, it seems like there's some information that they have, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
If they're in the middle of the investigation, there may be some red herrings they were able to pull out. There may be some rabbit holes that they were able to pick up. What if they found out that he was a member on the DL of KKK or something? Or they found something, on Parler with an account owned by his IP address. Maybe there's something that we don't know. So here's the thing. When I speak, the boy ZB, when I speak, there's times where I'm going to be giving an opinion, but then also I leave it open for facts that we don't know to impact my decision. But with the information that's given, I don't want to just be like, oh, it was this, that, and the other. Because there's cops that make stupid mistakes. Mm-hmm. There was cops. I don't know if y'all ever seen the video with the black cop that all of a sudden he was into on somebody's farm, and all of a sudden he started having a panic attack and just started firing. You know what I'm saying? There's people that are not able to perform under pressure. That's my opinion. Now, if there's some more information that I see, without question, I'm gonna be like, yo, why the hell y'all ain't go with first degree murder? But I know there is something that we don't have. What y'all got to say before I start that clip back up?
I definitely think they're gonna pull all that into evidence and try to say, they're gonna say justify why he was killed. He was running. He wanted to resist arrest because he already knew he was going back to jail. They're gonna use his past against him. Period.com. They're gonna make him the criminal, and the cop is just the victim.
I want to know this. We addressed the fact that there was a second person in the car.
Yes.
Now, I don't believe that person was arrested or had anything to do with this case as far as them being pursued anyway.
Right, he was just a passenger in the car.
So, if you're riding with somebody, because I assume that they know each other since they're riding together, so you know him well enough to ride with him. Tags expired. He got open charges. He ain't got no license, and he probably was already drinking. So, if everybody got that guy in their circle that they know kind of plays a little close to the wire, who kind of does a little bit much, and I don't care how professional your circle is. Why is he the driver? Why is passenger number 2 even allowing this situation to create itself? Does he hold any accountability.
Does he hold accountability for taking a ride?
Responsibility.
Does he hold any responsibility for taking a ride?
I didn't say for taking a ride. I named out the things that I was.
Right. So you just stated, you talking about, so you wanted him to take that he should have driven the car that had expired tags on it.
Why allow someone to do that? Just like if you decide,
you're assuming he knows. You're making an assumption that he knows. Everybody don't tell you when they riding dirty. You're assuming he knows.
Guess what? You know the kind of nigga that be riding dirty. It's a couple of my friends like, yo, man, you ain't got nothing on you. Do you know how I do? Taking your charge. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna run your pockets. I ain't gonna pat you down. But I'm telling you right now, you take your charge and you know how we get down.
You're making assumptions.
There's people that
put that on the passenger. So you think the passenger is responsible?
I didn't just ask a question. I said the fact of the matter is a lot of us. It doesn't have to be specifically this case and litigating this case and this individual. A lot of us ride with people because they might be the one with the car, but we'll allow them to take a shot or three before we watch them walk out the house and say, "Yeah, come on, let's go." And you just need to ride, so you with it. But at the end of the day, do we hold any culpability or responsibility for allowing people who we care about to put themselves in precarious situations before this shit even happens? It's just a question.
Yeah, that's the overreach, man. That's, you know what I'm saying? To me, it's not even a question that he bear responsibility. You saying all of that, but you're making an assumption. You are making an assumption that this person knows, that you're making an assumption this person that happened to be in the front seat knows anything or knows everything, right? That's an assumption. So when you say if that person bears responsibility, come on, man. You know what I mean? You rode in the whip literally with me, okay?
Right.
You didn't ask me if I had any bodies in the trunk.
True.
You know what I mean?
Is that your MO?
I had a half a pound of cocaine sitting right up under your seat if they pulled us over. You ain't even know. You ain't ask. That's your, no, I'm joking.
That's what I'm saying.
The point, though. But so then, let's say would you be responsible? Would you be responsible?
Okay. So would the driver be responsible for escalating that situation and the cop turn around and pop passenger too? Because he felt passenger was a threat because he got out of the car?
Yeah, answer my question first.
I'm just saying when you start cutting off, you know what I mean, responsibility based on what people know and don't know, you should know a little bit about the person you're getting in the car with. Can they drive? Are they a good driver? Are they a fuck up? Are they drunk? Are they be drunk? Are they a good driver drunk? Who knows? I don't know what he knows. That's why I say it's not specific to this individual in this case. What I'm talking about is just in general. When we get into the car with people that we do know, I ain't talking about a motherfucker that don't know you and just ask for a ride up the street. I ain't talking about your Uber driver. I'm talking about people we know. Genuine fuck up. Yet he pull up on us in a ride and we need to go somewhere. Should there be some degree of responsibility or accountability if shit go left because you let this person, even if you didn't get in the car, you saying he drunk, he stopped by your house and he like, yeah, man, I'm out, and you let him go, do you bear any responsibility?
No.
Or should you?
No, you should not. No, I'm not gonna tell my friend I'm riding dirty. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna tell my girlfriend I'm riding dirty. Girl, we gonna be checking out for the cops and all that. I'm not gonna tell them I'm riding dirty. I don't want everybody to know. Matter of fact is I'm ashamed of it. I'm trying to get myself together. How about that?
I don't know what the hell you just said. Say it again.
I am not gonna tell my girlfriend I'm riding dirty.
You know, take the scenario that I asked.
I'm taking the
Hang on, I'm gonna restate it. Your girlfriend come by your house.
Yes.
She done had 3 glasses of wine. She had one of them at your house. She said, hey girl, you know how time it is, girl. I'm going. You said, girl, I ain't going out tonight. She said, well, shit, I already on the way. I got some D lined up, and I ain't sitting in this house with you. I'm up out of here. Right?
Yeah, why your hypotheticals never align with what we have, the information?
Do you let her follow this train of thought? Do you let her go?
No, because she's been drinking.
So what? Do you make her, you say, girl, sit your ass drunk ass down before you go get locked up somewhere and don't make it back home? Do you say that, or do you let her go on by her business because she grown?
No, because she's been drinking, Vic. Hypothetically,
would you intervene is what I'm asking.
Yes, she would be she gonna spend the night at my house because she's been drinking. If she don't had a couple of drinks, she's drunk.
That's all I ask. Because we have different times and opportunities to stand in front of shit like this. Every situation ain't this, but a lot of them end up just like this. And there was somebody that saw these dominoes falling and nobody put their hand out. So is the cop wrong?
The thing is, how do you know the passenger knew it? How you know the passenger knew it? Maybe the passenger.
I'm making a point, Andrea. And I'm saying it got that to do with just this specific case. You know what I'm saying? My point that I'm making is that a lot of times we see people who are troubled or in trouble, which is why Nathan is bringing up this man's past and why they like to bring up a person's past. And a lot of times, the officer is wrong. That man should have made it to jail. Period. But at the end of the day, somebody should have been telling this man, the people that do care about him, the people that would file lawsuits, the people who would cry and go to his funerals, somebody should have said, bro, you tripping. Bro, is you still riding around with dirty tags and no license, drunk as fuck?
Somebody, so you're assuming nobody told them?
If you get 3 DUIs, somebody know about it.
So you assuming that somebody didn't tell him? That's what I'm saying. So you assuming nobody told them you got to stop this shit. That's an assumption. Just because somebody tells somebody to stop doing this shit, you think they're going to automatically stop? You're assuming nobody told him to get right. That's an assumption you're making. You don't think if his mother told him, you don't think his family told him you got to stop this shit?
I don't know. I know a lot of people blind
right.
out.
So, but in terms of the scenarios that you're creating, it's almost as though you're making assumptions that he hasn't been told. You're making assumptions that the guy in the car knew what was going on. We're making assumptions that his family did not do those things. And even if they did them, that doesn't mean that he was going to obey. He's already broken the law multiple times, right? He's already broken the law multiple times. So you think he's just going to listen to the words of his loved ones that don't have the ability to imprison him and take his freedom?
There's a what is it called? Not deniability.
Plausible deniability.
That's not what I'm looking for. It basically fuck what the word is. I'll explain what I mean. You have to be what they call blameless. Chef, if you do something that I don't like and I get mad with you and I tell you you're not my friend no more, I don't want to be friends with you no more, that's on me because
you fuck that nigga. You can't quit me, nigga. You fuck with me, you stuck with me, nigga.
Fuck, nigga. Hey, but listen, so what I'm saying is that if I don't
buried.
if I don't at some point tell you, hey Chef, this bothers me, can you try not to do that in the future? Now I can hold you accountable, but I can't hold you accountable for something that you are unaware of, that I've never spoken to you about. And that's why I said when you say assumption, I'm making an assumption that all of these things happen. That's true. Those are assumptions, right? But just the same, it's an assumption that those things didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as I think that those conversations may not have happened, You make an assumption that they did happen. That these are the cat in the box. You don't know. So at the end of the day,
So then why are we even doing the show?
What I'm saying is that I know for a fact, personally, a lot of situations I've allowed people who just buck. I'm like, hey man, you need to sit your eye, man. Fuck what you talking about, nigga. I'm grown, nigga. You gotta take these keys away from me, type shit. You understand what I'm saying? And motherfuckers got into situations and things of that nature. They just didn't end up quite like this, but they could have. But they easily could have. And a lot of times we don't take a lot of the things as serious until some shit go down. So when something like that happens, you want to at least be able to say, I told that motherfucker. Told.
So what's because it seemed like we transitioned into good friendship and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I want to keep it focused on. I want to kind of keep it focused on how we feel about what took place and in terms of culpability, right? But at some point, if we're pulling in and creating scenarios, hypothetical scenarios, I think that we may be losing a bit of ground. Why? Because there's facts that we can chew on in a bubble. There's facts we can chew on in a bubble. Now going to assign blame to the person that was sitting in the car. You know what that person was? That person
bystander
was no. Hear me out.
Okay.
That person is the single most reason that the cop was even charged.
Mm-hmm.
If that video was not released because the body cam was inconclusive, the body cam was knocked from his body. All right. That same person that you're giving culpability to, or a little bit, that person is the one responsible for the charges because he was able to get the actual wide shot of what took place. He was the eyewitness. He was the eyewitness. You realize that he could have went over there. The cop wasn't watching the 6. It could have been a different way. He could have actually went and assisted Lyoya in subduing the cop. He could have done that. He could have crept up behind him. Just the fact that he was able to move behind, that's in terms of cops' tactical awareness and all of that, and being able to assess a scene, and threat assessments. That's a no-no. You didn't secure the folks. Like in the cop movies, they might have just slapped the handcuffs on the passenger and handcuffed his ass to the steering wheel, and then went go chase the other dude. He didn't secure, but the thing is, by the grace of God, it didn't happen in a worse way. Not in a worse way. It didn't happen the other way. They could have subdued him, and it could have been something else crazy. So I don't know, man. One thing I don't want to do is, in terms of going to assign blame, there's no way. If you're talking about just moral, biblical blame, where you say, I am my brother's keeper and all of that stuff. Okay, all right, I'll give you a pass on that. I am my brother's keeper. But legally, there's no legal responsibility that he had for stopping what took place.
We're not talking about legal responsibility.
You're talking about that brother's keeper shit.
We talk nah.
No, not we. You talking about? I want to know what you talking about.
You get that? Nah. We're talking about the court of public opinion, and that is very heavily weighed in a lot of these decisions. And what Nathan is talking about is his history, and when he lines out his history, now we're not looking at this man as a man inside of this bubble. We're looking at this man in a false sense of totality, saying, oh, he's a career criminal.
That's not what he was doing. You see, listen, man, I need to play this shit again. That's not what he did. And that's what happens when people take words and they hear them and they emotionalize them. He literally was saying to show his current state of mind.
It wouldn't matter.
Hold on, wait a second.
You can mean what you want to mean, but
He's
what's
talking
coming
about
across
his current state of mind. So how do I determine your current state of mind now when we look at it and we Monday morning quarterback it? When I look at your current state of mind, if I just got out from a DUI and they got me right now, and the one I just got out for is my third one. That speaks to state of mind, bro. Why the person would run? Come on, man. Come on, bro. You talk about court of public opinion. There's a certain kind of public. There's the public that listens to the words and understands the words in the way that they were delivered. And then there's the other court of public opinion that their semantics are emotional semantics, where they hear certain words and it triggers shit. And then now they feel a certain word because they hear this word when the word actually means something else. He was speaking to state of mind. What you just did. You talking about bringing up the person's criminal history. If they committed,
No. It don't matter why.
Son,
people are gonna take what they.
I can't even hear you right now, son. Listen, all I'm saying to you is this: it speaks to state of mind if he's in the middle of committing the same crime, bro. You said yourself he was drunk.
I'm negating that fact. I'm not negating nothing you're saying.
Right. So
you're trying to negate what I'm saying.
I know you never answered one question. You never. So I'm gonna ask you the question again. Then, do you believe that if he had a clean record and only expired tags, do you believe that he would have behaved the way that he did? Yes or no?
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's assumption.
All right, man. I asked you, do you? What do you think? What do you? Because you make an assumption, so make assumption on this one. Do you think that if he was clean, never had a DUI, was not drinking, and just got pulled over for expired tag? Do you believe?
I'm answering your question.
I didn't finish it.
You don't have to reframe it. I can answer the question. Probably not. Now what?
Okay. You know how you made that decision? Because you based it on prior knowledge of his history. You just did it yourself. You just did it yourself.
You making a straw man argument that I'm not debating for.
That's not a straw.
We don't have to debate. We don't have to debate something that there's
I know what a straw man argument is. That's not a straw man argument. You answering that question, you're making the same assumption. You're taking into consideration his criminal history or a lack thereof. I just gave you the antithesis of what took place. If he had no prior crimes, if he wasn't drunk, if he was smooth, everything was good, his license was good, just he had expired tags, would he have behaved the same? And you stated probably not. So what I'm stating is you're using the same knowledge of his criminal history to make that determination of state of mind, bro. So it's nothing wrong with him bringing that up because he's speaking to.
I didn't say there was something wrong with him bringing that up, Chef. Can you hear me loud and clear? This is not the debate that we're having. I didn't say there's anything wrong with him bringing up this man's criminal history for whatever point he wants to make. What I am saying is that when you do bring up people's criminal history, then whatever reason you brought it up, people are allowed to use that same information to make other inferences other than the one that you brought it up for. That's it.
So what does that mean?
So if your girl told your business in front of the family, you know what I'm saying? She just told your business from the family. And if somebody else heard it and they used that shit against you, that wasn't her intent. But when people get hope to information, they do what the fuck they want to do with it. So I'm saying when you was addressing this man's criminal history, or not you, Nathan, the only thing that I inferred is that when you have an extensive criminal history, you can't hide that shit from the people who love you like that. And if you do, it'll be very hard. And that means those people are not very connected to you. These are the inferences that I'm making based on that same information that Nathan provided. If you got a DUI just the other day. You got 2 more. You got other charges. You got theft charge. Niggas know how you get down. So if they know you at all, they know how you get down. And ain't nobody had did anything that was effective enough to change that, man. So, and regardless of whatever else we go with this conversation, I just wanted to say, hey, by the way, when we get to side eyeing these officers, they're the final stop. This is where the buck stops. But if we want to get all pissy and pissed off every time a black man dies in the hands of an authority figure, then perhaps we should take a vested interest in those same black men before they end up in the hands of those authority figures in a precarious situation where they're feeling inclined to run. I had a whole bag on me. And that motherfucker say, hey, tell him stop moving. I said, bro, I know these cats, bro. I know these cats. I'm finna jug with this shit. He ain't gonna never catch me. And by the time he do, I won't have shit on me. I'm gonna take that motherfucking evasion charge, misdemeanor, and I'll be out by the morning. Come get me. But when I realized who the officer was, I said, this bitch will shoot me in my back. I know he will. And I wasn't willing to take that risk, so I took that charge. That's the difference. So that officer's history matters as well. All of this history matters. All of this history matters. When my folks was riding dirty, you know what I told them? I said, boy, you wildin'. Boy, don't do it. Boy, you trip. And nevertheless, they did what they was gonna do. But at least I can say I washed my hands. God forbid something happened. I told that motherfucker, man. I ain't gonna be any less sad. But I can't say, damn, I wish I would have stepped in. I wish there was some words that I could have said. Maybe I could have changed his mind. Maybe I could have got him to sit down. Maybe he could have stayed. Because every case ain't gonna be exactly to the T of this case. It was the same thing on the cruise ship. Every case ain't gonna be in that bubble. We can address the bubble. The bubble's cool. That's good for a show. But this is a systemic problem in our community. So if we're dealing with it, let's deal with it all the way. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of these young men is lost out here. People see it and they turn a fucking blind eye because they don't want to be bothered, or they have something to gain from that person. That person is doing well, and you don't want to be the one that's the disruptor. You're gonna be the yes man because you want something from that person. So you're gonna allow them to DUI with you in the car. Every situation, this ain't this case, but there's a lot of situations like that. And they end up like this. And they don't make the fucking news. And we ain't doing no shows on them, but they happen all the time.
So what you said, so just to make sure that I'm clear, so are you saying that that guy was culpable too, right? Is that, I want to make sure I'm getting what you're saying.
Me too. Are you saying that he had a couple? He should have been. Basically, he should have talked to his friend, make sure he wasn't riding dirty. Is that what you're saying? He had a responsibility as his friend.
I'm saying that we should know more about the people who we care about. Period. So whether it was the man driving in the car or the person or his old lady who let him walk off knowing that his paperwork and his tags was dirty and he was dirty.
You know what? It
don't matter. Somebody along this chain could have slowed this train down. That's it.
Look, check this out. In my lifetime, I had rode dirty, okay? And I didn't tell my girlfriend because it ain't none of her damn business. Okay? And maybe I didn't want to hear her mouth. How about that? Everybody
I'm not talking
ain't.
about people who don't know. I'm talking about the people who do.
But I'm telling you, everybody ain't gonna tell you everything. Okay, it's just not.
You do know, Andre.
But I'm telling you, this real life. It's real life. Okay, so it happens. Let's be honest and tell the truth. It does happen. Everybody's not going to tell you everything about them. And if even if the friend did know that he was riding with, did know, maybe he couldn't have stopped him. At the end of the day, maybe he couldn't have stopped him. But at the end of the day, that was not. I just don't feel like the friend in the car. I don't feel like he has culpability in this. Period. And at the end of the day is if the friend wasn't in the car, we wouldn't have no evidence to show that he was able to show what happened to him. Remember the officer's body cam was turned off. It accidentally in some way it was turned off.
Oh no. It wasn't turned off. It not in the scuffle. You could see it in the video. It literally fell off in the scuffle. He didn't take it off.
So it fell off in the scuffle. So we wouldn't even know what happened to him if the friend wasn't there. And that's why the charges came swiftly. I'm just saying. Hey, Joanna.
Hey, Joanna.
Peace,
Joanna. Joanna said, "What about self-accountability? Are we supposed to police our friends and family now?"
Thank you.
Nah, we just let them go out there and get killed, and then we bitch and moan when they in the ground.
No, that's hope for
the bullshit. Oh, this systemic. Oh, the racism. Man, fix your shit at the house.
You
check your kids before they leave the house. Raise up in the child that you would have them to go, so that when they go out, they won't depart far from it.
That's all.
You can't control what
we would love to all our children do that. Just all fine and game, but it doesn't happen all the time, Vic. In real life, sometimes you might have to ride dirty, and sometimes you just don't want to get caught.
Sometimes you might have to ride dirty. You a gangster, Andre.
Sometimes you gotta ride dirty. Sometimes. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but sometimes it happens. You don't know where you at in life. I done been there. I done rode dirty. I ain't scared to say it. Yes, I have.
What is
shit?
What are you for real?
I ain't gonna lie. I rode dirty when I was 6. When I was,
that's real life.
I was 16, and my mom, she had a big ass house in Haiti. Whenever she went to Haiti for a couple of weeks, I drove her whip to Virginia. There was a girl that I had met, on the trip. I drove her whip to Virginia. You know what I'm saying? I rode dirty. No license. I did that when my mom used to have a Buick LeSabre. I took the couch cushions when I was 12. Threw them couch cushions. Ended up heading from Brooklyn to Long Island. Just to go link up with my pops so he could put a few dollars in my hand. So I understand riding dirty. I understand riding with no papers. You get what I'm saying? I understand that. Now, my friends knew. You know what I mean? But, when I made a copy of my mom's keys when I was younger, I was a teenager too. When I used to go to the high school my girlfriend went to, they didn't think I was riding dirty. So,
I'm in the car right now, right? We off cam, we offline. I'm always riding hot. Hell, I be bringing you stuff. You don't got no leg to stand on to tell me not to be. Hey Vic, you taking chances out there. I'm bringing you the shit you need. What you look like telling me to stop. So at the end of the day, if I go out here and I get put in a situation and I run based on my criminal past, right? And I get popped in my shit for whatever reason, don't come on here and do no fucking line for me taking up no cash ass for my mama. You was supposed to do something wrong before then. You was supposed to give me some real game. That's what I'm saying. Fuck whatever else is we talking about.
So that's what I'm saying. So it comes back to when I said, so you're not talking on the legal stance, you're talking on the I am my brother's keeper type of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what
Would that be accurate?
I'll line that up. Cool. My brother's keeper.
Mm-hmm.
You are your brother's keeper. That's the shit that you keep to yourself. That's the shit that you feel yourself when you think about personal responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
What could I have done? What could I have done? Okay. Hold on 1 second. It's my boy Raj. Fuck you, Raj. And that's my real look. That's my yo. When I tell you that's my real boy.
Is that the deer story?
Hmm?
Is that the deer story?
No, oh yeah, that was the one from the deer story. We're gonna talk about the deer story. You don't believe the deer story, Raj, but anyway. So yo, I get it. But those are the feelings that you have after it happens. Damn, what could I have done? Damn, I feel so messed up. But those people that go see a therapist, you know what the therapist says? You can't take that on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
When they're trying to get you to deal with the healing, they put it on the person that did it. You can't take this on yourself. That was a grown person. You did what you could. What you saying is that people now should take that shit on themselves. That's what I'm getting from you. If somebody who's his close family was to go to therapy, and those people that you talking about, that's like, damn, I should have this, I should have that. The people that give them healing, that help them heal, is the ones to let them know, no, you're not responsible for this. You did not do this.
Mm-hmm.
But what you're saying is that they actually did by their inaction. You're giving them culpability. You're giving them culpability. You get what I'm saying? That's crazy. You putting that shit on the shoulders of that.
I'm giving them some room.
I mean, you get what I'm saying, man. When I say you putting it on it, you are assigning a degree of culpability to the person that was sitting in the car. Is that better? Culpability as in fault.
And I say no.
That's why I say it ain't about the person in the car. It could have just easily been his old lady who knew all the details, who let him go out with this dude who he's in the car with, who he may not know so well, who may not know his person.
You can't tell grown folks what to do. I'm sorry. I don't know where you lost your mind at, but you can't tell grown folks what to do. I even told my own daddy yet. I'm 40. You think you're going to tell me what to do? You can't. I'm grown.
Watch out. Don't tell nobody shit. Don't tell nobody shit. Right?
Come on, man. Now you're moving the goal.
He was aging to get in that car and drive. Period.com. I don't think the frame was able to stop him. Nobody was. He chose to do that. That's his own actions. Period.
Okay, so it doesn't say.
And you can tell somebody how to change their life, but they have to be willing to do it themselves.
So
okay. Let me get this last one, Chevy. You can move on. You ever heard that song "In the Air of the Night"?
Yeah, Phil Collins.
Yeah, and the heat of the night.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. That's yes. Phil Collins.
Okay. Yeah. Now I may be mistaken, but there's supposed to be a history behind that song about a man who watched another man drown and didn't do shit. He didn't push him in the water. He just watched him drown and didn't do shit, didn't help, didn't try to help. When we're talking about responsibility, just because you can't necessarily be blamed doesn't mean that you can't take some set of accountability or responsibility for someone that you know that you could have. I ain't talking about the people, I didn't know he did that. He didn't tell me. I had no clue. We ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the people who know. The people who do know. That's how you do. That's how you riding. They did see you. Why would you tell you tell your homegirl to come lay it down because you know she been drinking? Why would you tell her? She grown. She don't need you telling her what to do. She been drinking long before she met you.
Yeah, And that
Why
is
would you
true.
why would you try to stop somebody grown from doing what they want to do?
I will try to stop her, but don't mean she's gonna listen to me. And at the end of the day, it's all on her. Let me tell you something. I'm grown, and my best friend Erica have tried to stop me from doing things, and I don't even pay attention to have the shit she say to me, okay? Because when she loved the shit out of me, but I am grown. I'm gonna make my own decision, and she know that, even if it's right or wrong. So you can love somebody, care about them, and want them to make the best decision. There's still gonna be grown people doing what the fuck they want to do. Period.
Hey, can you pull up Joanna
Listen,
comment? That is hilarious.
and let me just to clarify, that Phil Collins, that was a myth, bro. You could Google it yourself. That was it was a myth. It's people that saying all of that story. You could go look it up yourself. It's a total myth. And he literally talked about it himself, what it was about. And it was about actually the end of his relationship, the first marriage, the second marriage, one of them. It was a myth. You know, you go to the myth websites, it was a myth.
Myth busted, but the point remains.
But then it's oh yeah, the hypotheticals again.
Okay. All right.
Just Vic, I'm so confused by your argument. Please don't be offended by my question, but who raised you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, no offense. You know what somebody say? Hey, if they say that, you already know some shit coming. That's all right, Miss Washington. I still love you anyway. My mama raised me. Project Pat raised me. Okay.
I don't think Vic is making a passenger culpable, but if you don't assume, I'm thinking, assume the person you're riding with is going to get you home safe. That's crazy. Okay.
Just saying.
Let me tell you, if Andrea get herself in some shit after I try to tell her not to do something that's on her, and she know that. Love you. Bye. She said, I put that.
In the good book, I'm not trying to make this a religious thing, but there's two places. Okay, we talk about Jesus saying, "Hey, when you go there and they deny you, you dust your sandals off and you keep it fucking moving." And when it's talking about, and I think that's Leviticus, where you're supposed to warn the people, and if you don't warn them, their blood is on your hands. But once you have warned them, then your hands have been washed clean of their sin. But you must sound the alarm. You must blow the trumpet and say, hey, it's a problem here. And once you do that, then you can remove yourself of blame of what an adult chooses to do after. But you must do your due diligence and say, hey, I told that motherfucker.
Yes, yes, that does happen, Vic. But that don't mean that doesn't. But because you told them, don't mean they're gonna do it. And it's because
there's no guaranteed outcome.
There's no guaranteed outcome.
I was talking about the people who sit on those words because they have something to gain.
Baby, I've been on this word for a little longer than you. Okay, and I ain't trying to put my rank up older, but I'm just saying you're looking at it in the wrong eyes, in the wrong set of eyes. You can want the best for anybody. Want them to do best. Want them to have best.
I do what I want to do. I'm grown.
And people gonna be like looking at you like, is you crazy? I'm grown. I'm doing what the hell I want to do. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Y'all don't want no responsibility for y'all miss your fucking what you call them, menace, them little menaces that y'all raising and that y'all supporting. If you don't want no credit for them, then I don't want to hear no motherfucking tears. I don't want to hear no tears.
Chef need to put up To Be Love's question. She asked you a question because she totally asking us. Chef, are you there?
That's why I keep bringing it back to the point that.
Then how do you know the passion offered to ride?
The point that I'm making, because we don't have the details, but I do have the details to the stories that I know, the stories that I've been a part to or privy to, and I'm saying that they're very similar in a lot of ways, and a lot of them have ended. I got people that I know for a fact, you know what I'm saying, have met similar ends by law enforcement. I ain't talking about what I think. I'm talking about what I know. I ain't talking about what I seen on no fucking YouTube. So all I'm saying at the end of the day is some of this shit is preventable. Some of it ain't. But I know it's a lot of times we sit on our hands and our wise words because we don't want to offend, or we have something to gain and we don't want to push ourselves out of favor with said person. And I was just addressing that, not necessarily this, inside of this situation, since we're on the subject. You know what I mean? I'm not reaching for a subject. We were on the subject.
Mm-hmm.
So before we continue going down the road of blame the police, that's cool. This dude was wrong. He went way off of protocol. Everybody know that, including his co-workers and his fellow officers. That's why they not standing behind him like they normally do in their blue wall of silence. We know that story. But what I am talking about is the thing that we can control, because I don't know a whole bunch of police. I can't affect that change. I'm not finna go be no police officer to fix it from the inside. But what I can control is the motherfuckers around me, as far as at least giving them some game and giving them some other options and some other opportunities to think about their own movements, so that if they should meet their demise, my hands are clean. I said what I had to say. You went around me. You went against me and met your demise. My tears will run clean down my face. You understand? It won't be no need for no counseling. But I'll be sad for you just the same.
So let me ask the question. It's a yes or no, because I want to continue with the clip, right? It's a yes or no. Do you believe that his surviving family and friends are partially responsible for his demise? Yes or no?
If they didn't tell him nothing and they allowed it.
So
No, I say no.
Partially. And that's why he said it's not 100% responsibility.
So whatever it is, yes, is it? So you're saying only if, because so then you're not trying to. We're getting the echo. So in terms of this whole conversation, because we've been talking about this for a stretch. So are you? I thought I was under the impression that you felt that the passenger and those who loved him, who didn't stop him from dying, were partially responsible. So now,
if they did not do if they did not make the efforts that I was referring to earlier, then yes, they hold partial, not full, but partial responsibility in my eyes. That's it.
I don't know, yo. It's not. We gotta see the replay. But we all know single mothers pass on emotionally irresponsible to their offspring. Just very much respect, but your anecdotal experiences are irrelevant. Okay, I understand. I'm a person, I'll try to save you from your own stupidity, because that is a real friend. I'd rather keep you safe and loose than friendship. Absolutely. Absolutely. The only reason that we started talking about the topic is because your question was about the passenger knowing that this dude is riding dirty and his level of responsibility. So initially when we started talking about that, it gave me the assumption that, or it gave me the thought when I deduced what you were saying, that you believe that that passenger, because you said he knew dude was riding dirty, that he, come on, man, you know, even when I said, how do you know he knows? Come on, man. Even I know when this certain person.
That's why I expanded it, because you basically discredited that by saying he may not have known, which is also possible. But
It's
I mean,
the truth, though. When I say he may not have known, that's actually a fact. He may have known, he may not have known. That's a factual statement. It's not an assumption. Right?
I agree with that statement.
We won't know it until he testify. We won't know it until he testify, because they're gonna probably ask him that question.
I expanded the pool of responsibility so that we could
go around that and get straight back to the point. But at the same time, the other part of that is that, yeah, you should know more about the people you get in the car with, because that could have easily ended with him getting his ass shot as well.
At that time, I believe in terms of that, I believe that he did exactly the best thing that he possibly could have done, because there would have been no evidence, no other evidence that would be damning. You feel me? There wouldn't have been any other evidence that was as damning as that. So let's keep this going, man. I want to get back on track with this. Hold on.
This is why it's important to discuss any past criminal history, because it does speak to the mindset. And when you have someone who is in a situation where they are afraid to be arrested, or they are fearing the outcome of the traffic stop, they might possibly act irrationally. As we see in this video, it does speak to the behavior. The defense is going to use that as leverage to justify the officer's use of force, or wanting to arrest, wanting to pursue. Why is this important, you guys? Unfortunately, in this job, people commit a lot of dangerous crimes and it goes undetected. And sometimes you have an offender who knows that they just got done doing a dangerous crime and they're willing to do whatever they can to keep from being apprehended. So as an officer, you don't know what you have. You don't know why this person's resisting. You don't know why they want to fight, or why they are willing to go to such great lengths to get away. As officers, we just can't let people go. Oftentimes I hear people say, how come the officer could not just let him go? You guys, unfortunately, that's just not how it works. When a person violates the law, or they violate a particular type of crime, you guys, they do have to be held accountable. We cannot start setting a precedence where we just let people go simply because they don't want to be held accountable or they don't want to be arrested. You know, unfortunately, there's been plenty of situations where I've stopped people for minor offenses, and it turned out that they had warrants for felony murder. They had warrants for sexual assault. They had warrants for kidnapping. You guys, so sometimes these things might start small and they end big. You never know why people are resisting arrest. The reality is we need to tell people not to resist arrest. You know, it's not okay. We cannot have a country where we just allow people to avoid being captured, or think that that's okay, or that that's the appropriate way to deal with the situation.
What you think? Agreements, disagreements?
I agree with him. But at the end of the day, it still means somebody to lose their life either.
One of the original sponsors he's gonna have to get. He got to go to work at 4 a.m. Appreciate you, big dog. Yo, I appreciate the participation, man. You, if anybody, man, all you have to do is hit me and let me know, yo, I want to come up and talk that stuff, man. You got a spot here, family. All right? Hold it down. Peace to the Boise B, y'all.
Peace.
We got sponsors in the spot. Quantum, the Boise B, Juana. Oh, yeah. So, back on what you were saying. You said you agree with what he was saying?
Yes, I definitely agree with what he was saying. But at the same time, it doesn't mean somebody need to lose their life either.
I agree. And it doesn't, I don't think that what he's saying is a justification. Because I wish I had the original video. They took it down. You know, I wish I had the other video, but YouTube took it down. And he caught that video pretty much in the moment after it had first come out. And there was something that stood out that he kept mentioning, that his lack of awareness and his lack of usage of the official tactical accepted police procedures, that him not utilizing those accepted police procedures not only endangered himself, but also endangered the people, that the guy that was being detained, the suspect. I kind of thought Vic pushed back a little when I had spoke to the level of responsibility the police officer has in terms of the safety of the suspect that's under his authority at that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that because he's a cop that has the benefit of less lethal and deadly force. 2, taser and gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he has a higher degree of responsibility for what occurs within that scene where that detention is taking place. You know, so personally, I'll say this. The cop was I believe the cop was responsible from the beginning. He was responsible for how all of this plays out. He's trained. He is trained for these type of situations.
Mm-hmm.
He's trained for these type of situations. So he does retain an extreme degree of responsibility and culpability for how things played out. If he followed procedure, the things would not have played out the way that they did.
Mm-hmm.
They would not have played out the way that they did. If he stayed in his car, if he called backup, when he exited his vehicle and he saw that Mr. Lyoya was walking towards him, he could have made a call for backup. Obviously, Lyoya was not armed. Obviously, he was not attempting to go and assault the cop. Remember, we agreed that he was not fight. He was flight. He was attempting to get away. He was not violent. He was not violent. He threw no punches. He actually did no wrestling. The officer was wrestling with him, attempting to subdue him. He was resisting arrest. Resisting arrest is not complying during the point that you're being arrested. Physical non-compliance. It doesn't mean a punch is thrown, this or that. It's you not complying, which is resisting arrest. If they telling you you're under arrest and you keep walking, they don't have to put their hands on you. If you walk 20 feet away and they're coming after you, when they do get you, they're going to get you for resisting arrest and fleeing. So that's my piece. Let's see what Joanna got to say. We all know that we were jumped around or ran from apparent spankings, the licks come harder. Just take the L, do not resist. Whatever you resist will persist. I definitely agree. And he is expected to be a level-headed in escalating situations. Level-headed in when, I'm sorry if I'm editing you. I apologize. I do that sometimes. Do you mean he's expected to be level-headed when de-escalating situations? You see what I did there? Well, no, I get when the situations are escalating, he has to be level-headed. What's funny is all of the escalation that took place during that scene, he escalated it. You've seen those police stops.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen those police stops where the cop already smelled the weed. He might have seen something in the back. You know what I mean? He might have figured it out. And he's going to sit there and be calm and talk to you. He already knows he's putting your ass in cuffs, but he's waiting for backup to come through. So as not to agitate you, there are 2 people there. He could have just had conversation with him until backup showed up.
True.
But he didn't call for anyone until somebody was dead. But let's keep this going and see what's what.
So moving forward, Let's break down the issues in this particular case. I'm going to give you guys a overview on what it means to use deadly force. What's required of the officer? Did this officer check all the boxes? What is my issues with this case? I'm going to give you my professional opinion. Then I'll give you my personal opinion. We're going to argue both sides.
What's up, guys? I'm Chad. I'm the owner of Cook Pressure Washing. And I know business insurance is something a lot of companies.
One of the things I want to talk
Peace to
about
Chad.
more specifically is the officer's use of force, the officer's inability to absolutely apprehend someone who was passively aggressive. What does that mean? It means someone who's trying to get away, they're resisting arrest, but they're not assaulting you, right? One would argue, was the officer in danger in this encounter, you guys? Honestly, I would say no, he wasn't. Patrick was never an active threat to the officer. What was he doing? He was resisting arrest. He wasn't cooperating. You guys, yes, that's not okay. At the same time, the officer's response to that level of resistance, you guys, was it wasn't appropriate. It absolutely wasn't appropriate. What does it say to me about the officer? What if the officer didn't have a taser? What would he have done? We always discuss how important it is for training with officers and how this is a key component and why officers end up relying much more on the gun than they do with their hands. Unfortunately, in this situation, in my personal opinion and professional opinion, the officer was poorly trained. He did not have any skills, you guys. He did not have enough skills to apprehend someone who was not forcefully resisting, actively resisting at all. He wasn't struck by Patrick. He wasn't assaulted by Patrick, and he was unable to subdue him without using any of his weapons, without using any of the tools. You guys, an officer should be very well versed in hand-to-hand combat. What have I noticed lately, especially in these cases, and this specifically, is that officers lack defensive tactic skills, meaning hand-to-hand combat, being able to use joint manipulation, being able to actually subdue a suspect who's unarmed without having to use any of their weapons. You know, a lot of officers lack the confidence in that area. Therefore, they lean and rely and depend on their weapons, such as the taser, the baton, the spray, or unfortunately their gun. In this situation, you guys, when you watch the video, one thing that really stood out about this entire encounter is that it lasted from the moment Patrick resisted, approximately 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes long. The officer is seen and he's heard on his body camera. He's out of breath. He's exhausted. He's out of shape. You guys, this is a factor. This is actually very important. This can actually lean into the officer's defense. Why do I say that? He's wrestling with someone who is passively resistant. Where's the threat? The officer has tired himself out. He cannot even manage Patrick in this moment. What happens? Patrick made a very, 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 very dangerous decision by grabbing the taser and then also taking the taser from the officer. You guys, that within itself could result in lethal force being used against Patrick. You guys, but timing is everything. Proximity, the use, imminent danger. These things are very, very important, and they're necessary to determine whether or not an officer had justification to use lethal force. You guys, we're going to talk about it. The officer's response was poor. You have an officer that's trained poorly. He's out of shape, no conditioning. Not only that, he's unable to use his hands in order to subdue a passive resisting person.
Let's talk. So far, what do we have? Do we have concurrence or concurrence or disdain for what was said so far?
Well, I agree what he's saying. I definitely agree. The officer was out of shape. He doesn't know defensive about not using his weapon or his taser. So why they're not teaching that in the police force?
I don't know if they're not teaching that. Let's say that he was poorly trained in terms of what he learned, right?
Okay.
But I feel where you're coming from. Any disagreements? or concurrence with what Nate said, Vic?
It's simple, you know. In the I just compare it, you know, to the military. You got your elite forces, then you got, you know, everyone else. And at the end of the day, SWAT would be their version of elite forces. Every situation does not rise to the need for a SWAT team. Those are the people that they give all of that extra training to. To be a beat cop or someone who is actually encountering and engaging with people on the street, you should have a baseline minimum, just like there's a yearly training for them to go shoot and make sure that their gun accuracy and everything is still up to some degree of a par or a standard. Their physical training should be held to a yearly standard as well.
Check your wire. Check your wire. You're getting some heavy crackle.
So how about now?
You got to talk.
How about now?
It's still a little
talk.
choppy.
It's distorting. It's distorting when you talk.
How about now?
It's a little less. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Look, the bottom line is this. If training is what we're going to focus on and say that's what they need to do, then there needs to be a national standard. It can't be this county's got their shit together and the county beside it you can go get killed in still. There needs to be a national baseline minimum standard for how long cops should be in training, what things that they should learn.
That ain't gonna happen. That's not going to happen because the policing, it comes at different levels, and there's states where marijuana is legal and there's states where it's not. You get what I'm saying? So there's not going to be able to be a federal mandate in terms of specific training. In order to make that happen, do you understand the amount of lobbying and all of that would have to take place in terms of the amount of counties, the districts, there's states? Say it again.
We didn't have body cams a few years ago, and now everybody's got them.
Yeah, but those are individual states. It was not federal mandate. It was individual states. There's many states that still don't have body cam mandates.
And it should be a federal mandate is what I'm saying. So even as far as
I'm just saying what you're talking about is in order for that to take place, you realize it would be Supreme Court. Like this is something that would be federally mandated across the entirety of the U.S. You know what I'm saying? So in order to make that happen, it would have to literally be a major movement of law to make all of this take place.
How else would you change admonish law enforcement? You know what I mean? Who watches the watchers? Somebody's got to tell the people in charge that they fucking up. So the only people who would be responsible to do that would be someone who could do that in black and white that is above them, which is federal. Because every state is the wild, wild west when it comes to laws and law enforcement. They do what they want. And there's a lot of places you can get lost, and there's a lot of places your case can get lost. So if you want it to slow down, never mind how hard it's going to be. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure it was hard to get somebody to consciously fight against slavery and Jim Crow laws and all of those things. Those were taller tasks in lesser times. So what I'm saying is the only conclusion or result that I see something to be brought forward is a national standard. You should be able to travel in the continental United States and not worry about whether the officer has a little bit of training or he's overtrained. You know what I mean? There should be some degree of understanding that when this person pulls me over, he has supreme authority and I'm not supposed to question him. Then that somebody did their vetting on the front side. And I can't depend on fucking Barney Fife and Andy Griffin to figure that shit out.
Go back to a comment that To Be Loved said about the military, Chef.
PT.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, Vic, do you agree with that?
In the military, we all got to pass a yearly PT test to confirm your readiness for combat. All facts. He was getting winded and resorted to unnecessary. Yes, that's true. All of that's true.
You know, here's the second half of it.
That's what happens when you are not confident in your abilities. A scared cop is extremely dangerous. Take this into account, right?
Do you agree with that? You agree with that?
I've been agreeing with her the whole time.
No, I'm just saying with this one because I just played two. I'm just asking if you agree with the part that a scared cop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
okay.
A scared anybody is dangerous. So at the end of the day, what I'm talking about is, how about this? If
Mr.
based
Toledo,
on
what up?
Yo, what's up, Mr. Toledo? What Nathan just illuminated, right? He said it's a matter of training, a matter of physical combat. You should have hand-to-hand skills and joint manipulation and all of these things that only people who study martial arts or physical combat in that way would even know what the hell he's talking about, joint manipulation. At the end of the day, because I did security, you know what I'm saying, for some years, and in security, I got a gun, but they don't want me to bring it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want, no gun. Same drunk people. So at the end of the day, if you put female cops, which they don't do in the military, in combat positions, if you put them in combat positions, trained or untrained in physical combat, when she runs up against a man that size, that's what the protocols and the procedures are for. That's what the backup is for. Because there's no, I got a friend, he's 6'6", 300, and they got to use special handcuffs just to get around his wrist. You understand? But I understand why they pull them guns out off a rip, just because he looks intimidating. They understand that them trying to go up against him in hands, they're gonna lose unless he comes quietly. So when you have I've seen a higher, I can't think of the word, but basically a lot more female officers on duty now, a lot, and I find it hard to believe that no matter how much physical training that they've got, there's going to be a lot of times where a man's strength is just not going to match up combat or no combat training. So when people are in these scared positions that To Be Loved was talking about, then they're going to go for those tools that they're given. I can't even blame this officer because a lot of times they don't even reach. They act like they forgot they got a taser. He tased them twice, to the point where he took it from him long before he ever, but it was ineffective. So you have a female officer, she uses her taser, it proves ineffective. What is she supposed to do? If this was a female officer, how do you feel about this? Does it change anything?
No, it don't change nothing.
No, it doesn't. No, I'm gonna say this. Yes, it does. What do I mean when I say yes, it does? If she lacked the same level of fitness and endurance as that cop that was there, even more so, she would have been more responsible for getting her ass some help ASAP. ASAP. You never know. He may have been able to get away from her if she, understanding the natural differences between male and female physiology. You never know. He might have been able to get away. We don't know. She potentially, there's a chance that if she had the same lack of training as this Christopher Sher, this officer, then you never know. She might have fired her weapon earlier.
Can we address the comment on the screen?
Go ahead. I put it up there. Go ahead. Address it.
Hand-to-hand combat is dangerous to the cop's life. It's better to use lethal force than to fight you. the idea is that the job of policing is dangerous. Period. Gun or no gun. They made more than one gun. So at the end of the day, you signing up for a dangerous job in which you're supposed to initially use the least amount of force possible to get your job done. Because again, you are responsible for the suspect, right or wrong. You are responsible for bringing them to justice, not killing them, for bringing them to justice so they can have their day in court, because your assessment of them may have been inaccurate, which is why we have a legal system that says there's a judge, and not only a judge, but a jury of your peers. So no, you don't get to just use your gun because you got one and you scared. That is not okay. And if it was you or someone you loved, you may see it. Miss Washington.
You have one second. I'm gonna ask me again.
Say it again. Andrea?
Yeah.
What
I'm
happened?
sorry. I'm sorry. I was talking to the kids.
Oh, I thought you was talking to us.
My bad. I apologize.
Well, while you doing that, peace to Tristan Draper. What up, big dog? Peace again to Mr. Tulilo. Don't worry, you're gonna have to scrub back at some point and get the rewind on the replay. But so go ahead, Vic.
That was it to Joanna Washington. Okay. It's easy to say that when it's not your loved ones or you in that situation. I've had an officer's gun pointed in my face with his hand shaking. I know what that looked like.
So I wanna push back in terms of what Joanna was stating. I disagree with you, Joanna, and I want you to understand why. If you listen closely to what Nathan Daly said, right? It's true. And it was what I stated earlier. He was not being violent. He was not attacking the officer. He was in flight mode. Mm-hmm. Okay? He was trying to get away. You are not allowed to even shoot somebody who's running away in the back. He was attempting to get away. The taser, hand on the taser part, that's even negligible. Because in order to, after a taser's been deployed, it's not an automatic weapon like a pistol where a round is chambered. You have to restock it. So all I'm saying is that he was trying to get away. He was not assaulting the officer. The officer shot him in lieu of being able to detain him. That's what happened. So hand-to-hand combat is dangerous to the cop's life. It was not hand-to-hand combat. He couldn't even hang on. The guy was not fighting him. The guy was attempting to abscond.
I think she was addressing Nathan's point about hand-to-hand combat.
Wait. Watch this. Look at this. Okay, now look, you got to be trolling me at this point now. Yeah, okay. You think cops are allowed to shoot you for running away? No. No. That's against the law. That's murder.
That is murder.
Yeah. If you're pointing a gun at them, it's different. But they're not just allowed to shoot you for running away. You know? And then you're wrong, Vic. There's no supposed to. Once you pose a threat, you have discretion to protect your own life. He was not a threat.
Read to be loved. Read to be loved right below that comment.
Bye, boo. I'm calling for backup. If you run, I got the car and the passenger. We gonna all live to see that day in court after I knock on your door.
The end. If you really respect life, yours included, you would allow that man to run or whatever and wait for your backup.
My guy,
that is no guarantee for your safety.
Papi Blanco, ¿qué te pasa, hermano? Hermanito. You know I'm older, so I got to give him the hermanito. What it do, my guy? Welcome through.
Peace.
We got snap.
What's going on?
Information. Right. So, and it's about that time too. So let's do this. We're about to drop this. About to drop this link.
Link it up.
Yeah. And discuss what we were seeing. Here we go.
Miss Joanna, I need you to hit that link. I need you to say that live. I can't. It don't mean nothing to me in text form because maybe somebody hijacked your account. But I can't believe you're gonna tell me that you think it's all right to shoot anyone in the back.
Yeah, that right there. That
don't fly in no circles. Laws or no laws.
So the link is out there. If you want to participate in the conversation, please feel free. It's an open forum, right? As you're joining, let's make sure you keep a look on the screen because I want to kind of play the rest of this video as well, but we opening the floor.
This is a problem. What does the court say an officer needs to use deadly force? What's the policy, you guys? It's what we call ability, opportunity, and jeopardy, AOJ. What does the ability mean?
Sorry, y'all. Joanna, when I use the, it sounds, doesn't mean they're trolling. When I use that statement, that's I'm on some Stephen A. Smith shit. Like, oh, you gotta be trolling me. What are you talking about? Oh man, come on, man. You gotta be trolling me. That's just showing my disagreement for the statement and being dramatic. I know you're not a troll. I love you. Okay, you one of the sponsors of this. You get what I'm saying? That's just me being dramatic, all right? Pardon me, I just had to make sure one of the queens of this network here, I got to make sure she happy because she been here from the beginning. So yes, I'm simping for Joanna Washington.
Ability talks about whether or not the suspect has the means to actually cause the officer harm. What does the officer need? Does the suspect have the ability to create great bodily harm and or death to the officer? Those are the elements. Did he have the ability, you guys? Yes, he did. What did he have? He had the taser. He had the officer's taser. That within itself is the weapon. The weapon is not lethal, but it is less lethal. If the officer is hit with the taser at any point in time, he can be incapacitated. And in that moment, the suspect could gain an advantage over the officer by taking the officer's gun or doing anything else that could put the officer in imminent danger, you guys. So that within itself gives the suspect the ability to create harm against the officer. What's the other? Opportunity. Does he have the opportunity to actually carry out the threat? What does that mean, you guys? It speaks to the proximity. Is the suspect in close enough range to actually utilize the weapon, utilize the threat against the officer? The answer is yes to that. What position was he in? He was on his stomach, right? He was on his knees. The officer was on his back. He had the taser in his right hand. You guys, he was still close enough. He could have used it. Yes, this is possible. One can argue that, and that's something for the attorneys, the prosecutor to do. But yes, he's in close proximity to still utilize that weapon. Is he still a threat? Absolutely. Now, what's last that needs to be addressed, the last element is jeopardy. Jeopardy meaning imminent danger. Was the officer in imminent danger in receiving the actual threat? We know he had the ability. We know the opportunity was there, but imminent, you guys, I don't know. I would have to say, in my professional opinion, I don't see him being in imminent danger. Now, one could argue both ways. And why do I say that, you guys? I say it's 50-50. It's 50-50. What I see from a professional standpoint is the condition of the officer. What is his internal faculties like? What's actually going on with his body? You guys, he was out of it. He was out of breath. He was tired. What is going on inside the mind of the officer? A lot of times people don't like this argument, but in these situations, officers use the idea of, I feared for my life. You know, and that is a problem with this. This is the caveat in the use of force spectrum when an officer can lean on being afraid. Unfortunately, fear is very subjective. It's going to be on him to be able to prove how fearful he was. Is the jury going to believe that? How are they going to explain that? In a situation where you have mounted someone on their back, one would argue that you had control. Or did you? Can you justify the fact that you felt that your life was in imminent danger? You guys, I have to disagree. I don't see it. Does the officer have an argument? Of course he has an argument he can make. We still have to hear his side of the story. He's innocent until proven guilty, right? So again, we have to look at everything in its totality. The one piece that we're missing is, again, the condition of the officer in the moment. What are people saying, though, when they see this incident? They said he executed him from behind. He shot him in the back of the head. It was very barbaric. In my personal opinion, it was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. Unfortunately, the way use of force works.
So now, here's where I start to give my piece. Because what I believe that some folks are saying is that he was totally responsible for everything that took place. He was responsible for his actions, just as the police officer was responsible for his own actions. Do I believe that it was necessary for the police officer to shoot this man in the back of the head more than once? Do I believe that? No, I believe it was unnecessary. Do I believe that Patrick Lyoya is culpable for some of the movements that he made? Yes, he is. However, the police are trained for those situations. And the officer did not utilize the training that he was given. The training for that particular situation did not require deadly force because he was absconding. If the police are chasing you and then your car starts going 90 to 100 miles an hour down the city streets, those police are instructed to stop chasing you. They don't get to fire bullets into the back of your car.
All facts.
They're not allowed to do that. So Lyoya is responsible from the beginning, getting behind the wheel of that car. But the police officer is responsible in terms of being a responsible party, and this was his scene. He is responsible for the movements that he made. He shot a man point blank range in the back of his head. So let's not conflate. And nobody's saying that Lyoya was just a totally innocent victim. But he was killed by somebody using inappropriate tactics. So in essence, in this situation, he is a victim. Was he a victim when he got pulled over? No, he became a victim after 2 shots were lobbied into the back of his head. So we can go and we can crunch the timeline of what took place. Yes, he should have never gotten out of the car. We get all of that, man. I get all of that. I'm talking about what took place on the floor. And I'm only talking about in that moment, just like when we talk about the red pill manifest stuff and all of that, and men usually be like, yo, when we're telling the women about something, we don't want to hear them say, well, y'all do it too. No, we're talking within the vacuum of this trained officer's level of responsibility in lieu of the training and in lieu of him not using the tactics that he was trained for. So we do have a guest that popped into the room. All right. Derek C. Williams, what's good, my brother? How you doing? How was dinner?
Yeah, it was good. Shout out and respect due to Chef Shapino, Flatbush Stand Up, Mr. Freeze, how you, and of course the ubiquitous Andrea Lynch. She everywhere, bless her heart. She everywhere at the same time. Yeah. Last year, Chef, I did a video. I went on the StreamYards with my man in New Jersey after Ahmaud Arbery got killed, and I titled that video "Armchair Quarterback." And we tend to do that a lot. And what it is that, in my opinion anyway, because my brother was a policeman for about 12 years in Greenville, Mississippi, he's always said that they have levels of force. And from what I saw in it, and I'm saying that for this reason, I had a chance to see the Detroit Free Press's breakdown of this incident. And yes, it never would have saw light of day, or wouldn't even kicked off if my man wasn't riding dirty. It's something to be said about that. We want to try to get away from the police encounters, and we have to try to walk right. Now, of course, you have Philando Castile, who did everything right and still lost his life. And so this is, and I'm saying that for this reason, Chef. We have to walk on eggshells. It ain't right. It's unjust. It's unfair. But that is the reality as we have it in the 21st century. My man was riding dirty. Now, why they pulled him over, the Detroit Free Press video would tell you they didn't even know why he pulled him over. Nevertheless, he did. But now you're riding dirty. So now you have an issue. Then you escalate the situation by getting out of the car. Bad move number 2. Step 3 was when he told this guy several times to get back in the car. You won't comply. You asking for it. And so from what I see is that while the policeman was dead wrong for shooting, he essentially double tapped. He hit him 2 times in the head. So that's what they call a double tap. He hit this guy 2 times in the back of the head, but that's after what you and I would look at clearly was some type of life and death struggle. The guy pulled out the taser. He fighting him off the taser. He kept telling him to stop. My man never once called for backup, which is so he messed up right there. So yes, I'm definitely with you, Chef, that it definitely should be wrongful murder in this case, and the family should get something. But my man lit the initial match, in my opinion, by riding dirty, stepping out the car, evading police, and pulling on his taser. And I see Juanita Washington saying he was riding dirty. Joanna Washington, salute to her. But nevertheless, he may have been riding dirty with the weed, but he told the guy, he told that police he had a gun, and he hit him anyway. So the weed, that's a non-factor in my estimation. That has nothing at all to do with it. With all due respect to Miss Joanna, that had nothing at all to do with it. My man was sitting, he was no imminent threat to this police, and he banged him. So the weed, no, ma'am. I have to respectfully disagree with you on that. But nevertheless, in this case here, you had 4 things where this guy actually messed up, and he actually brought upon his own demise. But the policeman, definitely, there are levels of control. You have mace, you have a stun gun, you have your gun, you have a K9 if you have that. You have all these levels of control to subdue a so-called suspect if you have all these things. You know, if you have an encounter with police, and the police fail to do at least 3 of them. And then after he killed the man, then you hear the police. So that was 4 minutes right there. That could have been, extra police could have came in to stop it, but he failed to do that. So that's just what I see, sir.
So just I want to make sure that I understand your stance. So from what I heard, you do have an issue. You do have an issue with the way that the police officer responded. That would it be safe to say that you believe that the way he behaved was unnecessary?
Sir, he was unprofessional. What he should have done is, like I said, the people in that Detroit Free Press video, they can break it down way better than I am, but I agree with them. He told the guy several times to get in the car. The driver was unresponsive and would not comply. You called for backup at that point because it's just you and him out there. There was a case, actually, Miss Lynch was a moderator for me, and she dropped a link for me a few years ago. It was a same case in North Carolina. The police got his ass mollywopped by a suspect because it was just him and the perpetrator, the police and the perpetrator. And they were actually in the perpetrator's corner. They was actually helping to whoop the police's ass. You got to call for backup. But he failed to do that. So anything could have happened. But when my man, the fact is, they have the gun and the law on their side. The minute you touch the taser, the minute you touch a police officer and you're black, they're going to shoot you. There's no other way to say it. They are going to put you down.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let you keep cooking. Joanna, Philando Castile's gun was legal.
It was legal, ma'am.
He was
That weed had nothing to do with it.
gun. The weed had nothing to do with it. He was already dead when they found the weed. He was licensed and permitted to carry a gun, and I don't know if you had an opportunity to fully see it. He notified them of his pistol.
He told them that
they needed his ID.
Yeah,
when he reached for the ID,
the weed had nothing to do with it. In many states, weed is a ticket. So you're saying that if you're not riding dirty with a gun and weed, anything can happen when approached by police. The weed had nothing to do with it. It almost seems as though there's a level of incrimination based on, his desire to smoke the
you gotta stay off the weed.
I was thinking the same thing, Chef. I'm sorry, Mr. Freeze. I had to channel Andrea Lynch.
Don't play me. Don't play me, okay? Don't play me.
Stay off the weed.
Okay, don't play me.
Okay, I apologize, but that do sound like you. But really quick, then I'll drop it down and thank you for having me on, Chef Shapino. It was messed up on both people's parts, but because the life was lost, I think that the family should be awarded something. Now, what that is, that's the reason why they got to go to court. But clearly, the policeman, with all his training, failed to do, at least from my count, at least 2 or 3 levels of control. Because I talk to my brother about cases like this all the time. The same deal like with the Arbery case. It's levels of control, and he just failed to do that. So the family definitely owes something. Now, what that is, your guess is as good as mine. So I just want to thank you for having me on, and you take care of yourself. All right.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming through. And
so he believed that the dude get that the police officer didn't do his job.
The police officer did his job, but he did a piss poor job of doing his job, ma'am. But again, really quickly, there are levels of control, Miss Lynch. You have canine dogs, you have pepper spray, you have your taser, and the last one, your backup, and your last one is deadly force. And so he went from taser, which the guy grabbed his taser. At that point, most people will say, well, all bets is off. You're going to die. But he went from taser to gun. He failed to call his backup. So you're one-on-one. If you remember last year or year before last, Miss Lynch, when I went live, I talked about that North Carolina policeman that got mollywopped by a suspect because it was just him and the police officer. You may, I don't know if you remember now, but you was moderating for me that Saturday. I talked about this police getting his ass whooped. He got a black eye and everything. So that's all.
My guy, appreciate you, brother.
All right, well, y'all take care of yourself. Salute to Miss Lynch and Mr. Freeze. I'm gonna holler at you. Data drip. Salute.
Hold it down.
Donick on this right here.
Wait. No, I want to. Because he's going after Joanna. I want to just get this. She said having a legal weapon and weed at the same time is illegal. Joanna, the police did not know about any weed on Philando Castile until after he was dead. He was complying with all of the officer's requests. He was not arguing. He was not doing anything. He was compliant. So talking about having the weed was an afterthought because they didn't know he had the weed. It was found after the fact. So I don't understand how that contributed to his death, right? And then you say you're missing the point. Stay home instead of riding dirty and do not resist the police. Stay alive instead of arguing being right. Because you brought up Philando Castile, he wasn't arguing with anyone.
No.
Riding dirty did not impact him. Hold on a second. Riding dirty did not impact him living or dying. He was compliant. And wait, let me say peace. Danae, peace. Sir Hale Speaks, my brother. Thanks for jumping through. Thank you for jumping through. Salute. Derek C. Williams complied. Oh, he stated Castile complied and got killed. Totally irrelevant regarding the weed. The thing that I have, and this is going to be my overarching theory about this thing. It's an issue that I have, right? It's an issue that I believe that we as a people have. We've become so used to the bullshit, so used to the abuse, so freaking used to the unfairness, so used to the over rotation when it comes to policing, so used to the assault, so used to the dirt and the corruption, right? That now when that corruption and that over rotation in uses of force takes place, the fucked up part, we start blaming ourselves. And it sickens me because I believe that at some point we as a people are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Look, you know better to argue with him. Person got shot in the head. Well, I'm saying he knows better. You know what happens. So what takes place is that it creates a vacuum whereby people accept that type of behavior. And then the other people who perpetuate that type of behavior feel a high degree of acceptance and confidence within leveraging that type of behavior on people. Somebody got shot, double tapped, 2 times in the goddamn head. And it was unnecessary. A life was taken by somebody that was not fighting them. It was somebody that was attempting to abscond. So I say a lot of folks got Stockholm syndrome. Y'all so used to this shit that you think it's okay. Stockholm syndrome. When an abused person tends to grow a level of fondness or connection to their captor or abuser, and they expect a certain level of abuse. I got a problem with that. But let's talk. Anybody want to push back? We got to push back. We here. Let's talk about it.
I think what Mr. Talilo put up there a while back, and I think Derek might have been talking at the time, so we didn't really address it. But the hero complex, the pride, a man's pride of not losing, and an officer's pride of not having to go back to the rest of his mates on the force and say that this big guy got the best of him, that he couldn't control his scene, that he had to let the guy go to be the laughing stock after being a 7-year veteran and earning his quote unquote stripes. So I think because he felt he had it under control, that's initially why he didn't call for backup. Because if you look at the video, even when the guy gets out of the car, he's talking with a lot of confidence. He walks up to him. They had this conversation outside of the car. A lot of officers, they got their gun on hand. They're like, you better get back in the car. And they're not going to move off of that point until you go with it. He relented and says, okay, I'm going to deal with you, even though you violated by getting out of the vehicle, even though I requested you stay in it. He allowed him to stay outside of the vehicle. While he went and got his ID, he was talking about the ID. He was like, yo, where your ID? He's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Start reaching around. He did not pull his gun, and he didn't seem scared at no point until he was fatigued. And he said, you know what? I'm losing control. That's when I saw him go into a panic mode. Like, okay, I'm a fish out of water. And once he went into that panic mode, then he made all of these self-justifications on why he needed to escalate force, so on and so forth. But the whole idea is that from the gate, he had this overconfidence. It was his overconfidence. And it was that same overconfidence that kept him from radioing for backup. And without that, both of them are in better situations. Mr. Loyola is alive, bonds out, whatever the case may be, he deals with his situation, goes on by his business. This officer goes on about his business. He's not in jail trying to save his own ass and his family.
All right. And my brother, Information Man, thanks for joining, my brother. Before you go, I just want to say, Joanna, you said you expect people to behave properly. The only thing that I'm stating is the tone of what you were stating ignores the fact that someone died unnecessarily. And I don't know if you've actually specified if that police officer has any culpability for what he did. I'm giving the impression that I don't even want to give that impression. My question, I'll allow you to answer it. Yes or no. Do you feel that his death was necessary? That's one. And if it was right, that's two. Was it necessary? And was it right? And, so my brother, Information Man Show, welcome. It's always a pleasure when you come through to bring your perspective on this.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh man, look, I can hear you in my head with your
just wanted to make sure. I got a lot to say here. Now, this gentleman that you have on the screen here, I believe this is Nathan, if I'm not mistaken. Just a couple of days ago, I was on a particular channel or show, and I think they had police on there, and he was one of the ones that was a police officer along with other people that were on the show. And I guess what they were trying to do is give a perspective from the police perspective of people who are in law enforcement. And he, and along with those that were on the panel that were police themselves, said some things that I disagreed with. And I got up on the panel, and the way you combat people who are not being honest is you combat them with the statistics. So as long as I stayed in the sort of emotional conversation, that's where people want you to be. But the minute I went to the statistics, they could not combat them. And the first thing I did is I said, well, you're talking about whether black people do the most violence or what have you in this country. And I went to, one of the biggest statistics. I'm using their own shit. The FBI has white people commit 69.4% of all total crime in America compared to 26.6% of black people. Now, the area where we are spiking the highest, and we've got to clean this shit up, is, of course, the homicide, right? But white people are at 45.8%, black people at 51.2% when it comes to homicide. So we have a big problem there where we're hurting each other, inflicting pain on each other. However, I work in the penal system as a therapist, so I see a lot of crime records, a lot of C files, as we call it in California. We incarcerate the most people. And I can tell you right now, there's a hell of a lot of white people and other groups of people that are coming into the penal system, and they're getting locked up for doing harm to their own people. And I live in an area where they have an Asian gang task force. They hardly ever talk about that to you on the news, where they have Asian gangs. And who do they inflict their pain on? They inflict their pain on other Asian people, like home invasion, because they know that most in their culture that Asian people will leave money and certain trinkets at home. White people commit crime. Other groups commit crime on people that they live in close proximity to. I also mentioned that to him, that darn well that one of the reasons why you have crime when it comes to black people is the socio-economic problem. So if you take a place like Detroit or many of the industrialized cities, when black people migrated to those places during the Great Migration, you didn't have all this problem because people had jobs, education, and opportunity. Everywhere black people live, or anybody in an urban environment, no matter what race you are, you're going to have high crime because there's no opportunities. I even talked about the midnight basketball program. These folks weren't ready for the things that I was talking to them about, Brother Chef. They didn't even know about that. I said there was a midnight basketball program all across the country. All right. New York, San Francisco, LA. And what happened during the midnight basketball program is that they were able to bring the gangs together. They also said to be a part of it, you had to have educational and job training and counseling to squash the beef between gang members and people that were out there selling drugs. The midnight basketball program back in, I think it was in the mid 80s or late 80s, was very successful. And what happened in my community that I grew up in is that the police could not meet their quotas because the drug dealers and people that were doing certain stuff, they were off the streets at the midnight basketball program, which had an educational component to it. And what ended up happening, they got rid of that program all across the country because it was too damn effective. So I brought that up to them. Then I brought up the issue of slave patrols, and Brother Nathan that you have on the screen, and I think there were others who said that that was a myth, that black people have been taught this myth about policing coming out of slave patrols. They even had the audacity to they even said on the show that most of black people, not just black people, but most of people's views of how they see police comes from us, from the media manipulating us. So now you've got police who are people that are pro-police saying that, well, we're simply being manipulated by the media when we see people like Lyoya and any other brother or sister be killed. We're seeing it with our eyes, folks. We're seeing it with our eyes. And so I said to him that, well, you have to keep an account why black people do not like police. Well, some black people do not like the police. It's because we all have had some bad experience with police, meaning when we were a child, when we were an adult, we've had some bad experience. And then I gave my anecdote of experience with police myself, which wasn't a very nice one. So he simply said, then they kind of went into this whole thing, well, it's not all black people. Well, even if you didn't have this experience, you might have somebody in your family who have had this experience, or someone who had to give you to talk about if you get stopped by a police officer, make sure your hands are on the wheel, make sure you don't do A, B, and C. So they tried to argue all that down, but they really couldn't because I came up with numbers. Then there was the issue, like I said before, of how did policing start? So another gentleman on the panel started arguing me down about what I need to know about policing. Oh, it started in New York in 1906. And then I said, well, technically, policing came out of slave patrols, which were people who were bounty hunters. Then they start talking about, well, no. It was organized in New York first. And then those people that were bounty hunters joined. Well, that was my whole damn point, fool. That people that were bounty hunting after black people when we came out of slavery into Reconstruction and we settled into trying to have a life, these same bounty hunters that would hunt us down during slavery, they turned in their bounty hunting career and became full-fledged police. And then when they would capture us or catch us or occupy our communities, they were employing the same bounty hunting techniques that they did when they were bounty hunters, which is why a lot of black people got killed. And then I tried to explain, if you know the history, they would arrest black people for any and everything during the time because they were concerned that black men were going to savage after white women and savage the whole country, which is why they came out with the movie The Birth of the Nation, which depicted black people as savaging the country and the Ku Klux Klan having to come in. That movie was played in the White House, and it also gave rise to the motion picture industry. When I brought that issue,
D.W. Griffith.
Right. When I brought that up, Chef, nobody said anything. You know why? Because they didn't know the damn history. So I had people trying to tell me what I need to know. And I'm saying to myself, man, I've learned from the best. I got 3 degrees. I got a degree in African-American history. I've learned from the best of the best because this is where they were trying to go. I had one guy on the panel who I guess was a police himself. It didn't make sense. He said first he didn't like police, but then he became a police officer. And then he says to me, what I need to know is that there were black men and white men who were working together in harmony in this country, in certain parts of this country, and what have you. And I couldn't believe that he was saying what he was saying to me. And I was saying to myself, man, this guy doesn't know history. I said, well, if that was the case, why is it that you had white men there were riots in this country as it relates to jobs? There were white men that began rioting because they were afraid that black men were going to take their jobs away from them because of us being freed and having, and black people, black men and women, we were the most skilled labor in this country. So we became a threat. All you got to do is Google it and you'll see all these events where there were riots on these unionized jobs and white men were like, we ain't gonna let these ends take our damn jobs. And they were killing and rioting people to the point, one of the reasons why you have unions today, or you have what they call states' rights, is that was designed to protect white men's jobs and make sure that black men who were qualified couldn't get the job by guaranteeing that white men get those jobs, even though black men were the most skilled labor in this country. Then someone on the panel went on, Chef, and said, well, you know that there's been other slaves. Chinese people were slaves. White people were slaves. And I said to him, and they said, Chinese built the railroads. And then I said this, a lot of people don't know this, Chef. I said, no, the Chinese built the railroads in the Western hemisphere of the country. Most of the railroads were built majority by black men labor. So most of the railroads were built in the South, to the East, to the North. And then they didn't bring them over here as slaves. They weren't slaves. They brought the Asians over as cheap labor to complete the rest of the train tracks into the Western hemisphere of the country. That's how you get those movies and those books about John Henry, because it was black men in slavery and out of slavery who were building these damn railroads, because before the Chinese got here, and the Chinese weren't slaves. The white people that came over were indentured servants working off their time because they were criminals. And then they had the choice after they worked off their time to go back to England or London or to Europe or to stay in America. Oh, Dr. Martin Luther King said himself that white people who came over here were given land grants and all sort of things. So I said to Nathan and the gentleman that I was talking to, if there was this harmony between white men and black men, why did we have Jim Crow laws? Why did we have separate water fountains? None of this shit would have happened if there was all this harmony. So when I brought that up, nobody could say anything. Nobody can say a damn thing. Nathan, who you have on the screen, he did agree with me that white people are committing the most crime. But this is how he tried to throw a monkey wrench in it. He had the audacity to say to me that, well, white people should be committing the most crime because they have the largest numbers, but black people are disproportionate. Here we go with that bullshit again. And I said to him, then I said to them very simply, well, if what you're saying is that white people commit more crime because they're the biggest number, then I said to him and everybody on the panel very simply, why is it that they make the face of crime black people? Why is it that every time they talk about crime and they picture someone, they make us the face of it? They don't make, white people never make themselves the face of it, right? And, you know, they really couldn't argue that. Then every time I brought up facts, Chef, like I brought up this fact right here. Check this out. This is another fact right here. I brought this up because they kept talking about, well, you know, it's the media that's making you think that cops are killing black people more, because they kept saying, well, it's actually more white people that are being killed than black people and blah, blah, blah. And then I said to him, look, this is a statistic right here. Black people are most likely to be killed by police, 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. Even though there are a lot of white people that have been killed by police, you can make the argument there's been more, but this is where they never go to this statistic right here, Chef, and everyone listening. Most of the white men who get shot, or white people who get shot by the police, a lot of times is because they got a weapon and they're shooting back at the police. And as a disruptive to that, the police shoot them dead. However, there's plenty of footage where white boys have taken phaser guns from cops. They have taken billy clubs from cops and hit them with their own billy club, pulled out knives, and the cops didn't shoot them. But however, when white men do get shot, it's because they've got a weapon and they're shooting at the cops. Now, 1.3 black men are 1.3 times more likely to be unarmed compared to white men when they are shot. I asked that question of Nathan, who is an officer, and those that were on the panel that were officers. Guess what happened, sir? Nobody answered my questions. No one answered the statistics that I brought up. It's a damn shame. Now, as I get ready to land the plane here, I know I've been going on here. As I get ready to land the plane here, Chef, this is very important. I want everybody, you can check my figures. I want you to check out the Washington Post, the fatal force. This is talking about the police department, police in this country we call America. It's entitled 1,049 people have been shot and killed by police in the past year. This was put out in of June 2, 2022. For anybody that says, oh, you're talking about old stuff, man. No, this is updated stuff. 1,049 people have been killed and shot by police. This goes across race, okay? But check this out. This is where it gets worse. And I would like police officers like Nathan who come to YouTube and want to tell black people that what we see on media is our imagination. No, the media just simply reinforces what black people already know about police and how they treat us. We grew up seeing this. I grew up seeing how police treat black men and black women, even when we're not even doing crime. I myself in Baltimore, Maryland, was sitting on my uncle's porch, minding my own business. The police came up to me thinking that I had did some robbery. I said, man, I'm here visiting my uncle. Here's my ID. Showed them my ID. They were blown away. It said California. They were like, whoa, right? They pointed me out because they think all black people look alike. I've had experiences where I've been put on the ground, hands in the back by police because of mistaken identity, walking in the wrong area. We see it all the time. White people don't get harassed by police because of walking, jogging, eating ice cream in their home. We get harassed, but we got people who get on YouTube who are cops telling us we're being too emotional. Oh, you're listening to the media. Well, brother, look. Answer the question. Why are we 3 times more likely to be killed? It says here in this document, black Americans are killed at a much higher rate than white Americans. Although half of the people shot and killed by police are white, black Americans are shot at a disproportionate rate. They account for less than 13% of the United States population, but are killed by police at more than twice the rate of white Americans. You see this? I wish I want the police officer, Brother Nathan, to answer these questions. Hispanic Americans are also killed by police at a disproportionate rate. Okay, black people at 39 million. How many of us have been killed within that 39 million? 1,615. Hispanics at 28 per million, 1,093. White people at 16 per million, 3,059 killed. That's a hell of a lot of people. As I said before, a lot of times when white people get killed by police is because they're in a gunfight with them. They have a weapon. They're in the midst of trying to kill the police. But see, nobody wants to talk about that little fact. Most victims of so this is the area. This is what I'm talking about. You can find this. I'm going to drop this in the chat room.
And I want to cut you off just for a second.
Yes, sir. I'm about to end. I'm going to put this in the chat room so people can see this whole article in the Washington Post. It gives you breakdowns. It gives you graphs so that if anybody thinks that I'm just making up stories, they can see it for themselves. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to, I left the message up on the screen. I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to what Joanna Washington was stating.
Okay. She says, let me see. Let me read this here. I'm jumping between pages. It is media manipulation. Cops kill more whites than anyone. This guy is irresponsible with his points. Okay, let me just shut this person up right now. What did I just say earlier, Chef? Didn't I just say that white people are being killed at high numbers? However, black people still tend to get killed more. I just read a breakdown.
Right.
What I just read a few minutes ago didn't come from something that I made out of the thin air. All you got to do is go to Washington Post. Let me read it again for people out there who got wax in their damn ear. Let me read it again. This is Washington Post. This article came out June the 2nd of this year, 2022. So this ain't no old data from years ago. It's called Fatal Force. 1,049 people have been killed and killed by police in the past year. And then it gives the numbers. Now, didn't I just say, Chef, reading the numbers, I'm not lying, that white people are being killed by cops at high numbers. But however, even though white people are killed, black Americans are shot disproportionately at a higher rate than white people. They account for less than 13% of the United States population, but are killed by police at more than twice the rate of white Americans. So even though white people are killed in large numbers as well, they're not killed at the same rate that black people are killed. And didn't I just read another statistic? If this person has wax in their damn ear, this statistic came from a breakdown of 2013 to 2019 and still holds true today. 1.3 times more likely to be killed when unarmed. So black people are being killed by police when we're not even armed, like what happened to the African brother in Michigan. Okay, or George Floyd, or any black person out there who's been shot by police, or Elijah McClain, who was minding his own goddamn business and the police shot him, laughed about it, and injected him with drugs that they had no business putting in his body in the first place, and the young man died. Let that person explain that bullshit right there. Now, didn't I just say that, Chef, that white people do get killed at high numbers by police, but a lot of these white people that get killed, when you look at their circumstances, they're not getting killed at the same rate that we get killed, or at the same rate unarmed. A lot of white folks that get killed, they don't tell you about this little dirty little secret. A lot of them that get killed is because they were armed with a gun in the midst of trying to attack the police or shoot at the damn police. That's why a lot of them end up dead. A lot of times they do not end up dead when they do not have a weapon encountering the police. However, we end up dead whether we got a damn license or no license, or a man from Minnesota who told the police officer, I got a license to carry in an open carry state. I want you to know, officer, that I do have a gun in the car. And he got shot by the cop and was no threat to the cop because he was talking to the cop on a routine traffic stop. Now, to the person in the chat room talking and smacking their gums, let me also tell you again, as I told Nathan and the rest of them, I work as a therapist in the penal system in California over 20 years now, and I deal with all the gang bangers, white supremacist gangs, black gangs, all of them. I see their criminal files, and we got a hell of a lot of white men in prison that are in there because they shot at police, they molested their family, they killed someone in their community that was white like them, they were involved in biker gangs, 1% gangs and things of that nature, Nazi lowrider gangs, and they were doing all type of havoc. Let's not forget what happened in Waco, Texas, brother Chef. You had a biker gang out there in Waco, Texas some years ago that was shooting it up like OK Corral with another white biker gang. And guess what happened? Did the police kill any of them? No, they were captured alive. You have the white supremacist that went up to Buffalo, New York. They captured him alive, even though he had all sorts of weapons on him and killed black people. So this person in here that's saying that I'm giving irresponsible information. No, I gave responsible information. Yes, white people are being killed, but black people are being disproportionately killed more than even white people still. I stand on facts. You can do the research. You can Google this. You can look at articles. You can look at policing records, the whole 9 yards. Right. It's fact.
Sorry.
No. I just want to say this because this person thinks that I'm just sitting up here talking donuts. I got access to criminal files and I can see criminal data coming out of California where I work at and what's going on in the streets. White people are doing a lot of crime too, but they do not get demonized like we get demonized.
Information, man.
So that person needs to, if that person got a problem with whatever I'm saying, come on up here, click the goddamn link and come up here and challenge my points, because my points are backed up by people who have done the studies. I haven't even begun to open up the other information or shit that I know. So I'm going to stop right there, because information can be powerful, but also the people with weak minds may not be able to handle powerful information, brother.
So let's do this. Oh, you got the sound effects. So let's do this. We've been showcasing, using Nathan's video as professional expertise in terms of his perspective and his professional perspective about the tactics that were used, right? And how he feels about the case. So now we ventured into territory where we're discussing him. So it's important that, we can't discuss a brother without them being in the room. So welcome to the stream, Nathan Daly. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Chef? How you doing, brother?
Chilling, man. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm doing well, man. I had a busy day, man. I checked you probably about 30 minutes ago, saw you were still on, just coming in late. I appreciate you spreading the message and actually breaking down the video. It's important that, you know, our people hear it, you know, we learn from it, gather as much information as possible, and do our best to prevent these things from, you know, happening moving forward, and what we can learn from both sides. And so I got a chance to catch the tail end of the stream so far as I was kind of listening to it as I was moving around. So I appreciate you and just the panel. Shout out to the panel. My first time seeing you guys, so shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Said your first time. What up, Nate?
Hey, what's good? What's good? What's good?
Yeah, man, you broke bread with Vic. Oh, he's not on camera. That's why.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I see you, brother. I see you. Yeah, this is a sensitive subject, man. It's difficult to cover. It really is, especially for me being in the middle. You know, I put myself, you know, I told myself I'd stand in the gap to try to fix the problem the best I can and kind of lend my knowledge and really clarify a lot of things, because I know it's a difficult conversation to have. So again, shout out to you, brother. I appreciate you, you know, spreading the conversation. It's very necessary. And everybody on the panel so far, I heard everybody's been real open and patient with receiving it, and kind of looking at it through, you know, not just through the lens of emotions, but also really trying to rationalize and understand everything, all the nuances in this case. We all know that every case can't be looked at the same and has to be measured individually. And so I think sometimes that could be a little difficult.
I have a question. I have a question for you, Nick. Okay, so the way I looked at the video, and when I heard you say that he was out of breath. So, right. and he was out of breath. So when you said that he should have had more, you said he should have had more training when it comes to this combat with no gun and no taser.
Yeah, there's a couple things, and I think this is why I feel like my channel is so important, because a lot of people, you know, we have a particular perception of policing that's not accurate, and it's not anybody's fault, right? It's one of those things where if you don't do the job, you just really wouldn't know, right? And what people don't know is that there is no requirement to be healthy. There is no requirement as officers to have maintain a level of wellness. So as an officer after the academy, you're free to do what you want to do. Whether you stay in shape or not is up to you. The department cannot put any type of obligations on you to be healthy. So in that video, what I saw was an officer who was winded, and he wasn't even in a fight. You know, he was grossly out of shape. You know, his conditioning was bad. And in reference to tactics, I trained in martial arts. You're not obligated to have any type of martial arts training as an officer. They teach you maybe for a few days. But after that, it's on you. The onus is on you to maintain a level of defensive tactics training as an officer. And so you have to choose how skillful you want to be. The department doesn't mandate any of that. Once you have it in the academy, that's it. Then you're on your own. I did it. I kept up with my training because I wanted to stay alive. You know, and so I took it seriously. Some people don't. You know, and unfortunately, that's one of the biggest problems with law enforcement. Part of my reform idea is to mandate and make it mandatory for officers to have, you know, consistent defensive tactics training throughout the years. You know, preferably every 3 months, you should be going over and retraining. And I think the brother said something early about the military. The difference between the military is they train all the time. Well, the difference with the military is they have the time to train. Officers don't have the time. And so you have to create the time in order to create the training. And along with the training comes the money. You have to have the money and the funding to actually, you know, fund that training. That's another aspect of it that people don't see. So to your point, to your question, the issue is the officer was poorly trained. He was taught how to do it, but if you don't maintain it or keep it up, then you lose it. And so he was out of shape. You know, unfortunately, a lot of people in the job, they're so accustomed to people just complying. But when I teach officers, I tell them that the real job begins when people don't comply. That's when you become an officer. You know, it's easy. You know, the uniform commands respect, and it commands and demands that you do what I say, the authority in the uniform. But when you come across someone who does not want to do what you say, then you have to make them do it. And if you're not capable of making them do it, then this is what ends up happening. You have an officer who ends up having to lean on their weapon because they don't have the ability or capability to do it themselves.
Okay, I got one more question for you.
Mm-hmm.
When he stopped the gentleman, should he have called for backup, in your opinion?
Yes, I would have.
Yeah, they took down. That's what I said earlier. They took down your original video where you actually broke it down piece by piece in terms of.
Did they? The video's still up? Is it down?
I went to it and it wouldn't allow me to play it, and it said
you probably got to log. You got to log into YouTube. You got to be logged in because the video is rated. Because I have the entire raw video of the shooting.
Yeah.
Up to the 18 plus.
You got to be 18 and older, to watch the video. So you probably weren't logged into YouTube in order to see it.
That might have been it.
Yeah, the link is under the video. The most recent one I did, the one you were talking about. And
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go, brother. What were you about to say?
So just to summarize it, there was a statement that you made in terms of him not securing that particular scene before he attempted to detain Mr. Lyoya. He also put Mr. Lyoya's life in danger as well. And that was a point that you had made. And because I stated that once you exert some level of authority over that scene, then at some point you hold responsibility for the safety of those folks, right?
Well, yes and no. So two things. When we look at police procedures, the moment he stepped out the car, the officer should have, radioed that in, because that obviously could have turned into a multitude of things. The officer is forced to have to engage now because you don't know where the threat is coming from. You have two occupants in the car. So you have the driver, you have the passenger. The officer could have been ambushed. The officer has to be in a defensive position. Honestly, I would have had my hand on the gun, ready to draw the weapon, to be completely honest with you. And so that's just how quickly things can get escalated and an officer's life can be taken. The officer did a poor job of chasing after him without securing the passenger. There have been times where officers have been ambushed by the passenger. So as he's wrestling with him on the ground, the passenger could have easily walked up and put a bullet in the officer's head. So as an officer, you have to be considering all these things. When you talk about safety, and to hit the officer's defense, he could use that also as part of his defense. Whereas he didn't know that, the passenger was coming up, he couldn't keep his eye on both people. His backup wasn't there. All these things will act towards a defense for the officer. And I think the problem is when officers get off on certain type of encounters like this, because the citizenry, some of the citizenry, especially if it's within within our community, we don't understand the laws or police procedures well enough. We don't understand why officers end up having leverage over these type of cases. And because there's so much more than what we actually see going on.
What about the qualified immunity? Doesn't qualified immunity plays into why officers get the more of the benefit of the doubt? Obviously, you're uniformed, you're trained, and the goal is that you're trying to apprehend or arrest, would be the proper term, someone who may be in the midst of engaging in a crime. So, and usually they say that, when you go to court, everyone's innocent until you're proven guilty. However, I believe that you're guilty and you have to prove that you're innocent, depending on the circumstances. Because I think one of the problems is that, when people when police do take the lives of citizens, particularly citizens who are unarmed, what makes people frustrated is that we don't have any recourse to sue that officer for damages in the way that we can come after that officer directly, because quite obviously, if I took the life of an officer, and by the way, there's been about a total of 119 deaths right now to date with officers, 2022. So officers are being killed out here. Not at the numbers that regular citizens are, but they are being killed. California right now has the highest number of officers that have been killed at around what's this 20 about 8. 24 in Texas is the most, actually, and California comes in at 8 in terms of officer deaths by state numbers. But this is one of the things that frustrates people, because we see officers, not that many officers have actually gone to jail, like gone to prison for taking the lives of people that they have shot who may have been armed. It's not a lot, and that frustrates people.
But that's because the people in power aren't educating the people properly on the law. So if you want to placate to people instead of educate them properly, you can avoid all of that. You know, that's honestly the big problem, because when I see it, I'm looking at things from the law. You're looking at things from morality, from your moral standpoint, your moral code. You know, morality and law are different. Right. So, and morality is subjective to each person. The law is very finite. It's straight to the point. The law says this, the law says that. Your morals say a lot of different things. And
but
so,
ain't you protect and serve? I mean, if I'm wrong, it's called protect and serve. Is I'm wrong with that? Because when we getting killed, we getting shot in the head. We unarmed people. We getting shot in the head. You using deadly force, but you're supposed to be protecting and serving. Because at the end of the day, I know my rights, and I have seen the officer pull my son over and put him out the car because he said he looks suspicious. That's that bullshit. But he ain't got a traffic ticket. He put him over. Mm-hmm.
But to your point, though, that's actually a legitimate reason to pull somebody out. If they look yeah, that, and again, there lies, and that goes back
to me. It says you're afraid for your life because my son is 6'2" and big.
Hold on,
but this is what I would say to you, Officer Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
Respect to you, brother. But isn't whether someone's suspicious, isn't that subjective? I mean, I could make an assumption looking at you, brother. Let's just say I've got something going on in my head. We don't know what goes on in the head of these officers, or just like you don't know what may be in my head, where you have to protect yourself.
No, you don't.
But I don't. But anybody can make an assumption. It's just like when black men.
Hold on. Information man, this is what you did last time when we were talking, right? You make your point, and then you want to add a story attached to it.
No, what I want to say, it's just in the case of when you have black men or black women and we're jogging down a street or we're walking in a neighborhood, and people will assume, a lot of cases, because we're black, that we don't belong there. So as by default, we're seen as suspicious, when then you find out that you didn't do anything. You talk about my stories, brother. I told you a story about what happened to me in Baltimore. Police assumed that I was doing something suspicious when, no, I was visiting my uncle, and on the porch had key to the door, relaxing and enjoying myself. And they came up to me because they stereotyped me. So
I didn't hear that story, but
yeah, I know you didn't hear that story, but
hold on one second. Before you get into that, right? Because
no, I'm stopping right there. But I'm just saying, anyone, based on what's in their mind, can make assumptions as to what they think you're up to or doing, when it may not even be based in fact. It can be based in their stereotypes to you as a person, because people bring all their stereotypes and their cultural conditioning into their jobs, and they project it on other people. That's a fact.
And you're absolutely correct. It's called human nature. And what is your point?
My point being, you said that her son was stopped.
Okay.
Because he was, in that officer's mind, suspicious. You said because the officer saw him as suspicious and that he legally could do that. And I'm saying to you, was he suspicious because he was actually suspicious, or did he see him suspicious because he is stereotyped to see black males as suspicious because they're driving a car? Just like Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry got stopped in Atlanta.
See, there goes the story right
yeah,
there.
Yeah, because these stories are things that happen to us, brother. You don't want to hear the stories because the stories are based in fact. Tyler Perry was stopped in Atlanta, Georgia, until they realized who he was. Guess what happened to him? They said, "Oh, we're so sorry, sir," and let him go. You had in Oakland, California, you had one of the Tony brothers who was in his car, and the police pulled him out of the car from the door. And then once they realized that he was a famous musician, now all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry."
The reason why I say the stories is because we're trying to have a discussion.
But the stories are facts. These are things it's just like I told you on the other show. Black people have the disposition we have towards police because we've had real experiences and we've had family that have had experience. And that cannot be discounted, brother. It's not because of we've been culturally conditioned by the media. The media reinforces a lot of our experiences that we have seen for ourselves, brother. And that cannot be denied, period.
So, Mr. Nathan, do you believe that we're just oversensitive and black folks is not getting killed and black folks is not getting pulled over for no reason? I'm just want to know if that's your answer.
No, before we get into that conversation, the reason why I made the statement about the stories is because we're supposed to be having a discussion. If you make a point, you have to give a person the opportunity to respond to that point.
Okay.
What Information Man was doing in the last discussion, he would make a point and he'd run off on a tangent with multiple stories and anecdotal experiences and things of that nature, and it takes the conversation extremely off topic.
Yeah, and when I asked you things that were based in data that I brought up on that show, when I got away from the anecdotal experiences and I brought up data, nobody answered my questions that were based in data.
The problem,
period.
The problem, Information Man, is that your recounts of what happened in that conversation are grossly inaccurate.
No, they're not. They're not grossly inaccurate. Didn't I say to you in that what I said today, why black people feel the way they feel about policing? You said that we're being manipulated by media. Yes, media does play a role in manipulation. I did bring up the fact that black men are shot more times unarmed than white cops. I brought up the data. Nobody on that panel, when I asked them to explain that to me, was willing to explain that to me at all.
Do you know why that is? Because it seemed like when you came on the panel, you just wanted to hear yourself talk.
All right, man. You know what? You know what? No, I didn't want to hear myself talk. That's your perception. What I wanted was to get an answer to very important points that I brought up. But what I got in return was everybody trying to tell me what I need to know about history as it relates to policing. And I've already did some more research into it. And what you said about the policing thing was actually wrong, because a lot of those police went into policing that were bounty hunters. Not to mention Los Angeles. You know why black people were treated poorly in Los Angeles? Yeah, you don't like my stories, but my stories are based in history and facts, brother.
But that's not what we're.
You know why the policing why police had been so difficult for black people in Los Angeles? Because when black people migrated to Los Angeles and were starting to do kind of well for themselves, and there were police chiefs that were white Bull Connor types, you know what they did? They recruited all them white boys down in the South that were sicking dogs on black people and banging us, that were Ku Klux Klan members. They recruited them up to the West Coast to join the police department in Los Angeles. That's how the police department in Los Angeles got its bones in its evilness. And you know where you can find this information at? It's in a documentary called Bastards to the Party, a documentary breaking down the history of black people in Los Angeles as it relates to policing and also the gangs. So anything that I bring up to you, you say is a story, I can take you to the data and the information where it comes from, brother. But see, that's the problem, is you don't want to hear that because it negates your narrative that we're just manipulated by the media and that cops are so law abiding to us as a people. And they have not been historically.
Are you finished? The problem, Information Man, is that unfortunately, again, the moment I try to talk and have a discussion with you, cut me off. I haven't had a chance to even answer Andrea's question from the very first time she asked her question, because you feel the need to overtalk me. This is why we weren't able to have a discussion last time on the other stream.
Well, you all weren't honest on that other stream. Y'all said a lot of bullshit to me about policing, and it was a police love fest over there, and I wasn't with that. Period.
Hang on just a minute.
We gotta let him say something.
Nate,
For the record,
period.
Hold on, wait. Give me 1 second, Vic. So for the record, just so you guys understand, Nathan, the initial intent was for him to provide a breakdown on the show, but we moved the date of the show. So in terms of us doing the show today, it conflicted with his schedule. You follow what I'm saying? So we did have the opportunity to have a piece of work that he had done speaking on the topic. So we use that in lieu of his presence.
Okay. So I mean, I respect what you're trying to do here. I get it. But whether that, in my opinion,
both of you guys, though,
whether that officer was out of shape or not, he still shouldn't have did what he did to that young man, period. And if he wasn't in shape, that's on him.
Hang on just a minute. All I wanted to say is Nathan, you a guest here, and we've heard our side. Everybody know where we stand on this side of the law. But you represent both sides because you are, in fact, a black man, yet you have been on the other side and you have done the job. You do know the nuances. So based on what information man has displayed today, not no other time, not no other conversation, point by point, without interruption, information man, I'm asking that you made your points. They sound solid. Let's see if they stand up. Let's give this brother a chance to address them. One by one, speak on what you want to speak on, Nate.
Thank you so much, Victor. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Chef. I appreciate you interjecting as well. And information, man. Before I get on this subject and answering Andrea's question, you're more than welcome to come to my channel. We have the discussion where you can break down everything you like to break down. I don't want you to feel like I'm avoiding any of the questions or your perspectives or any of that nature. I just urge you that, when we're having certain conversations, just stay on the topic. That's all. It's because it's a multifaceted thing. It's bigger than a 30-minute hour conversation. And so the reason why I was stopping you on the other show was because I had a limited time on that show as well.
Okay.
And the objective was to talk about police reform solutions. Okay. As you remember, it got derailed significantly because you and another guest on the panel got into a heated debate about something that had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this out of respect for you. I apologize for any disrespect that I might have put towards you on the other panel or on this panel today. Even if I'm passionate about something, I have enough respect to at least say, hey, I'm wrong here, I'm wrong there. So, and I got to be honest with you too, brother. You comport yourself very professionally, and I appreciate it about you. So I just want to tell you, man to man, that I apologize for any disrespect that I might have given you, and I will hear your point of view. And thank you.
No, yes, sir, and I appreciate that as well. And I don't take any offense to. I know, this again, it's a very sensitive subject. And we're all very passionate about it, which is why I volunteer my time to put this channel together to address these things for our people. And so, believe it or not, me and you agree on a lot of things. When we had our discussion initially, you noticed I wasn't pushing back on the data.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that. That's not what we were trying to get into a different conversation. You know what I mean?
Well, brother, what I like to do too, and Chef knows I got to bring him on the show. I definitely am open to having you come on my platform and analyze some of these events, these things as they take place. Unfortunately, when they do take place, I give you an open invitation to be able to give that perspective to our people. If you would like, I definitely would exchange emails with you because you're right. We do need to understand both sides of these perspectives. And you, as being a cop, you're seeing something that, like you said, we don't see normally from your vantage point. So I can respect that. Yes.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that. Good. All right. Smiley faces, everybody. Smiley faces. All right, Andrea. Now let's talk about your situation with your son, and not dismissing whether it was right or wrong. We're talking about the leverage that officers have in situations, right? Because there's nuances to people being stopped, people being pulled over and things of that nature, and what an officer sees. There's a lot that goes into it. So I like to speak to try to tell people that being suspicious, yes, is a legitimate reason to stop and talk to someone. The law allows officers to do that. But to also Information Man's point is that it can be rooted in bias. It can be rooted in prejudice. It can be rooted and it can be disingenuous, right? And then it can be 100% lawful. And so with that being said, if you know that there are different variables, unfortunately, policing has historically is rooted in racist practices against Black people. It's hard for some Black people to see that they're actually being stopped by a legitimate reason, right? And sometimes that is the case. And and the reason why I always explain it that way is because if you as an individual are being stopped by an officer and the officer has 100% legal justification to do so, but you in your mind think that he does not, and you act based off of thinking that you're not supposed to be stopped, you could then be escalating a situation in a direction where it doesn't need to go. The problem is you won't know if an officer is being honest or if he is lying about you being suspicious, or you match the description of somebody else. You're not going to know. You're not going to know in that moment. So I always tell people that it's not worth the risk, right, of escalating a situation, because I have been every time, I won't say every time, plenty of times have stopped people for legitimate reasons of suspicion, or someone had called the police on them, or they matched the description of a person we were looking for, right? Say they had dreads, gold teeth, wife beater, right? White tank top at the gas station for doing XYZ. And I stopped someone who matches the description 100%. And that was not the person. And so this does happen. And so everything always comes down to how we communicate, how we handle or how we address the situation. So I always tell people to it's always in our best interest to be patient, know our rights, so that you know when an officer is overreaching, but also not to get emotional in a situation, because you don't know. The best thing you could do is, if you feel like, or you suspect that an officer is abusing his or her power, or that they are profiling you, you ask for a supervisor, right? You cannot hold court on the side of a road with an officer, because it's always going to be that officer's word over yours initially. And so I always tell people to be patient and take your time. And if it does come out that the officer did abuse your rights or was racially profiling, then there's a way to go about handling that administratively. You will never win fighting a cop in the moment. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work, and it's not safe to do that, unfortunately.
Yes, I understand that. And my son is 23 years old. We have been teaching him, put your hand on the wheel, don't make. But the thing is, I found it so funny that he's black, big, and tall, but yet and still he's sitting out for a traffic ticket. He's sitting out of his car because he's suspicious. And the only reason I'm able to roll up, because I rolled up on the scene, because I was going to the gas station, and then I'm looking like, while my son who's got no criminal record, no criminal nothing, he's sitting out of his car. Give him a ticket and let him go on his way. But you got him sitting out his car, and you're trained too. Now I'm irritated because you're training, because I'm like, don't you train on the fly at the office, not at the in the scene? And he said, well, I'm training right now. I'm like, oh God, please.
Oh, he had a rookie officer with him that he was training.
Yes,
FTO.
yes.
So what they stop your son for, if you don't mind me asking?
What did he stop him for? Did he get him a ticket? I think I made a fuss that he didn't get no ticket, because another man came up and said, we are hypersensitive because 2 black boys got killed a couple weeks ago, and they got shot. They got shot. And so I said, look, I'm scared for my own damn son. We hypersensitive out here.
Were they shot by those two? Were they shot by the police or shot by just it was another person? Those two
That
that
was
you.
talking about the police. That was talking about the police,
Oh,
but drug
okay.
enforcement. So I said we are hypersensitive because y'all shoot first and ask questions later. That's how y'all get down, and I know how y'all get down. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel about y'all. Y'all shoot first, and then you want to ask some damn questions. And I'm not trying to be rude, Nathan, but
No,
that's
you
how I
good.
feel about y'all. That's how I feel about y'all police. You shoot first, and then you want to ask some damn questions about what really happened. And so we hypersensitive because these two black boys got killed, and it's just killed. It's killed like they ain't nobody. And we have black sons, and we don't want to lose our son. Our
So
black
Andrea,
sons every day.
So Andrea, let me just jump in real quick.
Yes.
I just want to ask you a question, right?
Yes.
It's just something to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that all law enforcement is bad and has the
No,
intent?
I don't believe they're all bad.
Okay, but wait. Let me walk you down this road.
Okay.
Do you believe that there are good police officers that protect the community?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So there's certain police officers that you might be able to speak with and vibe with,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because those kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm stating is I want you to think about this. You may be talking to one of those. Remember, let's treat it in a vacuum.
Okay.
His expertise, in terms of what this show is about, it was not about defund the police. It is not about any of those things. It was us getting a professional, tactical perspective of what took place within the dynamic, within the what I call the four walls of that video of that young man losing his life. Police expert. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's definitely something that I just want you to think about, you know, because I know when you start getting hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But remember,
mm-hmm. But I do believe that y'all should have more training. I believe y'all should have a psychiatric evaluation. I believe when you shoot somebody, you should not be back on the scene. You should not be back working. I think you go see a therapist. I think it's some things y'all are at a high risk job, and it's high risk for your family. I understand that, and I have sympathy for y'all. But I do thinking y'all should have more training. Your officer should stay in shape. I do think that y'all should have a psychiatric evaluation, and I do think you should be on the boots in the community, because when you in the community, you will know your people, and then when you know your people, you might get some things out of them. When you're not, I even told the officer, I told the officer, if y'all is on the boots, y'all might know your community. You think I'm gonna tell you if I see a drug dealer? No, I ain't telling you.
wait. Now I'm gonna shine on you. Saying under boots, you got to get your colloquialism right. Boots on the ground.
Okay, boots on the ground. If you're supposed to be and know your community, we might feel a little more to you. We might know stuff.
Let me stop you there. You know, I like how you're able to do this multitask, stroke the hair, throw the hands back, twist. I'm like, shit.
Yo,
yeah. I can't even grab my hand and rub my stomach at the same time.
Yo, Nate, there's a bald Brazilian lady somewhere tied up in somebody's basement right now on account of that.
Facts. Mommy got the Hawaiian silky going strong right now. Listen, you know, to your point, there's a policing. On my channel, I talk about solutions and I talk about things that need to be done. Policing has gotten so disconnected from their objective. Earlier, you said law. You said protect and serve. That's a marketing ploy. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. It's not. No, it's not. It's a bad marketing ploy that should have never been issued out. You know, policing is about law enforcement, and you can't protect and serve until you can enforce the law.
Thank you for saying.
And to be honest, the courts have ruled that police are not responsible for your safety. This is why we need to reduce police encounters by removing officers from responding to about 70 to 80% of the type of calls that they're being dispatched to. To be completely honest, we're overly involved with citizens, in my personal opinion. and we should be reserved for things that require a hammer and not things that require a scalpel, right? And there lies the biggest issue with law enforcement. And to your point in reference to community involvement, you know, we've gotten detached from that, to the point to where, so one of my reform ideas is in reference to actually requiring officers during the week, during their work week, to work in a uniform capacity in the community, volunteering in the community. That is a work day, right? The only way you could pull this off and give officers more training and community service work, they need to do it and get paid to do it. These officers need to get paid to do community work. That's part of their job, to interact with the community. You have to reduce the type of calls they go to. We get called to do all of society's issues, and that's not what officers are trained for. And to be honest, if we trained officers more for what they should be required to do and less from what they should not be required to do, we could focus on more life-saving tactics, like, of course, hand-to-hand combat. For example, you have officers in other countries like England, Finland, they don't kill as many people during their encounters. They disarm people with knives and bats and shovels. Over here, we just shoot you, right? The law allows us to shoot you if you have any type of weapon and you pose any type of imminent danger to an officer. And use of force goes based off of if you can provide any great bodily harm or death. So you don't have to be, you don't necessarily have to try and kill me, but if whatever you're doing can cause me great bodily harm, the law allows me to use lethal force. So, when we start looking at the law, we start looking at how officers are trained, officers have gotten too comfortable using deadly force to answer less lethal issues. Some officers won't get punched in the face. They'll shoot you before they get punched in the face, right? And so again, the problem is we have coddled officers in this country. Officers have gotten too comfortable being subpar, and citizens have coddled them. Police officers are this country's golden boy in a sense. And because of that, we have created a lot of weak officers because they're not being held accountable when they make mistakes. They're not being addressed when they are unable to deal with suspects. For example, in this case here with Patrick, he was unarmed initially. How did he get the officer's taser? Right. So that right there is a testament to how poorly trained the officer was. I could show you, matter of fact, I have a video on my channel right now showing you what my training looked like. I was trained by 2 Marines. We had to get pepper sprayed. Then you had 2 officers, 2 trainees, 2 rookies that would try to take your weapon. You had to maintain your weapon for 60 seconds and you couldn't give it up. They would tie us up, put us in a trunk. We had to get ourselves out. We had real training. They pepper sprayed us. We had to go through handcuffing. We had to handcuff somebody, pepper sprayed, and shoot our weapon, pepper sprayed. But this my training is not the same training other departments get. I think, and the misconception that the people have is that they believe we're all the same. And I tell people that all police officers are not created equal. All police departments are not created equal. That's the greatest misconception, because at the end of the day, there's 18,000 police departments, and each one of them operate as their own entity, meaning they run it they run it the way they want to run it, and that is a problem. My department, you messed up, you're going to prison, But then I hear some cases, case in point, like in Los Angeles, you got departments that are so big that it's so easy to have corruption because it's hard to turn over every rock. You can't see everybody. It's hard to manage. Large departments tend to have the most corruption, or departments in these rural towns and small cities that nobody ever goes to. Those are the departments with the worst problems. And because they're out of the eyes of the citizens, they're out of the eye of the media, and it's easy to brush things under the rug. You got generations of, my daddy's daddy was a cop, and my cousin, and it's so easy to keep a secret amongst family, right? And so there are a lot of issues, and I think sometimes the problem is the citizens see a problem on the outside. I see the root of the problem because I've been on the inside. So you might see the surface, I see the root. And so my reform goes towards the root to fix the bigger issue so that it's a domino effect to actually clean up the profession as a whole. To your point, and what Information Man said earlier, he talked about the mindset. And he's right, human nature, the problem is every officer is different. And so even when you look at a person, the best way to understand the officer that you're dealing with, you have to know where the officer was born, who the officer's friends are, how that officer was raised, what their parents look like, what they studied in school. You got to know the officer's religious beliefs. Why? Because an officer, or I would say a person, filters their job through the lens of their experiences. To Information Man's point, he's absolutely correct. And so how do you measure that? You can't. How do you hire for that? You cannot. So what you can do is make sure that when officers abuse their rights, abuse their authority, that they're punished properly. And therefore you get people into the mindset of, regardless of what my personal beliefs are, regardless of how I feel about a person's skin color, I care more about my freedom. I care more about my livelihood. I care more about my family than my racist ideologies, right? And because at the end of the day, there has to be something that an officer is putting up for risk, and if there's no fear of discipline, then people get away with doing things they have no business doing.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
I got a real quick question.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask. Oh, go right ahead, Free. I'm sorry.
I'll pass it right back to you, Information Man.
No problem at all.
Me and Chef were speaking earlier about the possibility of a federal mandate about training and or body cameras. He said that it would be highly unlikely for that to be possible. How reasonable do you think that is, to have a bare baseline amount of training and or body cameras for a federal mandate nationwide?
No, I never said it was highly unlikely. What I did was I stated that it was a mountain that they would have to go over, get around, or go through. When you're passing federal mandate, when you have, even in the state of Georgia, you have several hundred counties. That's why there's laws that's different. Certain things are legal in one state as the other. So what I was speaking to was not highly unlikely, but the amount of obstacles to have to forego in order to get that to happen. You know what I mean? That's just my clarification.
Man, yeah, you good. Man, this country can't even vote to keep its citizens alive, right? That's the country we're in. We're in a country that can't pass a vote to help keep their own people alive. The reality is that there will never be a federal mandate. I'm gonna tell you how the feds work, though, in reference to pushing type of policies for police departments. What the feds do, because the feds and states are separated, so the feds don't have any jurisdiction over the states. The states can't make any laws. The states can't make any laws that infringe on federal constitutional law, right? But so what do? Since they have no power over the states, what the feds do in a lot of other areas, which is why a lot of people have an issue with them just in general, is they use money as a way to control the states. So the states are like, well, our schools are doing bad on a state level, where the feds say, well, if you teach this curriculum, we'll give you some money, right? So it works the same way in the police department. So there's what we call a CALEA standard. And so there's like a certain standard that the feds say, if you do this and you have this level of transparency, you do this the way we want it to do it, we'll give you funding, we'll give you federal funding. That's per police department that's responsible for, if you want to get this certification, then we will give you funding in exchange for maintaining this level of standard. It is a higher standard. So when you have a police department that meets these standards, the feds will kick you some money, but you got to go by their rules. And so I work for a department that was, that had those standards and certifications. And so they held us accountable. There's certain things that department cannot do, when, open records, timely information, disciplinary, and all that kind of stuff. The problem with the feds, Biden signed over a package of police reform and it was I can't remember how much. I think it was like 20. It was like 20 billion, I think, or something, or 20 million. I can't. No, I think it was billions. It was
Yeah, I
something.
put what you were talking about on the screen for you too. Kalia standards.
There you go. There you go. I appreciate it. Right on time, brother. Right on time. And yeah, law enforcement accreditation. And so high standards right there. They request a lot, and if you maintain it, you get the check. And not every department wants to do it because they don't want the people in their business. You have some police departments, unfortunately, that are very. It's not that they're corrupt. They are. I guess it's a form of corruption. You know, they've allowed the power to essentially make them feel like they're above the people they're supposed to be serving. You know, one could argue that that's a form of corruption. You're corrupt. You're no longer maintaining or you're no longer operating under the principles that you were designed to operate under. And so the moment you start to deviate from that, that is a form of being tainted. And I would say that's a form of corruption. And so there are departments that they don't want transparency. They don't want body cameras at all. And they're very clear on it. And you can't force them to do it. The feds can't force the states to do anything. The states have to do it, which then leans back onto us as individuals, as a people. We are responsible for holding politicians accountable for addressing the things that we want done in our communities. Police reform has to be done on a state level. Absolutely. The feds won't be able to do anything about a damn thing. And so, you know, but if you want to understand what you should be asking from, you know, our politicians and our leaders, those are the things that I talk about on my channel, because I know, just like Chef knows, that that there's no way the feds are going to, they can't enforce anything on the states. You know, just plain and simple, they can't. And so when you have states like Texas, where they're stubborn as hell, they do what they want to do. You know, Florida, you know, a lot of these conservative states, you're not going to tell them a damn thing. And
Montana,
so,
Oregon.
yeah, you're not telling them nothing. And they move like that. Their police department moves like that because from the governor all the way down, the highest level of government, and just throughout the chains of government, they move with a lot of ego. And so you're not going to march in there and tell them a damn thing, especially the federal government. They have a dislike for the federal government. And so, you know, at one point in time, you heard Texas talking about they were going to break away during the riots and stuff. You know, they reckless. And so what you can do has to be done on state level. The politicians you have to force the politicians to address your needs as a people. That's how it works. Outside of that, nothing's getting done. To be completely honest with you, there needs to be, to your point though, there needs to be a universal training standard for all police departments. I do agree with that. Every department should have body cameras. Absolutely. I feel like at this stage in the game, if you don't have body cameras, I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to police. Because unfortunately, policing, the profession, has broken so much trust with the people, just in general, that at this point, it should be mandatory for officers to carry cameras, to have cameras and record every single citizen interaction, period. I think that is a mandatory thing that I have it in my police reform package that I'm presenting. But all the states here, I mean, all the departments here in Georgia, the majority of them here, the major ones, all have body cameras. And so I would make it a felony for officers to turn off their body cameras in interactions with the citizen, because I would look at that as tampering and destroying of evidence. You know, especially if something questionable came out about it, I would, you know, that should be grounds for immediate termination. You know, so these are the type of things you put into place. And someone mentioned qualified immunity earlier, I think I saw something about that. The problem with qualified immunity is it's not something that officers have alone. You have judges, you have other political employees, politicians that have it, and you get rid of it for police, you're gonna have to get rid of it for everybody. And I think that's the reason why they're not going to get rid of it for police. And, you know, in reference to qualified immunity, I think people have a misunderstanding of what it's about. It's in reference to civil officers being sued civilly. So it's not anything criminally. It's civil. And an officer being sued civilly, I think is kind of defeats the purpose, because the officers don't have any money. So you're going to sue the police department anyways. But I think.
ask a question.
Appreciate you. I appreciate your answer. I want to pass it back the information, man. He was working on a question.
You're right about that. The only way you can change the qualified immunity, you have to go through the Supreme Court. You've got to petition. This is on the federal level. You're absolutely right about that. And you're right. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Nathan, do police departments have what they call insurance? Because I've heard that, I know out there in Ferguson, I think that cop that shot the young man down there, Brown, Darren, he actually worked in another police department out there, if I'm not mistaken, that went defunct. And a lot of times some of the officers who have these kind of dirty records are able to bounce around to other jurisdictions where they can become a cop from one jurisdiction where maybe their police department got defunct. And I remember the late Johnny Cochran saying that you should really go after suing the police departments based on their insurance. That if they start getting hit in the pocket economically, that would probably be more effective in terms of making the loudest noise towards cops stopping what they're doing because they're lose their accreditations. I don't know if that's possible or still possible. That's one, is that possible?
No, because I mean, that's what they've been doing all the time. Police departments settle all the time. You're talking about billions of dollars a year are wasted on officers who are failing at their job. And in some departments, I've had situations where I know officers that even at my last department before I retired, where it's a situation where an officer got into like a wreck, a car accident or something like that. And the officer was wrong. The person was really hurt and the department sued. So not all cases are from officers who are intentionally, in a sense, violating somebody's rights. Yeah. Sometimes this is simply as officers making mistakes or doing, just doing stupid stuff, not doing things by the book. Not everything is in reference to officers violating a person's constitutional rights, right? So, or wrongful deaths, but regardless, they accumulate. My thing is, and this is a pipe dream, but for the department, what I was responsible for doing was they put me in high crime areas and told me to fix the problem. And so I'm a tactician. That's what I specialize in, organizing, I guess you would say, the tactics and strategies needed to reduce crime. And so what I would always present, I would present to my supervisors and command staff. I would present to them an expensive method. I would then present a non-expensive method, and then I would present to them a free method. That way, ensuring that regardless of what I present, you can't deny me of an operation that I want to execute. So with that being said, when we talk about this, you brought up a good point. When you have officers that bunny hop from police department to department after they've messed up or they're no good, this is a problem. And, what do? What would it look like, right? The unions are an issue. What would it look like if the citizens can actually sue the unions, right, that are protecting the officers when they make the mistake? What happens is the unions feel very comfortable because they have no liability, right? So they can push a lot of policies. They put money into the pockets of the politicians while things don't get done, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Right? But what do? How do you handle it? The best thing to do, instead of worrying about the insurance of the police department, if you want to work around with qualified immunity, I tell people all the time, you'll never get rid of qualified immunity. You can't take something away from the police without replacing it with something else. And I think a lot of times people lack the imagination, and we look at a situation, we just want something removed. What needs to happen, which I think is a great idea that'll work, is if you actually insured police officers individually, as if they were individual contractors. So, for example, myself would have to get my own insurance to carry a police license to perform the duties of law enforcement in any given state or department. That insurance is nationwide, just like my license is nationwide. So what happens as a police officer? I need to be insured to have a license and to perform the job. If I cannot perform the job properly, I lose my license. If I lose my license, I can't be insured. If I get sued for violating somebody's rights, right? Now I get sued. Say my policy is for $1 million. I have $1 million policy. I get sued, and the victim gets $300,000 from that law. Well, guess what? My insurance is like, nah, you're a liability. We're gonna drop you, right? So Allstate drops me. Then I go to Geico and I'm like, hey, can y'all insure me so I can start working again? They're like, nah, you're a liability. Guess what? That keeps me from going to another state if I can't get insured. So I believe it's the officers that need to be insured. And that way, when the officers make a mistake, you get to sue them directly instead of suing the police department. Because guess what? The police department's paying the money, but guess whose money that is, right? It's not the police department's money.
Tax dollars.
There you
Taxpayers.
go. It's the taxpayers. So so when I come up with solutions, I look at giving people something that they can't refuse. How do I get people to vote on that? All the citizens are going to be on board, because once they see how much money that's coming out of their pocket for lawsuits on officers who are trained poorly, right? What is that going to end up doing? Now, the department is going to be forced to ensure that their officers are trained properly, or they're not going to be insured. So you have to have it. You got to set it up in a way to where you force everybody's hand to do their damn job. Right now, it's set up to where the police department doesn't care if officers are trained or not. Guess what? Because if they fuck up, someone else is going to pay for it.
Somebody else is going to pay for it.
Yeah. So where is the desire to want to do better? There is none. And once you take the desire to do better out, case in point, here's a perfect example of the desire to do better. I believe we should also, when an officer is legally engaging and enforcing the law on an individual, on a citizen, and the citizen has broken the law, and that citizen resists arrest, right? And the citizen gets hurt because of that. I believe the citizen should be unable to file a lawsuit against the police department because they violated the law themselves. And by them resisting arrest, they got hurt in the process. I don't believe they should be allowed to sue the department.
Okay. I totally would agree with that part. If they were totally in violation and they were, in the midst of doing something wrong.
Correct.
I would agree with that.
Now, let me add this caveat. If the citizen is stopped and it's unjust, it's unlawful, or it was racially motivated, it's unlawful in general. It won't even matter after that. If it's an unlawful stop and the citizen resists arrest or is injured in that, the citizen should have 100% unrestricted access to sue and win because of that. And so what does that do? It puts the citizen and the officer on notice to say, hey, as a citizen, if you know you're wrong and you fuck up and get hurt, it's going to be on you. And you can't, there's no check at the end of this rainbow. And I think it puts the responsibility back on each individual. And so there's a way to fix it. You just have to have the right solution, and you'll see it become a domino effect of change.
Okay. I agree with that.
With a slow clap.
Yeah. What I wanted to
appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Another question I want to bring up to you. Well, this is more of what's the question? I have to agree that officers are being asked to do a lot of different things in a community. You're being asked to take on situations where you need to be a counselor. Now you're getting involved in domestic disputes, which if I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, Brother Nate, I've heard officers say that the domestic calls can be the most dangerous calls for an officer. Is that correct or wrong?
No, that's I would say it is correct. From my experience, hell, all the calls have the potential of being dangerous, but they say this one's the most dangerous because you're walking into unfamiliar territory. You're walking into a home. There could be weapons anywhere. There's oftentimes I've been on domestics where the woman has turned on me. The woman I'm there to protect doesn't want the boyfriend or the husband and go to jail. And that can be dangerous. You can have I've walked into homes where there's families fighting. You don't know where the threat is coming from. And it's dangerous too, because you have children around a lot of times as well. And so it can become a very volatile and unpredictable situation. So yes.
Now, this is my last question here. Do you think, how would you, if you were a cop, if you were on duty, you're not, not retired, how would it make you feel as an officer if they did have, because I work as a therapist in mental health, how would it make you feel as an officer to have someone who works in mental health, to have certain clinicians that they could call out to intercede in some of these situations where you have people that are having mental breakdowns, that so that it could possibly, I'm just saying, possibly take the pressure off of you as the officer to have to get involved in something physically because maybe you don't have the training or maybe the energy to deal with someone who's off the rails like that, and maybe someone who could come in who's trained could talk that person down. And then now you're not on the 10 o'clock news being reported as putting hands on this mentally ill person, where now the whole world says, hey, you did this to this mentally ill person that broke down. Because like I said earlier, they're asking cops to take on duties that for the most part you're not trained for. I mean, how do you feel about that? Maybe some people don't like that. Some people may invite that.
No, no officer, all officers are okay with that. We don't want to do those calls. We don't want to do any of that stuff, to be honest. And I won't say we don't want to do it. We recognize that that's outside of our scope, right? You have some see, the difference is, to your point, what you said earlier, I'm a very compassionate person. That's me though, right? And you line me up against 20 other officers, you might get 4 more that are like me as far as being compassionate. You have other officers like, I don't care about your family drama. They walk in the house. Okay, who broke the law? Okay, you're going to jail. They don't want to hear the story. They see somebody with a cut on the forehead. Your ass is going to jail. There's nothing to talk about. I don't want to get into your family, whatever. See me, I would walk into the home and I want to know how we got here. I would really want to know. And I want to know I really want to know, because I'm a genuine person. The problem with policing is you don't know who you're going to get.
Yeah.
You don't know. When you call 911, you don't know who you're going to get. A person who's compassionate or a person who doesn't give a damn. You might get a white officer who's more compassionate than me, right? Or you get a white officer who seems like he's racist, but he's actually racially insensitive, right? He's looking at it like, look, I don't care about what happened 400 years ago. Okay, the law is the law, right? Like that's how some of them think. To us, some people might look at that as, oh, he's a racist. I'd be like, nah, he's not a racist. He just don't give a fuck, right? That's 2 totally different things, a different mindset. And so, but that same officer who's racially insensitive will jump in a bullet or take a bullet for a black person, right? So there's context. There's so much nuance to this because you're dealing with human nature. And you're dealing with humans in general, and we're naturally, organically flawed people. And so what I would say is a lot of officers would prefer that a lot of social issues be handled by the appropriate professionals. Because, again, we are hammers going into places that require a scalpel. And the problem is policing has become society's dumping ground for societal issues. That's not police's fault. That's the politicians and those who are running things' fault, because they can do it, but they don't want to spend the money on it. So when people say defund the police, cool, we want to reallocate resources, I'm all for it. Less is more, right? If I have less officers, but I have the best quality officers, then I'm still on top anyways. I'd rather have a department, instead of having 100 officers, I'd rather have 30 and use them for the most important tasks that they're needed for, than to have 100 and then have damn near 80 of them not worth a damn, right?
Right. I think the defund the police, I think, was a slogan that was created out of people's emotions because of what happened during the summer, and out of emotions come emotional decisions. So as a result, it's not the proper branding. They should have just simply said, hey, look, we want to take some of that funding to be able to create a unit of people that are clinicians that can go along with the police if they
Yes.
encounter a situation where you have someone who's I know I tell these stories, but San Francisco, we had a guy who had mental problems, and the police actually had shot him. And had there been a therapist there, maybe the police could be on standby and let that person maybe see if they can talk them down. And as an option before you have to employ, the physical stuff. Because at my job, and you've heard this as an officer, all of us as a staff, no matter whether we're an officer or a clinician, we're trained to understand excessive force.
Right.
And when you're going too far and you have to employ other measures before, the officers at my job, they talk to guys at the cell before they have to go in on them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then they have the cameras that they record, and they have to, they talk to them. They try to see if they can bring him down and de-escalate him, because they really don't want to go in the cell and put hands on him, because that puts the officers at risk, any staff at risk as well. And I just think it would be great if you guys had a call like that and they had someone from some kind of services that can come out, try to see if they can talk the guy down as a precaution before hands are put on. And I think it could get a lot of officers like yourself out of being in situations that's effery, that puts you at risk too. So,
let me speak on that. Couple things. So I've had situations where I've almost had to shoot a mental health person before, someone who was suffering from mental health crisis.
Mm-hmm.
I've had plenty of situations where they've been out of control, and we've tranquilized them and things like that. I mean, so whether prior ex-military, military veterans and things like that, it is very, very difficult. Things get crazy very quickly. They get out of hand very quickly, and I'm trained as a crisis in crisis intervention, so I'm certified in that. And but with me, I have a very peaceful demeanor, and so a lot of times I'm better than a lot of the officers that I would hang with, and even sometimes I would have a difficult time. My patience is that of a monk with some people, and so things don't bother me. I'm not agitated by someone who's not listening and things of that nature. And I don't use force as a way to gain compliance, especially when I know a person is not right in their head. If there's no weapon, then I'm not really afraid of anything, right? So, and one of my reform policies that I'm putting together in this package in regards to mental health is what I've noticed. The problem is there's not a lot of people and clinicians that want to do the job to that magnitude.
Sure.
So we got to call that out. So that's why when I hear a lot of politicians make these statements about, let's put mental health workers on the scene and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, find them. And then when you find them, they're going to be telling you how much they want to be paid. All this stuff sounds good until you can pay people, right? I've worked with DFACs extensively, and they don't like their job. So, when we talk about these social programs, we got to be realistic, because see, now you end up not paying, you end up taking the pay away from the police, and now you got to up the pay on everybody else, because they're miserable. Mm-hmm. And they're not doing their job to the best of their ability. And the citizens are hurting behind it. But I think what ends up happening is when you put that responsibility back on the people whose jobs it is, then you're going to start seeing people really talk about the real issues that are going on in communities. If we talk about the Black community, because that's where I served the majority of my time in my 13 years, the things I talk about on my channel about what we're not doing in our own communities, you're not going to be able to blame the police anymore, because the people who are doing the job are going to say, hold on, hey, this woman got 8 kids and she's still on government assistance, right? Or she's helping, she knows these kids are doing all the crimes and she's facilitating it. Or he is doing this and he is doing that, but no one's speaking out against it, right? Like, you start seeing the real root of the problem in our communities is our broken homes, our dysfunctional homes. The parents having no control over their children. There's a lot of single mothers that are having a difficult time managing their kids, and the absent fathers. You have a lot of men who are out here throwing their seed around, making plenty of babies and disappearing.
And so when you start looking at those things and say, when you don't have a strong core family that can address these issues, you then end up leaning on the government, whether it's social services, DFACs, different clinicians and therapists, to try to repair things that should have been repaired from a nuclear family. And so policing should be out of that. My thing is, now you got to pay those people. So, but if we're talking about a mental health situation, what I thought would be great is that we have officers wearing clinical uniforms, and they have their body armor underneath. They carry their gun concealed, because one of the things that I noticed the most coming into these calls is that one of the biggest issues is that the uniform, an officer's uniform, is a representation of a sign of force, right? And believe it or not, people recognize. I don't care how out of your mind you are, when you see that uniform, you know, it can be threatening for some people who are going through a mental health crisis. And so I would put together a unit where the officer is undercover with the clinician. Therefore, the clinician is protected, because that is one of the issues that you're not going to be able to convince a woman. A lot of our clinicians and therapists are women, to go in there to just random people's homes and be unprotected, because they don't know combat. They have no combat training. You know what I mean? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
I believe that it's a failure of our mental health systems, because the system is failing to serve and treat people who have these meltdowns. Then you, as a police officer, will unfortunately have to encounter these individuals, because there's already a breakdown in our system, which is why, like, you know, you might have heard of this in the past. California, back in the day, they released a lot of people out of Napa State. And of course, the governor Reagan at that time, he did that, and it was a very big mistake. And it has contributed to the homeless problem that we have here in California that's been going on for many years. So, and now in San Francisco, or the Bay Area, police officers have to deal with homeless people on the streets of San Francisco.
Exactly.
Trying to pick them up and trying to bring them to social services now.
Right.
Something that the officers should have never have to have had to do.
And people have rights, and so when you start using the police as a form of force to put in place social programs like that, it has a bad look, and then now the police are hated because of that, right? So the problem with homelessness is you just can't force people, right? Like you can't. It's such a big problem. A lot of these officials, man, they're not for the people, right? And they got the money, and they're not, like here in Atlanta, we got a homelessness problem, and these clowns built a whole Mercedes-Benz stadium, you know, for a football team that can't even win a damn game.
I just did a story on my channel about the homelessness, specifically around what's happening to black people that are homeless, black men in particular in Atlanta. And I can't tell the life of me understand what all that so-called black leadership down there in Atlanta, what are the black people in leadership doing? But that's a whole nother subject. I don't want to get us off a whim here, but I did a video about that. It's a damn shame.
It's embarrassing, actually, for this to be the Black Mecca. I would say this, you know, and I want to answer a few more questions, guys, before I run out. But I would say this real quick, because I plan on doing a video tonight on this, and I have to go out of town tomorrow. But shout out to Sir Hell Speaks. That's the big homie right there. I would say this, you know, case in point, when we talk about political leadership and black skin, you know, this is the problem. Those two, the officers who were involved in the Rayshard Brooks shooting, the one who killed Rayshard Brooks, you know, a lot of people don't know he got his job back, right? And see, Andrea, you didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't.
I see your face. He got his job back. A lot of people don't know that he got his job back, but guess what else? You know, he's suing the city of Atlanta.
Wow.
And here's the problem, and this is what I was speaking to earlier, Andrea, because about how divisive some political leaders or activists or just people who are trying to speak on behalf of black people. you're not being honest with the people. Educate us on the law, educate us on the policy. Don't try to coddle our feelings or try to placate to our emotions, because just for temporary, right? They did these things for temporary reasons, but they violated their own policies and they violated the law. And because of that, they had to give this man his job back. And because of this man has a lawsuit he could file against the city, and he did. So even those officers who were involved in tasing and arresting those 2 college kids in Atlanta, I don't know if you heard about that. It was a big thing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had to drop all those charges and give them their job back. Because but it's the thing is this. A lot of times on these body camera footage, we look at what's going on. It never looks good when you use force against a citizen, right? Let's just be real. And none of that stuff, you could be like, this person was wrong, but he had to hit him like that, right? Like people always, it doesn't look good when you have to force somebody to do something they don't want to do. I agree. And at the same time, there are times where it's excessive. I definitely agree with that. Now, even with this case with Patrick, I explained it on my first video with him in reference to the use of lethal force. The use of lethal force, the law doesn't dictate where you exercise that force at, right? And so if the law says you're allowed to use lethal force and the officer shoots you 20 times in the head, the law doesn't dictate or stipulate what that use of that lethal force looks like. Death is death, no matter how it's carried out. The law doesn't give any type of, hey, well, you can only shoot them in the heart, right? Or you can only shoot them in the stomach. The law doesn't put any caveats around that, if that makes sense. But as humans, when we see something that is not pleasing to see, we look at things a lot of times from a moral standpoint, and there's nothing wrong with that. What that officer did was unnecessary. I definitely believe that. And just because you can use lethal force doesn't mean you should use it. And so there's an argument that the officer can make that he checked all the boxes in order to use lethal force. But my question is that I don't believe that he was in imminent danger, but that the officer is the only one who can prove that, whether or not he was in imminent danger or not. And so I would say this, though, in reference to those officers, right? Rayshard Brooks, right? The law, again, he checked all the boxes. Rayshard Brooks fought. They had a legal reason to be there. They had a legal reason to arrest him. He resisted arrest. He took the officer's weapon. He fired the weapon at the officer. The officers are absolutely justified under state law to return to actually use lethal force against him, and they did, and he passed away. No, he should not have died from a situation like that. It's unfortunate, it's tragic, but the law justifies it. The law justifying something and what we believe morally should or should not happen are 2 separate different things. Go ahead, Victor.
I had a question.
Go ahead. Whoever wants, yeah.
Okay, I have a question, and I know this is not about this case.
Okay.
But I want your professional opinion about that school shooting and how long it took for them to go in.
Hey, hold on. That's a long one. That's a long one.
Oh no, that's the easy answer though.
I want to know.
You got a quick answer. I'm not saying don't address it. I was just saying mine a little quicker, but
yeah,
please.
A little quicker. The officers were wrong. That's not how they were trained. They were wrong. And hopefully the investigation points to who gave that order. But regardless of who gave that order, the officers are trained to eliminate the threat and act the shooter.
Should they all be fired?
I would fire any officer that was in the hallway that did not engage that threat. Absolutely.
Okay, that's why I feel so.
Yeah, I would terminate them based on failure to. There should be something in the policy, the failure to do their duty or something like that. I would because at the end of the day, as officers, someone has to make a decision. There's 2 or 20 officers in the damn hallway, and not one of them could come up with a plan. That means that, as officers, whether you're with the group or by yourself, we are individual leaders, right? We are supposed to be trained to be individual leaders, meaning that if I'm by myself in a situation, I need to be trained well enough to lead that situation, right? Mm-hmm. They give me a gun, they give me a badge, they taught me the law to make decisions. And so with 20 officers in the hallway and not one of them guys could come up with a decision on what to do, nah, that's ridiculous. And not only that, when I understand the entire timeline as it was told to us, They engaged the suspect outside the school, right? They knew where he was the whole time. This wasn't a cat and mouse game, right? They had a shootout with him outside. They allowed him to go inside. They knew where he was. They knew where he was at the entire time. They allowed all that to happen as officers. So that's completely unacceptable. I would have every last one of their badges in the chief.
Okay. And that is a protocol in y'all whatever you want to call it as a protocol.
The training that they had was active shooter training. I did the training. I did several training on that. That training is very specific, and it was done after the Sandy Hook shooting. And so after the Sandy Hook incident, we got trained, some of us, not all departments, I'm not sure, but my department was trained significantly on Sandy Hook, to the point to where I have copies of all the schools in my area. I have the maps of all the schools in my area. I can pull up on my computer if I need to respond. They taught us if you need to drive your car through the door to get the door open, that's what you do, right? Like that was a type of training. And because of that, they start outfitting our vehicles with shotguns. So if we need to blow the lock, blow chains, we can do that. They gave us, we had rifles for reasons like that. They gave us plate carriers for reasons like that. We had helmets. I had a whole, if I wanted to start, we had a little army. What they did was they took the excuse away from officers for waiting for a SWAT team. When you have the body armor, you have the weapon, and you have the shield and the protection to get the job done. So there's no excuse anymore. And that's why what they did, those officers did was unexcusable, because they had the training.
Okay. That's all I want to know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I didn't think you would take that position, but okay.
I wanted to, Nate, brother Nate.
Hold on, Victor. Hold on. Victor had a quick question, real quick, before you go on.
I want to ask this question, and this is for Information Man and Nate. So I'll end with my question, but I want to make a statement, because you were saying something earlier, Nate, when you were giving out some of those solutions about insurance and so on and so forth, about how to solve some of those things, and by creating those dynamics where it would force people's hands.
Right.
Is it not? This is a statement, or a question somewhat, but more of a statement. Should officers not feel like they're being used as pawns in this, and take it more personally themselves, that they're being put in these situations, underpaid and undertrained to be put in it? Why is there not a bigger outcry from the officers that are being put in these situations that we're talking about? Now, this is a two-part question.
All right.
Now, the second part, you answered when you were saying as far as how much reach the Fed does not actually have. So there is a movie called Green Book. And this is where you come in, Information Man. Green Book was a book of, hotels and places that it was acceptable for Black people to travel in the South. So if they came to the South, they would know where they would have the least amount of resistance and issues and problems. The law as it stands, if I have a firearm and I'm fine to carry it wherever in the state of Georgia, those rights don't transfer once I leave the state of Georgia. So there are maps that tell, what states have what laws. Should we be creating our own version of a Green Book that says, hey, these counties and these states are problematic areas, and these areas are better routes to travel through? Because if we can't come up with any consistency, we're having these problems while they're traveling.
You're absolutely right. I've heard people say that Black people should be this is a shame that we have to look at things this way, but it's a reality. There are certain areas when Black people travel across this country, counties that you should not drive through when you're trying to get to other states. There's certain places right. There's certain interstates in Florida where they assume that every person that's Black might be trafficking drugs. So I think that's an excellent point you bring up, Victor, that we should create our own version of a 20 21st century green book. However, I must say this, it is a shame that with all the progress we think we have made in this society, that we would even still have to create a modern day green book. That's a sad commentary. Not saying that what you're saying is wrong, but it speaks to the sad commentary of our society.
Well, I would have to also say that this stuff, I think we forget that it hasn't really been that long ago. And the people who participated in racism and systemic racism are still alive today, and they're still making babies, right?
True.
So we're really not that far removed when you really think about it. Like, it hasn't really been that long ago. And I think that what the biggest issue with our community is that we can't get on the same page and we're not working together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would eliminate everything. And to be completely honest, you know, racism is only an issue because we allow it to be an issue. Systemic racism is only an issue because we allow it to be an issue. At the end of the day, we as a people, we hold all the leverage, but we were told that we don't hold the leverage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I have conversations about police reform with different groups, I go to different panels. I tell people, again, as a tactician, what do I do? I have a conversation to say, what is it that you want? I have a solution for whatever you want. If you don't want the police at all, I got a solution for that. If you want the police, I got a solution for that too. And so what are you willing to do? Are you able to do it? And do you have the money to make it happen? So anything is possible if you got the money. And so with us as a community, we have the money, we just don't spend it properly. And so we're not spending it on ourselves as a collective, we're spending it on ourselves as individuals, and therefore it's impossible for us to get anything done. So to your point, in reference to these, you know, sundown towns, like everybody say you're in Atlanta, but when you leave Atlanta, you're in Georgia, right? Like for Black folks, it's a reality. It's things start to look a little different.
That's a fact.
Because it's undisturbed, you know, Black people, we stay in specific areas, you know, and we're comfortable there, and I get it. But the problem is, you know, we're not respected as a collective because we don't act as a collective. And I think that's where our biggest problems are. So it is sad that we have to do those things, to be completely honest. But at the end of the day, you know, whatever you believe in, if we want to talk about white supremacy and racism, systemic racism, all those things fall at the feet of a unified Black people, right? Those things cannot survive or exist when Black people are united. And that's just the reality of it.
Your brother's a shot.
All right. Just welcome Joanna Washington up to the stream. She's been making some waves in the chat today. You know, Joanna is definitely one of the original sponsors of the show. So I think Joanna had a question, or you wanted to share something.
Thank you, Chef. Can you hear me?
Yes, man. We hear you perfectly.
I'm having some technical difficulties. I'm blessed to be able to get on here at the same time with Officer Daly. I just wanted to ask him a question, and before I preface my question, I want to say to him that I am a subscriber of his platform, and I appreciate his platform. His message and his points are so needed, Chef. Are so needed, and I want to say to you, Officer Daly, I know you're retired, but I want to continue to call you that because out of respect. It is so needed that someone who looks like us can come onto a public platform and educate us. And you spoke on so many things, and I want to let you know that I support you in your endeavors and what you're trying to do and trying to bridge the gap between how we as a people of Black people perceive policing in America. You stated a lot of things that we don't really understand what the law states. we are mostly emotionally based. We're not and morally based. We're not really factually or lawfully based in our assertions and what we want to see for our people. And it's important for people like you who served 13 years, who've had many experiences in policing, to come here and educate us. Now, it was my understanding when you first came to Chef's platform tonight that you said that you were listening while you were going about your labors. You were attending something, but you were listening, and you probably were able to see some of the things that we were discussing in the chat. And one of the contentious discussions that we were having, Officer Daly, was that there's this mindset that some of us Black people have about policing, and you're right that police have lost our trust. That I agree with that, but at the same time, on your platform, you have stated because some other people were misinformed, and you're here to clarify the misinformation. And one of the things that was being discussed tonight that got contentious was that there's this ideal or perception that police officers, particularly so-called white police officers, are targeting and kill more Black people than they do white people. And they throw in, talking points about proportionately. Well, we all know that proportionately, Black people are, only a certain percentage of the population here in the United States. We understand that. I'm not exact on it, but I think it might be between 12 and 14% of the population. That'll put it around 40, maybe 41 million, between 45 million so-called Black people. And of those so-called Black people, it needs to be understood on this panel, on this platform, like you do on yours, that of that small percentage of Black people, Black men commit more of the violent crimes. Also, it was a contention on this platform that police officers, particularly white, kill more Black people than they do white people. And that's just factually untrue. Can you go into that, Officer Daly, please? That is the reason why I wholeheartedly agree with you, because the more that we get out of our feelings and more into the facts, I'm hoping that we can bridge the gap of understanding. And because, see, Black people aren't immoral people. I don't agree with that. We're not immoral people. But we don't understand because we're watching too much media, and we're listening too much media, and we're listening to many politicians, people who are paid to lie. We're listening to the Washington Post, and we're listening to the news, and they have their own agendas. I'm sure you understand that. But you, Officer Daly, you have your own agenda. And I wholeheartedly support your agenda. And my agenda tonight is not to be contentious or to thwart or to make other people feel bad or look bad. But it needs to be understood because people are going around thinking that Black people have a target on our backs. And the numbers don't add up. The numbers do not add up. Can you speak to that? Do white officers, law enforcement, kill more Black people than they do white people? Some people need to hear that. Thank you.
Hey Nathan, before you answer, I want you to answer her. But I just want to
I
clarify.
can't hear anything, but I hope you've been able to hear me. Chef, were you able to hear me?
Yeah.
I was Miss Washington, can you hear me at all?
Is he speaking, Chef? I can't hear. This is the reason why I don't come up, not because I'm afraid to.
For some weird reason, you were never able to hear Vic.
I don't know
So
why.
what I'm gonna do, Chef, since you were able, I just want to make sure, were you all able to hear me?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly.
So what I'm going to do now is get off, because when I'm on the platform, Chef, and I've said this to you before, I can't hear all of you. So
Right.
now
And
that my
normally,
question has been asked, I'm going to leave the chat, I'm going to leave the platform and go back to the chat so I can hear. Okay, can you hear me?
we hear you perfectly.
Okay, so Mr. Daly, Officer Daly, please hold your response for a moment. I'm going to leave the platform and go back to the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chef.
And
Thank you.
Chef,
Now
I'm
have
going
a
to
say.
listen to Officer Daly's Nathan Daly his what he's going to say, and then I'm going to give if I can, before I get off tonight, I want to give a rebuttal to anything not based on my personal opinions, but based on the data. FBI, because she made a statement that black people or black men, I don't know, I don't want to quote her, are more violent. We are violent when it comes to homicide, but I got all the other numbers as it relates to violence. And according to the FBI statistics, white men are actually more involved in violent activity overall when it comes to crime on their children, crime on their own community, to their women, and various crimes, various violent crimes. I want to be able to rebut that with numbers, not with my personal opinions. And I'm going to hear what brother Nate, Officer Nate, has to say.
Before you go, Nate, all I wanted to do is ask Miss Washington for clarity on something she said, because it's a very small thing in language, but it can mean a lot of different things. She said, "We know that black people are not." The question is, did you say are not amoral people or not immoral people? Because those are two separate statements. Because if you're saying black people are not immoral, then you're giving black people credit for not necessarily being what we may be being cast as in the media. But if you're saying black people are not amoral people, to substantiate your claim that we're more violent and so on, it doesn't matter what your position is. I just want to know clearly, what were you saying when you were saying that?
Yeah. First, let me just say, Ms. Washington, thank you so much for those words. I really, really appreciate that. And it is motivating and inspiring to hear that, because this has been a very difficult journey, as you can imagine. Because, I don't aim to be right. I didn't do this to be right. It's not about that. It's about being accurate. And to your point, there is a lot of misconceptions regarding the profession. There's a lot of things that are lacking context. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of disinformation that's been put out by the media. There's been a lot of misinformation put out by our own community. And a lot of that information has been spread because of people have bad experiences, or they have lived vicariously through someone else's experience, and not really have had any negative experience with the police themselves. There are things that have been confused, and where a person may have done something wrong but might not have liked the outcome that they received by the police. We've gotten too cavalier with labeling white officers as racist. And so there is a multitude of things that are being mislabeled, and it has created a lot of problems within our community. The media, I do blame a lot of that for the miseducation of or putting out information that's inaccurate on purpose. So you're correct, and unfortunately, we are a very emotional, charged group of people, and I think that plays a role in how we are easily manipulated by people who mean us harm or mean to keep us divided. And so that is true. That is true. And I started my channel to speak to a lot of the myths, a lot of the misinformation, and bring clarity. And it's very important that we do it, because to everybody's point, you cannot move forward when your understanding of a problem is not rooted completely in facts. And if we don't have a factual understanding, then we're going to move in a way that's going to be counterproductive. And so I tell people on my channel all the time, if you're going to dislike the police, then dislike them for the truth. Don't dislike them for the lies. And so I'm not here to placate to the police or to placate to Black people. I'm here to expose and really present information from a perspective that few people have access to. And it's very, very, very vital that we do that. And so with your question, you are correct that you have people who seek to be divisive, because this is a very profitable industry that we're talking about. We're talking about profiting off of Black bodies, whether alive or dead. It makes money. A lot of people don't know the interconnections of the criminal justice system, the music industry, the drug industry. A lot of people don't know the weapons industry. They're all interconnected. And those who worked and understand what I mean by that, it's profitable to keep, Black men in prison. You rap about it, sing about it, you become about it, and there's money to be made on all corners, on all sides of it. So there's a concerted effort to keep us in this cycle of delusion, I would say. When people make the statement of disproportionality, unfortunately, those who understand what's being said or what's being done, we hear it for what it is. But some people don't hear it that way. They hear disproportionate and they think that the numbers are bigger than what they are. People use that term to frame a statement in a way to get you to believe that Black people are having worse outcomes in regards to shootings and deaths than white citizens. And so when we're looking at, there is a time where it's appropriate to use disproportionality. But unfortunately, a lot of people use that as a way to try to say that Black people are killed more than white people, and that's not true. That's why they don't make that statement. Go ahead, Andrea.
So, in your own personal background, everything, it's awfully funny to me when our Black people are being killed, but every time we have like a mass shooting, like what happened in Buffalo, what happened at that church with them 9 Black people, them perpetrators come out unscathed, white, and go to prison. Okay, and then they had
pause. Let me pause you right there real quick. That's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true. There are plenty of circumstances where the shooter is Black and has committed a mass shooting, has come out alive plenty of times. And the problem is, and that's not your fault for why you feel that way. A lot of people feel that way. The problem is the media shows you what you just said. If that's all you see, then that's all you know, unless you do the research. So this is why, my channel is so important, because I show that research, I show that information. Let me ask you a question, and this is not to put you on the spot, but I'm curious to know what you think. How many mass shootings do you think we have in this country, roughly, if you could put a number to it?
I think we have one every day. That's how I feel.
On a yearly basis, on average, what do you think? Just take a stab. It don't matter.
I think about 15, 20.
About 20 mass shootings a year?
Yeah.
A year?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Not on the show with me.
On average, this
20?
country has about 400 to 600 mass shootings a year. And
not school shootings, mass shootings.
And so the definition of a mass shooting, let me define it, because a lot of times, and this isn't, and again, this ain't nothing to do with you. This has everything to do with, we just don't know, right? And that's not anybody's fault. I think sometimes we use these things and we're not aware that there's definitions. It means something. There's elements to it. And and what the law says, or the definition for it is, it's 4 or more people who have been shot in a given scenario or situation, right? And so 4 or more people, anytime you have 4 or more people shot in a given situation, that constitutes as a mass shooting. Whether or not the 4 people died or not doesn't matter. It just means that 4 or more people have been shot. For example, this past Memorial Day in Chicago, 51 people were shot on the west side of Chicago. Safe to assume that the majority of them were black, right?
Mm-hmm.
51 people shot in Chicago, approximately 4 mass shootings in the course of 48 hours. The mass shooters and the victims were black, right? No arrests were made. So 51 shot, 72 hours, approximately 4 mass shootings within 48 hours. So mass shootings, and the terminology also mass killings. Mass killings is also a thing when you have 3 or more people who've been killed at one point, at one given time, right? At a location. Mass killing constitutes as either a vehicle was used, basically anything that's not a gun is considered a mass killing, right? So if you drive through a crowd of people, 3 people die, or 3 people get injured, or 3 people die, that's a mass killing. 3 people were stabbed, that's a mass killing. So these are actual real definitions that are put together so we can identify these things. So on average, you're looking at between 400 to 600 mass shootings. Last year, we had 600 mass shootings in this country alone. Last year during the pandemic. Mass shootings has nothing to do with location, right? We, in any given one of our cities, we get drive-bys all the time where you got multiple people who are shot in our own community. And so to answer your question, I have a list of names of black men who have committed mass shootings that are still alive and have been apprehended and are safely tucked away in jail right now. I could put them all in the chat for you to look up. The problem is the media doesn't show that. For example, the subway shooter is a perfect example. There was a shooter in Sacramento, California. I don't know if anybody, information man, you're not in Cali, are you?
I live in Sacramento. I'm
in Cali. I know about that.
You know about that one?
Yeah,
those gentlemen, it was a gang-related shooting.
Yes, that whole thing was gang-related. You're right.
Gang-related, but mass shooting, it doesn't matter what the circumstances were. It's just that if multiple people are shot, it is constituted as a mass shooting.
Right. But may I say this to you though,
yes,
Officer Nate? You're right about that. All the drive-by shootings and these things that have happened in some of our communities across this country, it is a mass shooting. However, going back to the media does not report it as a mass shooting. They normally say, especially in California where I'm at, they just simply say gang related. They do not frame it as a mass shooting. And you may disagree with me or may agree with me, but I think the reason why they don't is, for one reason, I don't think they really give a damn about black people shooting each other, killing each other, because it's been happening all these years and they didn't really give a damn. And when they did take action against it, they tried to target gang members. And in Los Angeles, they ended up targeting every black person, even if you weren't even in a gang. And you said to the officer, I'm not in a gang. That was under Gates when he was running the police in LA. So I think that's one of the things that play into this, Officer Nate.
Well, to your point, I mean, you're right. No one cares about black people. It's not their responsibility to care, right?
Right.
And I think that's where we get lost in the argument. That's when we start making this about an emotional thing. How come they don't care about us? How come they don't report our stuff? It's not their responsibility to, right? And I think we put too much importance on other people to care more about our issues than us. You know, and if we want to report on shit that goes on in the black community, then we need our own news. And if we have our own news, we need to support our own news media. And so that's the issue. People, white people do not put their dirty laundry out. This is the conversation me and you we were having over on Black Man's channel when I said that media is a big problem. And I say that because they get to show what they want to show.
Mhm.
And if they feel like they overreport Black issues in every major city, even when whites outnumber the crime in that city, they still overreport the same crimes that Black people are committing, even though in some of the research I've been looking at, they overreport Black crimes by 70%. 70%. Meaning that
Exactly.
white people are doing way more crimes, but they don't talk about it. And so
Right.
what does that do? It labels us. It puts us, what it does, it puts Black skin as a threat. And
So
that's by design.
you
And
don't
so,
believe you don't believe that we're doing you don't believe it's proximity. You don't believe we're doing some of the crimes to ourselves, and you think it's over exaggerated that it's happening.
well, okay, so those are two things.
Mm-hmm.
Proximity is something that all people commit crimes within the area they live in. That's
true.
when people make proximity. The proximity argument, unfortunately, people use the proximity argument to deflect from the fact that Black people commit too much crime against each other at such a high rate for us to be such a small population size. We contribute to too much crime for being too damn small, right? That's the
Right.
problem.
But-
and the excuse that people make to try to defend that is they say proximity. Proximity is simply the fact that people commit crime in the areas that they live in. The problem with our community is we commit too much crime for people who are too damn small. We should not be on par with the group of people who are 60%. That's the issue. Hold on, new information for you, Andrea. But to
No,
your
I'm
point,
listening.
yeah,
No,
and to your point, Andrea, that last part you were talking about is that in the media, though we do commit high rate of crime amongst each other, we still don't in cities and other cities, we still don't commit more crime than the population we are a part of when the crime is actually being reported. So they over exaggerate the amount of crime that's being committed. Well, I won't say they over exaggerate. They underreport crimes that white people are committing in the city. So, for example, if there's a city and 10 Black people committed a crime, but then 30 white people committed crimes, they're only going to talk about 2 white folks, but they're damn sure going to talk about the 10 Black people. Absolutely.
So do you believe on black crime? Do you think do you believe it's a myth, or do you believe it's happening, or is over exaggerated?
I was told and educated recently, and I end up agreeing with the position this person took. They were correcting me on why they don't like the terminology of Black on Black crime. And I decided that I was not going to use that phrase anymore, because the way it was explained to me is that white people have used that term as a way to deflect from addressing police, white officers killing black people. And so I decided I wasn't going to use that terminology anymore, because to their point, they say that there's no such thing as Black on Black crime, because from their understanding, which makes sense, the way she explained it, it made sense. And I rolled with it. I could see her logic on it. And her point that there's no such, it's just crime is crime. You can't have Black on Black crime. Crime is just a thing that people commit against one another. It shouldn't be relegated to just color.
Okay, well, I'm gonna push back on that, because if it's not no Black on Black crime, and you got the South Side of Chicago had 51 people mass shooting, it ain't Black on Black crime. what we at? What we doing?
Because it's still proximity. Go ahead, information man. Go ahead.
I have to say this though. We do this a lot as a people. We accentuate the negatives of our communities, and we conflate them as if all Black communities, when we talk about this, we make it sound as if it's all Black communities. You can take any Black community where you have social economics that's high, where people have jobs and opportunity, and you'll have low crime. You take cities like I lived in Oakland, cities like Oakland, and when I lived in San Francisco too, everybody said that Oakland was this bad place to live, right?
Mhm.
Well, I lived in San Francisco for damn near 30 years, and there I can tell you right now, they have a lot of crime in San Francisco and compared to Oakland. But the difference is that Oakland is the city by the bay. It's the golden city. They have tourism, so they don't report everything. To what he's saying here, they don't report everything because San Francisco has a lot at stake with their tourism. Oakland is not a tourism city. It's a black city, and usually black cities get demonized. Now, if you have a black city, whether it be Detroit, Oakland, where there's no jobs, no education, no opportunity, obviously you're going to have high crime. So when we talk about black communities, we need to make sure that we're identifying the black communities we're talking about, because it makes you take a brush and you do broad brush as if every black person is that our community is just all about it being the hood, when we know that we have middle class black people, upper middle class black people, black people that are poor, and black people that live in rural environments. So we need to make sure we be specific when we talk about what black communities we're talking about, because the reason why you have this violence in these communities is not a coincidence. You can look at in California, we have white people who live in trailer parks, Humboldt County, where they got all that marijuana, and those white folks are committing all kind of crime. And the statistics that I've got right here show it from the FBI: aggregated assault, rape, violent crimes at 59% compared to black people at 36%, sexual crimes at 74% compared to black people at 20.6%, offenses against children and family. We got white people who live in these white poor communities that do this crime against their own people, and even white people who live in rich communities. And so the media won't talk about that because, like he's saying, that white people are in control of this society. So of course, I know this, they're not going to make themselves look negative. It's easier to make us look negative because we don't control, as Nate said, we don't control media. We should have our own media to tell our stories. And I totally agree with you. I'm not in denial that black people we are attacking ourselves. It's a shame. I'm not in denial that white people are being killed by cops. I've got statistics here to show that the numbers since 2017 on up. And yeah, white people are being killed more often than we are. But the one sticking point that I was trying to make tonight was that it seems that black people, it appears that we are getting, not appears, that numbers are playing it out, that we tend to get shot when we're unarmed more than white people in this sense, and that black people are being taken out at a higher rate. Not to say that white people do not get killed by cops.
But why? Let me pause you there, because I think
Yes,
that's
sir.
where the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Two things. To speak on what Ms. Washington was talking about, she wanted to make sure we touch on in reference to, I think when we have these conversations, people get really up in arms when a white officer shoots and kills a black person, but we don't keep that same energy. Shout out to Chicago Real Estate, Lennox Mall, ATL. You're right, brother. We making the news too. We don't get up in arms when a black officer shoots and kills a black person, because that happens more than the white officer shooting a black citizen. And I think that's where the problem lies, because if we look at the data, right, we know, and to be clear to her point, we need to be clear on the information as we're moving forward. I'm about to pull up the exact numbers for last year so that we can be on the same
For
page.
a mass shooting?
No. For police shooting, police shootings.
The numbers I had was 1049 people have been shot and killed by police in the past year. This was a study done by Washington Post.
1,000.
It was 1,049. This came out on June 2nd.
All right.
Of people that have been killed in the past year by cops.
So that's year you're talking about 2021, right?
Right. And then let me let you know about this scale here.
Wait. How many black people were and how many white?
Well, I'm gonna give it to you right now. I have
Okay.
another scale here that says the number of people shot to death by police in the United States from 2017 to 2022. Currently, right now in
If you guys need to share,
2000,
if you guys need to share, I apologize. If you need to share, I'm just letting you know. I'm going to give you the ability to.
All right,
Okay.
give me the.
What I'm going to give you I just want to give you the raw numbers for where we are in 2022, and I'll tell you where you can find this at. This is statistics. And I'll put this in the chat room as well, so people can fact check me. So far in 2022, 26 white people have been shot by police. Black people are at 17. Black people have been shot. 4 Hispanic people have been shot, for a total number of unknown is at 380. Unknown. This is people that they haven't determined what their race is. But so far, 26 white people have been shot. 2021, 234 white people were shot. 139 black people were shot. 66 Hispanics and 8 others. I don't know why they always do others. So that was just last year. So currently, yes, white people have been shot more than white people. And I'm going to be fair. I believe in being a fair broker here. Going back to 2017 to 2018, 2019, all the way up to 2021. Yes, it is consistent. White people have been shot more than black people. However, Nate, you as an officer, I just want to say this to you.
Right.
We don't really know the circumstances of how these folks, why they got shot. We don't know if these are white people, as I said earlier in the show, who had guns in their hands, drawing them against cops and trying to shoot at cops. So even though we may say that white people are being shot more, it would be nice to know, well, what was the circumstances of how they get shot? How many of them, I'm wondering how many of them got shot because they were armed and about to shoot the police or in the midst of shooting police, in comparison to black people who, from what we're seeing so far, seems like some black people that we at least hear about in the news are being shot when they're unarmed with no gun. I would love to see where those numbers are, brother. That would give us a better picture.
Well, so a couple things. I think that what you're saying, I have the information. I'll pull it up right now.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna share my screen. That way we can all look at this together, and then we'll also cover the origins of policing as well, so we can nip that piece in the bud while we're here as well, because I think it's very important that we go ahead and jump into this thing and we do it with accurate information. To your point, so that we're all clear, you're absolutely right. White people are killed more by the police than black people are, and so last year, more unarmed black people were shot and killed by the police than white people. I believe it was by maybe 10 or 13. The number was relatively close. I think sometimes we're looking at this thing to be a competition, and this is not a competition between who has more numbers. The reality is there are people who are dying through a police encounter that should not have died, whether white, black, Hispanic, or Asian. If we look at officers being trained properly and proper procedures are put in place, we can reduce this thing significantly, right? And I think sometimes we turn this thing into a race battle as who has it worse. The police problem is an American problem, and I always like to lead with that so that we're very clear on that. For every situation you show me where a black person has died by the hands of a white officer that you do not like or you feel like is egregious, I can show you 2 white people who have died the exact same way by the hands of a white police officer. So this is not anything that is race specific. You know, the problem that black people have with the police, we know there's a historical context to it, and there's also a current issue with officers who are unprofessional and racist, all the above in police departments sprinkled around this country. They are a problem. Yes, they are. But they are not out here lynching black people every single day. That's absolutely false. And so we got to be clear on that. If we want to look at the numbers, I would say, information man, my numbers are a little bit higher than yours because my data accounts for not just officer shootings, but officer related deaths. For example, if an officer is on a high-speed chase with the suspect and that suspect, that chase ended in the suspect dying, my data accounts for that death. So my numbers are slightly a little higher than yours. For last year, you quoted 1,049. So I'm a generous man. My numbers is 1,144. And so I'm going to share my screen and we can go through this data together. On average, you guys, too, just to be clear, about police kill about 11 to 12,000 people a year. That's the norm, I guess you would say. That's the average. Let me see. How do I share? You're in the show. Everyone can see in here. Chef. Okay. All right.
I got you covered.
Yes, sir. Can you? There you go. Is there a way? All right. So you guys. So this right here. This is.
You need a full screen? I'll give you full screen.
No. This is. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Let me explain to you guys what we're looking at right here. This is from 2021. It's showing you from each the last, what is this? The last couple of years. It's showing you how many deaths has been at the hands of a police encounter. This is important for us to look at so we understand what we're seeing, you guys. On average, like I said, citizens die, approximately 1,100 to 1,200 citizens die on average a year. As you see these numbers year by year by year. You guys, this seems like a lot. I think this is too much. To be honest, I believe we can reduce this by half. But I will be honest with you. When you look at these numbers, it looks like a lot. I have to disagree, though. So there are over 300 plus million people in this country. On average, police, citizens lose their life from a police encounter by about 1,100 people a year. Police, on average, arrest 10 million people successfully without killing them. They arrest, right? Approximately 10 million people. This is data. This is factually. We can check this. 10 million people are arrested. And out of 10 million people, on average, 1,000 people die from a police encounter. Not only that, police encounter approximately 60 million people, right? 60 million people have an encounter with the police on average every year. That's just a regular encounter. No arrest. It could be a conversation, a traffic stop. You're talking 60 million. And out of 60 million encounters, over 1,000 people die a year. You guys, one would argue that the police are better trained than what the media is telling you, right? These are very, very good numbers, especially in a country as violent as ours. Let's look at, let me go through these real quick. 1 second. I want to find the information. They say, I like using this site, you guys. You can look this up. It's called Mapping Police Violence. This data is put together by Black and, of course, Black activists. This data is extremely, extremely accurate. Very, very good information on here. I always use this as a source of information because the people that I debate with a lot of times are activists and people who are anti-police. And so, activists who are who want to do police reform, I use their data. So please, when you get a chance, check this website out, Mapping Police Violence. It's very organized. They have a lot of good information on here.
Nate, just so you know, the number that when I stated earlier that Black men are 3 times more likely to be shot by cops unarmed, guess where I got that from?
Where's that?
From Mapping Policing, sir. So just want you to know that. Just want you to know that. No,
you're fine. But what is it? Repeat it again. What does it say? We'll go over it.
It was 1.3 Black people are most likely to be killed by police mainly unarmed compared to their white counterparts. And it has a bar graph showing Latinos, blacks, and whites. So in terms of being unarmed, and that information I got from Mapping Police, which is an excellent site to get data from. I
Yes,
just wanted you to know that.
No,
That's all.
you're good. I'm gonna cover that. And I'm gonna tell you how the language can be misleading.
So, okay, but so you're saying even if the language is misleading, does that still change the fact that we still get occurrences of black men who have been shot unarmed?
But unarmed,
cops?
it's misleading because unarmed doesn't mean you're not dangerous.
But the point is they don't have a gun in their hand. They don't have a weapon in their hand when they were shot. And then when they did the investigation, and we've got plenty of examples of that, where they did the investigation and they didn't find any physical weapons such as a gun or a knife, but they were still shot by the police officer.
Correct.
That's not misleading. That's been reported.
I'm saying it can be misleading because what happens when people frame their statements surrounding data, they leave out the context, right? Because a lot of people hear is that there was no weapon, so the officer shot the black person. That's what a lot of people hear.
Okay.
Right? A lot of people don't hear that. Okay, well, perfect example. A lot of people don't hear that. Okay, well, there was a fight. The officer was assaulted. He was punched in the face. I did a video on my channel in reference to the man who was shot and killed at his sister's wedding, right? And he was unarmed. But what they did not tell you was that he punched and knocked one officer out completely cold on the ground.
Yeah, I saw that video.
He punched another officer and knocked him out on the ground. And the officer, he mounted the officer and started hitting him in the back of his head. The officer drew his weapon, turned over, and lit him up, right? That man was unarmed. Just because you're unarmed does not mean you're not dangerous. And so when people give unarmed statistics, if you're not telling about the situation and circumstances of the incident, then it's absent of anything that's important to hear.
And that same argument can be made when we say, well, white people are killed more than black people, but we still don't know the circumstances under why the white person was killed. Did they have a weapon? Did they knock somebody out like you just gave example here? See what I'm saying? No. So the same thing, the same position that you're using, we could use that same position when we talk about why more white people are being killed, in comparison to black people.
I hear what you're saying.
Cops.
I hear what you're saying. And the reason why I make that statement earlier about this isn't a competition about who gets killed more.
No, I'm not making it a competition,
not
brother.
You. I'm not you,
okay,
but we get lost. The reason why I say that is because the purpose of us having this discussion gets lost in who gets hurt more, right? The problem is we have to come to this situation as this is an American problem. It's a police problem, right? The police are the issue that needs to be addressed, right? The citizens and how the citizens conduct themselves with officers need to be addressed. If we keep focusing so much on color, we lose ourselves and what's more important for us to be discussing, right?
Well,
because we focus more on the color. Because if we look at unarmed right now, we're going to go through the unarmed because I think it's important. Because again, people continue to try to make this as a competition, not you, but what I hear when I have these conversations with people. People are always concerned about, well, it happens to black people more. And then they get upset when I show them the information. They find out that it does not happen to black people more. That they've been lied to.
I think black people get sensitive as it relates to color because we live in American society. And I'm just going to be 100% real with you, brother. Color always matter. It has always been a factor in this society for as long as this society's been around. And it does play into why black people tend to get profiled, just like that profiling that they were doing in New York. So I'm just saying that is what causes, if you want to say black people get emotional, our emotion comes out of circumstances. And I think sometimes we do ourselves a disservice. I'm not saying you,
right.
When we remove that out of the equation, that black people ain't just getting emotional about this out of the thin air. There are real situations in this society that brings about those emotions, unfortunately, or good or bad, you know.
True,
but
true.
I'm hearing what you're saying, brother.
True. No, you're absolutely correct. And we have to acknowledge that. I acknowledge the emotion, but when we're talking about healing, growing, evolving, and moving forward, when you step into this classroom, you need to leave your emotions outside the door. And I think that's the part that we're missing as a community, that it's okay to get emotional, but when it's time for us to start talking about solutions and getting to the root of the problem, we cannot move forward if you're not prepared to hear the truth. And a lot of times when the truth is brought to an emotional heart, you don't see anything because it's absent of logic. And so what we have to start doing is it's okay to be emotional until it's not okay to be emotional. And so when we're having these conversations right now, it's not okay to be emotional, because then you can't hear the truth. And that's the problem. I don't mind taking an emotional break. We can take one all day, but when you're fucking done, we need to talk about the truth, right? And I think that's what hurts people the most, is they can't distinguish and separate themselves from an emotional argument to a factual based argument. And that is where we have our toughest battle as a community. What were you about to say, Andrea?
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the solution on the south side of Chicago when you got 51 people who was shot?
I would say where the fathers at. That's where we start at.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Is that what we say?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Where are the fathers? When you look at the data that talks about the impact of absent fathers that are not present, we would probably fix 80% of the Black community's issues if we had proper homes.
So Nathan, I want to ask you, and I want to offend you.
No, you can't offend me, boo.
Okay, so do you got a dog in the fight? Do you have a dog in the fight? It's in a sense, or do you have children?
No, I do not.
Because if you have a dog in the fight, you're gonna feel a little different. So
True.
I got two African American children. Okay,
and I have a child too. See,
so I got a dog.
That is a big contention here.
That's a big difference for us. It's personal, and it's personal to me. I got a dog in the fight.
So all right, so that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this: no person, just no offense.
Yes.
Are you married?
I'm divorced, and I co-parent with my ex-husband. My kids are grown, and I'm an adopted parent. I'm a foster parent of 20 years. I have adopted 2 more kids, so I'm raising 2 more kids, and they're not African American. I got a brown skin son.
All right.
So what's up with that thumbnail? Wait a minute.
So it's personal.
What's up with that thumbnail, man?
So did your you have 2 boys?
Yes, I have my son and my daughter by my marriage.
Okay, you have all right. Have your son and your daughter ever committed any crimes?
I'm not laughing at the conversation. That thumbnail is killing me.
My daughter has a misdemeanor on her record. Yes, she does.
Okay, all right. In your opinion, are your kids law-abiding citizens?
Yes, they are law-abiding citizens.
All right. What do you think contributed to your kids being law-abiding citizens, and in your community or in our community just overall? What do you think contributed to that, the success of that?
The success of my kids being law-abiding citizens, because me and their father are law-abiding citizens.
All right.
But at the same time, and hold on a minute. At the same time as they live in a white community, and where he living at, he's been stopped 3-4 times driving a nice car.
But that's not the discussion we're having right here, though. I'm talking about why are your kids obeying the law and are law-abiding citizens? You said because you and your child's father, right?
Yes.
Actively held them accountable, educated them. And you were actively present in their life.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The problem is there's too many homes that do not mimic that. That is the issue. And so what I have seen going through our community is a plethora of single parent homes where there are multiple children that have no discipline. They run the streets. They don't respect their home. They don't respect authority. That's what I've seen working in our community. And so again, the issue is the dysfunctional homes is a big, big part of this problem. And again, no, I don't have kids, but I spent the last 13 years raising everybody else's kids. Not only did I raise these kids, I've mentored them. Not only did I mentor them, I've seen them in morgues. I've held them as they took their last breath. You know, I've educated them on how to live their life properly because they didn't have a father. So one would argue I had a lot of kids that I helped raise. I've cried for kids that died in my arm, you know, and I pray for the kids that I've arrested. And, you know, to this day, I see kids that I go to cases from kids that I've arrested in the past as juveniles who are now doing life in prison, who didn't take the advice that I gave. You know, so I have been a mentor to a lot of children. And I would have to say you don't necessarily, there's a unique experience that only one can experience by being a parent. And that's absolutely true. And I would never say that I could speak on behalf of parents. But I have mentored a lot of young kids, and I've seen what it looks like when parents are dysfunctional, when there's a dysfunctional home, when there's dysfunctional schools. I see how it influences children, and that is where I'm coming with my understanding on how to fix the problem.
Okay, so you said, okay, so let's go back to what you said, because I got some points to make with you, okay? Because
all right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Have a conversation tonight, okay?
All right, go ahead.
So you said the single parent, okay? So, and I don't get me wrong, when I did not try to offend you.
No, not at all, not at all.
I believe you got great service, so don't. I wasn't trying to.
No, you good, love. You good. You good.
Okay, so my thing is, you said go back to the fathers in the home, but what if we don't have the fathers in the home? How do we go by fixing that south side of Chicago where black men are getting killed, black children are getting killed only at the playground where they play at? So
I agree.
If we don't get the black fathers in the house, what do we do to move forward?
So that's a multifaceted answer, because you know there are things that only the community can do, and there are things that only the government can do that they're not doing, right? Chicago is a there's shout out to Chicago Rilla. There's a section in Chicago that is a problem. We have to talk about the mentality of our people. We have to talk about black culture. We got to talk about black music. You know, there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. And that we need to talk about our schools, you know. And so one of the things I would say is that the same social programs that we're talking about, they need to be trained properly to go into these communities. But I will tell you one thing, it's not easy. People say you can just build a park, build a library, go in there and bring food to them. It doesn't work like that. You know, these kids, I'm telling you now, I mean, we got drill music coming out of Chicago, right? Where we have people in our community making music about killing one another, right? And so there's segments in Chicago that's extremely violent. And so where do we go? How do you fix it? It's a community problem. It's a government problem. But until we as a community fix our culture, the music, the entertainment, the things that we absorb, we're starting to emulate some of the worst parts of society. We for whatever reason in our community, we've gotten the habit of glorifying unhealthy behavior. And until we change that mentality, we'll always continue to have this problem, to be completely honest. We have to learn how to shame the bad things and glorify the healthy things in order to turn this thing around.
So we as a foster mom, I'm a seasonal foster mom. So we as a foster mom, me and my girlfriends who are foster parents, what we say is get the children young, they will be better off if we get them young. Because when they get like 10 or 11, their mindset is already, that's they're going to be who they're going to be. So do you believe in that, or is that wrong? What you think?
I think the only way to fix a culture, fix a community, you have to start with the children. You start with the seed. So we are the only group of people, right, in this country that complains about white people, yet we then turn around and ask them to teach our children, right? So you got to look at it like this. We don't educate our own people. So how do we change? We can't fix our culture. Our culture was given to us. right? So people are making money off of our culture. So they're not going to want to change it. Believe it or not, if rapping about saving lives and starting businesses and economic love and loving our women, respecting our women, being fathers, getting married, if that was something that was that made a lot of money in music, then best believe the record labels would support that. But we are, and other people, white people are buying rap music too. So other people are buying this music. Other people are benefiting from our own degradation, right? It's profitable. When I talk to people who own funeral homes, and they tell me how business is doing best during the summer, in Chicago, because they get the most bodies come through. Do you think some of these companies want there to be a slow up in black deaths? No, that's how they make their money, right? People don't talk about where these organs go, right? I've worked cases before where I've had to look into the black market, and it will blow your mind the type of things that people are selling on the black market. Why do they want this thing to persist? Because black bodies profitable, organs are profitable. Why do they promote abortions in our community? Because a lot of people know they use some of those fetuses, right? And so we are played, we're being manipulated, we're being used as a resource for other people to make money, alive or dead. And that is an issue. One thing real quick, Chef, can you bring up the screen real quick, the shared screen? Here's the problem why I say in reference to the unarmed, right? This is 2021. And to Information Man's point, what did he say? He said that, can you read that statistic again, Information Man, about the unarmed killings?
Well, let me clarify it. When they did the study, they were looking at a range between 2013 to 2019.
Now you see,
maybe let me finish.
Go ahead.
And maybe it could have changed, but the reality is that this is where what they were saying, that black men were being killed by police. Now, whatever the circumstances are, as you said, we don't know all the details, but the fact of the matter is they were unarmed, as the data said, more likely 3 times in comparison to white males. Now, even though this study comes out of 2013 to 2019, and today it's 2022, the reality still remains that black men have been killed by cops. Now, you said, well, it depends on what you consider unarmed. Did he swing at him? Well, we know that there were cases where there were black men who did not have a weapon and did not swing on the officer, but got shot for some whatever reason. And all the other areas, we can look at those areas. But the fact is that they get shot. And I want to say this too, because Joanna is in the chat room saying a whole bunch of things. I already acknowledged in the beginning before you came on, Nate, that yes, that white people do get killed as well and more. And I also acknowledged it with statistics that I used tonight to reinforce that reality that yes, they are getting killed more than black people, but we can still use the same argument. What is the circumstances as to why they were killed too? Did they have a weapon? Did they have a knife? All these things are things that we can ponder. So I just want her to know that I didn't say that she didn't know what she was talking about. I was simply saying black people are getting killed as well. I acknowledge that white people get killed, but she made a statement tonight about black people being doing the most violent crime, and where we are most violent at in terms of the FBI statistics is in the area of homicides. But once you get away from homicides on the FBI statistics, all the other crimes that are also physical crimes, white people lead in all those categories.
All right,
I didn't make this up. This is FBI statistics.
Hold on, wait. Because we got to be clear on what we're talking about. Well, let's talk about, I think sometimes all these words have meaning, and it's no one's fault, but I want to make sure we clarify this. Can you drop those comments real quick? Let me pull this up. Let's focus on this unarmed piece, and then we're going to talk about the violent crime piece. But to your point earlier, you read a statistic. I want you to read that statistic out loud that you read earlier that you got on this site.
So basically in the beginning of this, it says black people are most likely to be killed by police. 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people.
All right,
and it has a scale to show that. It says, let me just read this though. I haven't finished it. It says police killings per 1 million population. Then on the other side of the scale, it says 1.3 times more likely to be killed unarmed compared to white people.
All right, pause.
Okay, and then the data goes from 2013.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to give you the complete picture here, sir. The data goes from 2013 to 2019. That's the cutoff point.
All right.
From where we are today.
All right. So okay. So let's cover that. When I told you earlier, I said that you can frame a talking point in a way that can be misleading. That's what I meant, right?
Okay.
You read it before, but you left out the part from 2013.
No, I said that to you the first night that we were on the other channel.
No,
I did say 2013.
I'm talking about right now in this conversation that we're having. You never gave that. You never gave the caveat that it's between these years, right?
Right, but it's not 2020, 20 and 21, 22. But the fact of the matter is, to me, from 2013 to 2019, to me, that's still a pretty. It's still something that makes you want to sit back and think and say, wait a minute, what were the circumstances? What's going on here? Right. So even if these stats are maybe 3 years off from where we are now, you can't deny that this is something that it does make one say, hey, what's going on? What's going on here?
And that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that, and I'm not referring to just you. I'm saying when people use these talking points, when the way they frame the information, they leave out detail that actually matters to the conversation. So, for example, if you put us back on the horizontal real quick, so we can see you guys look at the bottom, the numbers here. This is 2021 for everybody to see.
Okay.
This is the same resource that me and Information Man use. We both agree that this is a good tool for us to use. This is what it talks about: unarmed people of color and white. If you look at the bottom left, you see black. 27 out of the 1,000 people who were killed and by the police in 2021, you guys.
Yes.
27 that were black were unarmed. That's way too many people. Way too many people. How many Hispanic? 21 Hispanic people that were unarmed were killed by the police. How many white people? 22. Now, based on the way you frame that statistical point, and that's not on you, that's on these people who created this data. The way it translates to people who don't understand data and statistics and research, it gives the impression that black people are getting killed unarmed way more than white people. And as we see right here from 2021, you have 27 black unarmed killed, and you have 22 white people unarmed that was killed. Now, this is not necessarily, we hear comparing a color game, but what I'm saying is, the way people put out information can be very misleading and give the false representation of something being worse than what it is, per se. The reality is the fact that we have too many unarmed people being shot and killed by the police is a problem within itself, right? It's a problem within itself. This number is only 5. 5 is the number that makes white and black different in unarmed deaths. Is that anything does that show some form of a racial bias when you have five white people? I mean, in your opinion, by looking at that data, could you make an argument and say black people are more racially killed?
Well, but this is the thing that you're leaving out. And I know that this is an area that a lot of people don't want to deal with. Once again, we do not know what the social dynamics were that were involved, and why the white people got shot unarmed compared to the black people who got shot unarmed. We don't know well, what I'm saying is we don't know what the social dynamics are, but what we can make as an inference is that we know that the way black males are looked at in this society, we are looked at a lot different than our white counterparts. We
And that's
are
an-
looked at. We do tend to be looked at as the aggressors. We do tend to be looked at as someone who is a potential threat, whether we have weapons on us or not. Now I can go. Now I know people don't want to hear the anecdotal
But that's
examples,
an-
and I'm not going to
that's an-
give that. I'm not going to
that's
say
an-
that.
well,
But I'm
hold on.
saying that does play into it. We cannot deny that
That's
because
an
race does
emotional-
matter in America.
But that when looking at the data, if I'm telling you
Yes.
to look at the data right now, and you have 27
Yes.
unarmed black and 22 white, you immediately go to the fact that because of the historical context between black and white people, you
Because it's a
automatically
fact,
assume
sir.
that
Because
I
all of
can-
my
I-
studies and my training in college and the things that I've looked at and the way I've looked at history and I've read history, and we see the events and the timeline of black people in this country and the timelines and the experiences that black men in particular, as well as black women, have experienced. It gives us, that's why I said we can make an inference. We can make our own opinion and say, hey, I wonder how much racial adamance that officer have towards the black person versus the white person that he shot. We can ponder that. Now, do we have the facts on that? No, we do not. However, and I know people don't want to hear this, we do know the FBI came out with a report some years ago that you do have a lot, and I did a video about this. You do, and I deal with white supremacists, sir. I deal with these gang members personally. As an officer, you arrest them. But I deal with these guys when they're locked up for years.
So
now, we do know that the FBI came out with a report that stated that you do have a lot of white supremacist groups that have infiltrated themselves into police departments in America.
Wait one second.
And we have a sheriff's department in Los Angeles that has been known to have white gangs in it.
You're stepping away from the point. You're stepping away from the topic.
I'm bringing that up because of the fact that that we do know that white supremacist groups have infiltrated police departments in this country.
Here's the problem with the logic.
We can make inferences, sir.
Okay. All right. No, you cannot make. That's a poor.
Yes, we can make an inference that because black men are seen as dangerous in this society, we could.
That is an emotional argument.
Okay, well, you can say it's emotional, and guess what? Yes, we have black cops that shoot us too. We got black people who don't even like each other. We see it here on YouTube. We see it off in the community. So when you say black cops, when you say that black cops kill black people, well, we got black people who don't like black people too.
All right.
So that would play into that too.
I hear your point.
Okay.
Here's the conversation. Let's bring it back to what we're talking about: unarmed death by police officers. The reason why I say your logic and the way you're looking at it. You just said there's not enough data to make an inference. You're saying you're making an inference based on your historical understanding of black relations.
Right, because you know why? I learned a long time ago, sir, that race always matters in America.
Right.
And it's a factor. And you cannot, and that is undeniable.
Listen,
undeniable.
Information man, I'm not going to have a conversation with you if you keep interrupting me. All right, we got to respect each other.
Okay, would you agree or not agree with me that race is a factor in this country?
You're not letting
Can you give me? Can you give me that? Race is a factor in American society. Would you give me that or not?
What you can give me is an opportunity to speak,
brother. I've been listening to you all night
because I'm the expert on this subject matter.
Okay. You go ahead, expert. Most of your expertise is coming from the data, just like I'm using data.
Exactly. So
okay, then what's the point?
To my point, though, the issue that you're not recognizing, that you fail to realize, is that you have more black officers that have shot and killed black people.
Yeah, and I also said that you got black people who don't like black people. So that would play.
That has nothing.
It's true.
To do with that has nothing to do with the argument.
Okay.
Nothing to do with the argument.
But I did not deny that, yes, white people are being shot.
But you're
right.
First information man, listen. If you're not going to act mature enough to have the conversation,
brother, I'm having the conversation, which I'm asking you some questions here.
You're not allowing me to finish talking. The people need to hear the information.
Well, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm out of here anyway.
If you want,
it's too late for me.
You don't got to bounce, family.
Nah, I am on bounce. It's too late, man.
I'm going 48 hours.
I've heard what he had to say. He makes good points. I've already conceded tonight that white people are getting killed as well as black people are getting killed. White people are being killed more than us. He makes the argument about white people being killed more. We don't have the data on how they're being killed, whether they're using weapons or not. And I brought up a point that is a historical fact that race does matter in America, and it does play a factor in why sometimes black people get killed by police. I said sometimes. I didn't say all the time. I'm adding that as a factor because it is a reality in American society. And we do know that the police departments have been infiltrated with these white supremacist groups. The FBI put that data out in 2006. That's a fact. And y'all acting like I'm sitting up here just making up stories and making up stuff that doesn't have reality to it. No, it does have reality to it. Period.
All right, brother. Well, I appreciate you having the conversation, man. You have a good night.
Now you have a good night. I'm doing just fine. Take care, Chef.
My brother. Oh,
childish.
May I speak, guys?
This is
a lot. This is a lot. But
Chef,
we appreciate you being here. You're chaotic. I guess you want to talk, okay?
I do.
Canada, before you go real quick, Chef, what were you about to say? Chef, listen.
Oh, nah. Listen, let me tell you this. In terms of the whole discourse, the discourse, not discord, that's chaos, right? That's where chaotic, he lives over there, right? But yo, the whole conversation was about, and I want to make sure folks understand, I'm not Vince McMahon. I'm not doing any WWE shit. Literally, the situation came up. I had contacted Nate, and the whole situation was about me trying to break down what took place and get his expertise as an ex-police officer, specific to the allowed acceptable tactics and rules of engagement of police officers executing their duties. I didn't ask him to participate in order for him to be, like the chairman of the Fraternal Order of Police, and for him to be able to have to speak to, aspects of systemic brutality, systemic racism, but he stepped into the lion's den, so he took the questions. But I want everybody to understand the actual framework and structure of this was watching it with a cop. So the cop would tell you what the police consider acceptable and not. So that was the box that I, was bringing him in on. The conversation transitioned. But guess what? It's a beautiful thing. That's what happens. So I just want to remain resolute so folks understand. What the job was for him to come through and tell us, okay, yeah, this was wrong. Okay, yeah, this is okay. We consider it such and such. That's what it was. It wasn't so much in terms of bringing in, police culpability in different situations. I allowed the conversation to run, and you see my long-winded ass shut up, right? But I just want everyone to understand what the initial framework was. All right. But y'all carry on.
Nah, you chaotic. Before you run, I mean, before you start talking chaotic, I want to clarify and just say, Chef, I appreciate you. One, for giving me the opportunity to come up, and I wish I could have jumped on earlier. But I appreciate you having the conversation. It's so well needed. Our community needs a representative, and I do understand the pain. I do understand the frustration. I think people forget. I think when they see me speak about the topics, they forget that I sit next to family members who have lost loved ones from black on black violence, lost loved ones from police related encounters, or just lost people, just tragic accidents, so I'm well ingrained into our community and the pros and cons. And so I've also worked side by side, white officers, Asian officers, Hispanic officers. I know their heart. I see the things that the media doesn't show you. I've seen white officers cry over black bodies, you know? And so when I'm defending good police officers, and I'm here to correct bad ones. And so, but I'm also here to prevent any more misinformation from plaguing our community. And it's not our fault, which is why I don't mind hearing it out and having the conversation. I think, but we have to be slow to speak sometimes and be willing to hear. And things, and sometimes things challenges our own understanding. And sometimes we have to be willing to hear people out at least. And I'm not here to change people's minds. I'm here to give them a perspective that they don't have. And I think, again, as we saw earlier on this display with the conversation, we bring our emotions into the discussion. We get offended, or we take things as a personal attack. It derails the conversation. When it comes to the unarmed deaths, you know, if you admit and say that you don't have enough information to understand the circumstances, then that means that you cannot make a intellectual assumption that these deaths were related due to racism. You just can't. The numbers of unarmed deaths are way too close to make that assumption. And again, I say that because we do have 27 blacks that were killed unarmed, and 22 whites that were killed unarmed. There's just a 5 difference. There's a difference. And one of the data that he probably does not know of or won't quote, but I can quote, is that unfortunately, when it comes to encounters with African-American men specifically, we tend to be a lot more aggressive in the face of police encounters. And we resist arrest more than our counterparts. This is a fact, and it does play a factor in some of these outcomes. And I think that when you don't put that in context, then the numbers don't make sense. This is why I say it's very misleading the way people frame certain data and statistics when you don't understand or have done the job to see how it plays out. A lot of the shootings where black people are being shot and killed by the police or severely injured by the police, it is because we have resisted arrest. Now, the resisting of arrest does not justify us being killed by the police, none whatsoever, but it does open the door and create things to be more problematic. And when you look at how you have less white people who are resisting arrest, they are not injured or killed in scenarios where they are unarmed. And so I think that's very important that we speak on those things. I've had plenty of encounters where I've arrested or attempted to arrest black men, and they look me in the face and say, make me go to jail, right? And so this is an encounter that I have with our people. So when you're speaking on data about being unarmed and being killed by the police, okay, but when you don't have experience of black men looking you in the face and saying you're gonna have to earn this, or you're gonna have to fight me, or you're gonna have to make me go to jail, well, how do you think a lot of these black men get hurt by the police? If we look at Rayshard Brooks, and I think what happens is we like to focus so much on these fringe incidents like Philando Castile. He should have never been shot, right? But that's that, and along with maybe 2 or 3 other cases those are only cases people can speak on because that's what the media has shown you, right? And there have been cases where officers have illegally shot black men in the back. They have illegally shot black men for no reason. But in a lot of cases where black men have been shot and unarmed, they were reaching or doing something they shouldn't have done. They were resisting arrest. This case right here that we're talking about with Patrick Lyoya, he took and had this man's taser. So no, the officer could have done something different, yes, but he was shot because of what he was doing. There's a culpability on the behavior. You have to talk about what the person was doing when they had a negative encounter with the officer. If you do not talk about that, then you are having a disingenuous argument about these cases. And that's the reason why you can't label them as being racist, because you don't know the context and the scenario in which that person was involved with the police officer. I can show you people right now who have shot people, killed people, but when the police showed up, they put the gun down, and that black man was handcuffed and taken to jail without any problems. There are a lot of black men in prison right now for murder. There are a lot of black men in prison for aggravated assault. There's a lot of black men in jail right now who are shot at the police and have lived to tell about it, right? This is a real thing. So it's not true when people say you can shoot, black people can shoot at the officers and never get killed. That's not true. And so we have to stop allowing one or two incidents that we know of to speak for every incident that doesn't happen. And I think that is the biggest problem. We create the fairy tale more than that. We create a bigger fairy tale than is actually true that's taking place in this country and in our community.
And Officer Nate, I want to apologize if you feel like I was giving you hostile.
No, not you need to apologize. You good, boo. You good. Nah, you.
She likes to test men. She likes to test men.
No, you're good. You're good. See, you genuinely want to know, right? You've been respectful. I don't mind the passion. I don't mind the passion. You're not trying to tell me I'm here to inform and give insight. I'm not here to compete with anybody. You know what I mean? This is not about competition. I can only tell you the truth. Whether you believe it or not is another. See, Information Man wanted to compete. I'm not here to compete with anybody. You know, I'm here to tell you what the reality of the situation is. He was here to make an emotional argument. And when you don't acknowledge some people's emotions, they get offended. You know, he gave out a statistic and he left out the part that there was 4 or 5 years in between that data. But when you make a statement and you say unarmed people, black people are more likely, blah, 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 but you don't say, but this data was taken between the last 7 years, that is misleading information. But when you look at the numbers, when you look at the raw numbers, it doesn't add up. So we have to, what I say to people all the time, you got to be careful what you are telling people because it can be very misleading. And so, you know, we just have to be careful and be patient. And again, not speak to be right. This is not about who's being right or anything. It's about being accurate. And that's what we need to focus on as a community. Let's have accurate information to fix the problem properly. At the end of the day, this is an American problem. The policing problem is an American problem. White folks are getting killed just as much as black folks. Unfortunately, you have officers you have some officers that are afraid of black skin. That's a fact. That's a fact. So, you know, we got to be honest, and I'm not here to sell nobody no damn dream. So, you know, we're here to keep it real, all the way real.
Maybe the problem is I'm not okay. I'll be a little truthful tonight. Maybe the problem is we have been watching so much media and so much stuff that we don't know all the stuff. And so I'm glad that you're here and I'm glad that you're willing to talk to us about it because we don't know everything. And I'm just asking some solutions to help our community. And I thank you for your services. And I thank you for being here because this is a hostile environment over here with us. Okay, we get a little emotional over here. Okay,
it's okay as long as I don't mind it. As long as we're here to learn and we're genuine about receiving the information. And truly, I always tell people take the information and follow up on it and double check my resources. Okay. Right? I'm not telling you to think like me or anything. I'm saying here's the information we're not being told. Take this information and double check it and then come back and tell me what you think. And, you know, just recently, perfect example. And I'm sorry, Chaotic, after this last point.
Chaotic. Yeah, because, you know, he's been back here.
He used to.
Chaotic goes next. Then
I know, I'm cool.
Chaotic, I love that, brother. So
I got to be a better host, man. I'm still learning. I got to be a better
host. Chef. You good, Chef.
I'm feeling like audience right now. You feel me? I apologize, y'all.
Recently, perfect example, the black woman who they said was pregnant, unarmed, and got shot 5 times.
Yes. Was that true?
No. She had a gun in her hand when they shot her.
They showed that there was a video from the side from one of the cars she was running by. She actually, and her arm was pitched back.
Yeah.
And you see the pistol.
Yep.
It was.
And the problem was in the moment when the information first released, it was unarmed black woman shot by the police 5 times and she was pregnant. and the whole firestorm within our community, you know, and you know, again, I get the frustration. You know, I did a video on it, but you know, the problem is it's not just us. The police have done a very poor job of being transparent, of relaying information quickly, right? So there is a big responsibility on law enforcement, but we as a people have to be slow to react. You know what I mean? And give a little time. You know, we need to spaz out after we get all the information. Once we get all the information, by all means, burn some shit down if you feel need to, right? But we're too quick to do things that are counterproductive for us before we get all the information. Remember Breonna Taylor? They said Breonna Taylor was shot and killed in her sleep, right?
No, she wasn't shot and killed in her sleep.
No, but that's how it started off. And remember Sandra Bland? What they say about Sandra Bland?
I saw that show.
She was killed before she went to the jail.
She was killed in the jail, I believe.
No, well, she committed suicide, but the rumor was in Black World, what happened was Sandra Bland was killed by the police officer, brought into the jail, and a photo was taken of her. You don't remember that? That was like a big thing.
Yes, but I thought she was killed. I thought she killed herself in the jailhouse.
She did. But before that came out, Black World, I'm just gonna start calling it Black World, reality, you know, it was the rumor was she was killed by the cop and then brought into the jail. Says someone wants to trust the police. No, the police, it's on us to fix that relationship. To be loved, to be honest, it's on the police to fix the relationship.
Well, if they stay out their police cars and start walking the beat, maybe we'll trust the police. We know you in our neighborhood. It don't take 15, 30 minutes to get when you call 911 and what they say, the police ain't gonna show up.
So,
but why would the police?
I'm gonna let Nate. Sorry, Nate. I apologize. Let me just say, Andrea.
Yes.
In about 30 minutes, 20 minutes, Chaotic Truth has to see his parole officer.
Okay.
Because he's a dirty Negro criminal. Okay.
Okay. Let Chaotic
His ankle bracelet is going on.
Chaotic
and he's riding dirty right now.
No, this brother, he's a reformed Pookie, and he has got his life together. And this great US of A, right? Chaotic.
They call him Pookington now. Pookington Esquire.
Salute. I don't want to be long-winded, but salute to you guys, Chef, Nathan, Andrea, and I see T just came up on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat. I just got the notification. I was actually asleep, and I woke up, and I wanted to join in on this topic. First of all, I want to say that Nathan, as always, sir, I said it the last time, and I'll say it now, and I'll say it the next time we talk. You, sir, are an actual hero, sir. Now, Thinking Man is my fraternity brother, and I just want to point that out. And his opinions are his opinions, and I respect his opinions and perspectives as well. Now, from my opinion and my perspectives and my experiences, before I get into that, I want to say something real quick. We are all over the age of 30. So we know about this famous movie that came out March 18th, 1997. And in this famous movie, Jim Carrey said, "Stop breaking the law, asshole." The movie was Liar.
Liar.
Okay. Now, when I was a kid, I didn't grow up wealthy or rich, but my parents were very well-to-do, and they purchased a car for me when I was 15 years old. I wasn't able to drive it until I was 16, obviously, because of state law saying that you had to be 16 to drive by yourself. I used to get ticket after ticket after ticket after ticket after ticket. You know why? It wasn't because I was a black kid driving in a nice neighborhood. It wasn't because I was a black kid driving a new car. It was because I was a black kid speeding, doing rolling stops at stop signs. And I used to get pulled over. My parents would get the ticket. And of course, my mom, she would nag me to death because my mom would pay for the ticket. And I would say, "No, man, they just pulling me over. They picking on me. They picking on me. They picking on me." But I was 16 years old. And at 16, you're a child and you don't want to face responsibility. When I got older in my 20s, the frequency of my tickets declined in terms of speeding tickets. But I started to realize something. when I went into the traffic court, and some of these municipalities had 99% white residents, but the traffic courts will predominantly be black. And you know why? We break a lot of traffic laws, and that's what I've noticed as from my perspective. We break a lot of traffic laws. We don't have our license most of the time. Our licenses are suspended. We don't have our tags up to date. Our windows are tinted blacker than the universe. I've seen it myself. Now, I don't want to make any generalized statements, but this is what I have observed in my life, going to different cities, living in my own city. And what I've come to the realization is that a lot of times we as a people, we feel like we are above the law. And I'm probably using this word wrong because it's 4 a.m, but we are not. I think the word is reproach. Like, we feel as though it's an insult to check our behavior. Now,
beyond reproach.
Yeah, beyond reproach. Yeah, beyond reproach. Now, I don't want to be long-winded here because I want to make this a point. I'm going to make a few points here. When I picked up, now I told you guys before, I'm a marathon runner, but I picked up cycling a few years ago. And what I noticed with cycling is that black people break a lot of laws. I've even made it an effort not to cycle through black neighborhoods because they don't follow the bike lane laws. They will purposely try to run you off the road. Now, I made that point. Now, hear me out for a minute. When I was a probation officer many years ago, I worked for Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court. I was an adult probation officer. I had about 25 to 30 people on my caseload at any given time. I worked for many different judges on their caseloads. I have to agree with Nathan. Now, I wasn't in law enforcement, but I was working with the courts. Now, my white clients, they would, whatever terms and conditions of their probation, they would come there. They would be polite. They would sit in the waiting room for report date. They didn't cause a problem. When the blacks came, they're in there high as a kite, even though they have to go take a drug test. They're acting loud. They're acting crazy in the waiting room. You come talk to them. They have attitudes. We've had to arrest people. We had to arrest people like in the office because they became irate. Now, did whites do it? Maybe once or twice, but the frequency was always blacks. Now, listen, believe it or not, guys, I've been in the inner city and I've taught in the inner city. Every time I've seen a traffic stop, not every time, but most of the time I've seen a traffic stop and there's been an arrest, the black person is resisting arrest. They're acting like a fool. Most of the time, in the black neighborhoods again, and Nathan is right. And I've seen this one time, open shootouts, and a black person doesn't get killed by the police. In fact, a lot of times the police are even hesitant to even shoot back. A lot of times the police are hesitant to even arrest a black person because they feel as though something about racism will be brought up. Do I believe that there's systemic racism? Absolutely not. If there were no system, because you know why? There are black police chiefs in black cities. There are black police deputies, commissioners. There are black mayors. There are black physicists. There are black doctors. There are black mayors, etc. Do I believe that some people are racist? Sure, I believe everybody's racist to a degree, but the system itself is not racist. If it were racist, you would not be in a position to thrive in this free market capitalistic society. Now, I have to side with Nathan in terms of his viewpoints and his experience and stats. Other countries, they don't play. Ask any Jamaican, ask any Nigerian. I'm talking about a Nigerian who lives in Nigeria.
Nathan's Jamaican.
Ask any of these people about the police over there. By the way, Patrick Lyoya was from Congo. Congo is a shithole. Congo has no law and order. Congo, the average Congolese lives in almost abject poverty. And the fact of the matter is that it's lawlessness over there most of the times. And you're lucky that South Africans are not immigrating over here because it's complete lawlessness over there most of the time. So the fact of the matter is that the police here are angels compared to police in some of these other countries. And if it were not for the police, you think the inner city's bad, or you think the trailer parks are bad, it will be complete chaos if the police didn't even have a presence. Now, I do have to agree to a degree with Andrea. Andrea is right. Back in the 70s, they had something called community policing. And she is right. The police used to walk beats. Maybe the police should start walking beats again and introducing themselves to the community instead of just driving around. I agree with that, Andrea. But the people have to be receptive of the police as well. It has to work both ways. One of my majors in college was criminal justice as well, and I'm telling you, a lot of my criminal justice professors they unanimously said that community policing is probably the best method. But it's hard to do it when you have dysfunctionality in any community.
No, I seen I follow a guy on Instagram. He's a
I
white
want to point out that Poppy said I used to get beat up by 15-year-old juvenile. Salute to you, Poppy.
I follow a white officer. He's in Arkansas, Officer Norman. I follow him on Instagram. He's in the poor black community walking that beat. And then them black people are
Yep. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that. Yep.
So
So that's
I'm
good.
thinking
That's good.
he's walking the beat. He's over there helping the community, and I don't see none of these officers in Sacramento doing this. They in their damn cars eating bombs and shit.
Well,
too.
Could it also be that Sacramento is it has a larger geography, and it may be almost impossible for a police to walk down random streets?
He can walk. It's some police officers where I live. He can walk in the neighborhood. He just choose not to stay in his damn car. And then wonder why the citizens don't know what's going on in the neighborhood, and then we're gonna tell him what's going on in the neighborhood.
Well, Andrea, let me finish real quick, okay?
Go ahead.
And thank you so much, Andrea. But if there's anybody that's out there that's a young kid listening to this about 17, 18, 19, 20, let me tell you something, young man or young woman. There is no systemic racism. There's no white man holding you back. You could be anything that you want to be in this country. And generally speaking, when you follow the law and when you break the law and you get pulled over by the police or you interact with the police, speak proper English, keep your hands visible, don't flail your arms, and you will be okay. You know why you'll be okay? The police aren't arresting Neil deGrasse Tyson and beating his ass. The police aren't arresting S. James Gates, who's an astrophysicist, and beating his ass. The police are typically arresting individuals who are drug addicts, who are criminals most of the time, and who are disobeying commands and who have broken a law. And yes, it starts as simple as a traffic stop. And Nathan is right. There are 60-something million arrests per year, and there's only 1,100 to 1,200 police shootings. Just do the mathematics. Police are not shooting people left and right in this country, black or white. Now, there is a problem with police shooting because I don't think there should be any police. There are some cities that I know of, and I don't want to dox myself naming one of them, but there are some cities where the mayor says, "I will fire a police officer if they shoot anybody." There are actual cities like this. Well, smaller cities, by the way. I don't know if Nathan is familiar with that type of mayor relationship with that administrative dynamic. But yeah, so absolutely. So in a nutshell, guys, stop breaking the damn law. Put the weed out, son. Don't get the blackest of tints. Keep your tags up to date. Quit speeding. And when the police approach you, don't talk like you're in a rap video. Talk the Queen's English. What say you guys?
Queen's English. Let me shout out to you, Chaotic. Let me touch on what you said though. And Victor, what do you mean by that specifically? I kind of misunderstand that. I don't quite understand what you're asking in that, but I want to answer it though. I want to say this real quick, and I know we got a new guest that just popped up for T. This is why I put real heavily on who that sleeping?
I sleeping.
Oh, that was
me.
All right. So this is why I always talk about the power of propaganda and the fear mongering that goes on in our community, because when we get stopped by the police, we're afraid because of information that we hear, and sometimes the information is not accurate, but it makes us afraid because we think we're going to get shot or we think we're going to be mistreated. And that's why it's very important for us to use accurate information. And to Chaotic pointed out something very interesting. You guys, one of the things that I can speak on and say wholeheartedly that's an issue is the lack of respect from authority from our community and the resisting of arrest. I can't tell you how many cars I've pulled over and you got a black man jumps out and starts running, you know, for a traffic offense, maybe ran the light, or, you know, maybe there was no insurance on the car. And that act alone causes an escalated problem. You know, resisting arrest is one of the leading causes of us being hurt in a police encounter. And I will say this, if we really want to root out the racist police officers, then the best way to do that is to comply. Because what's happening now is you have officers, you have citizens, you have black citizens who escalate a situation, and the officer then can now use it as an excuse to overreach their power or overuse their authority or abuse their authority on you, but you've given them a reason to. So it's hard for us to truly find out what encounters with white officers and black citizens are truly racist, because a lot of times in the moment we end up living up to the stereotype that is of a black man or angry black woman in a police encounter. And when we do that, we end up giving the officer ammunition to say, well, see, they were aggressive. See, they were disobeying the law. See, they were being disrespectful. And in that moment, we don't have a leg to stand on. And that's kind of how we get caught up. And so you do have a lot of bad officers that get away with it because we make ourselves look bad in the moment. And so I just wanted to add that to the piece. So when we talk about, you know, I gave a story on my channel. If you guys go and check it out, the thumbnail is Hands Up, Don't Shoot. And I tell a story about my encounters with someone who was unarmed, who I could have shot because he tried to take my gun out of my hand. And so, you know, I think when we think about unarmed people being shot by the police, we always in our mind think about a black man running and getting shot in the back. And that's not always how it happens, right? But at the same time, it's not to take away the fact that there are black men who have been shot in the back and should not have been shot in the back at all, period. So we don't want to dismiss those, but at the same time, we don't want to conflate the two either.
And thanks, Nathan. I wanted to also piggyback on something that Thinking Man said as well, when he said that, and mind you, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion and perspective. The only thing that's truly accurate in the universe is mathematics. So, you know, I could be wrong, right? But what I will say is this: when he said that there were gangs or white supremacist gangs in LA County. Well, I mean, there are thousands of cities in America. There are hundreds of big cities, all types of little small towns, etc. You know, I could arguably say that Detroit has black gangs within its ranks. I could arguably say that Atlanta has black gangs within its ranks. You know, America is not entirely controlled by whites. You know, I mean, literally, you have
Right.
entire cities like Jackson, Mississippi. Listen, there ain't no white supremacists in Jackson, Mississippi police ranks or fire departments. Black people, you know. So, you know, I see where he's coming from, but you know, I feel as though
I don't. I don't see where. Let me tell you why.
in terms of his perspective, but go ahead.
This is the problem, because anytime, this is the issue when we have these conversations, when people don't want to see the truth, they need to lean on any type of excuse they can to justify their emotional response. Just say you don't like the police, you know, but every time, you know, we're talking about solutions, people want to bring up something like, well, you can't fix it because it started from slave catching. Then you tell them that, no, that's not true. Then they want to bring up something else because they just want to be right. They just want, and the reality is this, you know, we weren't even talking about that. But then, you know, he brought up a statement and says, well, even the FBI said that the KKK is in policing. Oh, okay. And so what? What are you going to do about it? And to your point, and chaotic, this is so true. You know how many gangs infiltrate policing? Pedophiles, right? Thieves, corrupt individuals. There's a lot of gangs, Bloods, Crips, gangster disciples. We had some in my police department and we didn't know. You know what they do? You know, when you have a person who is a gang member, they get their little brother who hasn't committed any crimes to sign up and become a police officer, right? So they can look after for their gang. This is in every state. So when people give me that, okay, well, KKKs and gangs, okay, and what's your point? What's your point? And I think when you don't know what you're talking about, you lean on the things that the media has shown you. And then here, I come in here, or someone chaotic, you come in here, you have training and experience in a particular area, and you start showing them the truth that's outside of their understanding or outside of their limited research on Google. And they want to just speak on that. Well, KKK is in there. Okay, so is the Gangster Disciples, and they're black, right?
Right.
Guess what? The Latin Kings are in there too, and they're Hispanic. So what are you saying to me? What do the white supremacists and gang members, Bloods, Crips, and others, what do they know that regular black folks don't know, right? And they're in the military too. The problem is this is a position of power. And as black people, we're afraid to do the job, but everybody else is not. And so if we want to be represented, you got to get in it. Right? You got white supremacists in here. We know they're in here. Right? We know there's KKK members, there's Bloods, there's Crips, there's Gangster Disciples. They're all in here. And so at the end of the day, these are all just excuses for what? For what? At the end of the day, we can't tell a difference between a black person is having a racist experience or encounter with an officer because we act a fool when we get encountered with the police. So, you know, if we really want to distinguish from the good cops and the bad cops, as long as we're being respectful, as long as we understand the law and know how to maneuver, we can weed them out a lot better. We cannot weed them out when we ourselves, one, are committing a crime in the first place, and then trying not to be held accountable for said crime. That doesn't work. There's no excuse. Even if the officer's racist, if you committed a crime, it still don't even matter.
Exactly.
It don't matter. It defeats the purpose. So if we focus on what we can control, which is ourselves, by not committing crime, by not causing crime in our community, we don't need the police. The police will never show up. The police show up when there's crime. The police show up when they're called. I had a whole black community. We were in the community all the time because people were calling 911. It was so bad when I start my shift, there were 20 911 calls that were pending in the black community. So if we don't like the police, then tell our people to stop doing things that will require the police in the first place. That's how you get to the root of the problem. And a lot of people don't want to talk about that part. We only want to talk about the part after we get slapped across the head for doing something we weren't supposed to be doing. Or we got profiled because we look like Tom, Dick, and Harry or Pookie and Ray Ray. You know, we want to dress like clowns or dress like gangsters and then get mad when we get profiled.
Exactly.
I have a good morning to everybody. I'm TC, HBCU Queen TV. Good morning. Hey, Andrea, how are you, Chef? And I see Mr. Disciple.
Good morning.
I have a question. Good morning. I have a question for the Nathan, and I wanted to ask you, coming from the world of politics, I work very closely with the police departments and the state troopers and the constables and federal agencies.
Mm-hmm.
I concur with you on so many levels. And we're in Philadelphia. We're putting together. It's already been put together. It has to be passed. This new thing about community policing, and what I'll do, Andrea, I'm going to email it to you so you can share it. Okay. Part of the community policing, you know, it talks about community policing and everything you just said, Nate. You know, the documentation. You know. something happens, the media comes out and inflates the situation. Oh, such and such and such and happened, and they killed a black man, or the black man he was unarmed, and this, that, and the other. Then having to retract, the media has to go back and retract the information after, of course, they've inflated the information as well. And now we have wars in the street. The one thing I think we need to really talk about is the mentality, or the mental and emotional health of police officers.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, and it's not only police officers, it's anybody, because they need a break. This is not an easy job, especially with all the dynamics that are occurring and have occurred. So one of the things that I've proposed is, and I wanted to find out from you, Nate, and anyone else chime in. I believe that police officers should work six months out of the year.
Never thought about that.
On the beat, 10, boots on the ground. The next 3 months they have off with pay. The next 3 months they're doing administrative duty and / training, professional development, etc., etc.
That's an interesting reform.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we also have a way in which, because honestly, the teachers sort of do it that way, because the teachers are off for 2 months out of the year, but they take off a certain amount of they take a certain amount of money from their pay during the first 6 months, and then they can take off those 2 months with pay, that kind of thing. And then there are all kinds of different ways in which we can make sure that the police officers do get they get their leave 3 months with pay off. And here's the thing, everyone, no.
No, you're on the right. You're on the right track.
Yeah,
Let me.
I try to stay away from generalization, but here's the thing.
It's fine. We all get it. We get it on here. When we're
I am a professional, and so okay. I don't take for granted, and I don't assume that everyone does get it. I know you all do, but we all have a responsibility and a duty to do our due diligence and say the right things. True. Especially when we are presenting ourselves or are involved in the lives of many people. True. So one of the things that I often want to say to many of the politicians and those that are in the position to make these changes is that the things that happen with a police officer, their mental and their emotional and their spiritual on a day-to-day basis is amazing. And that's why I fight, and I am going to fight, and I continue to fight for law enforcement officers to be able to have time off. And it's not just them. Parents need time off. Daggone it, child care workers need time off. City, state, federal workers, correctional officers need time off, because this United States of America, until the republic for which it's damned, always has a way of overworking its people. And then it just, after a while, you take and extract everything, the essence out of a person, and that you don't have anything. You have a robot now. You have somebody that doesn't care. They're just gonna go off. They trigger quickly, and they don't have a way in which to get themselves back together again. Like Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king horses and all the king. See, these couldn't put Humpty back together again. And that's what's happening in this United States and the workforce. It's unfortunate that people are being used too much and not being cared for, and they can't care for themselves nor their families
But that's
and
by
spend
design.
time.
Yeah, that's by design. You know, this country isn't really for the betterment of their people, right? We just want to be clear with that.
Right.
Now, people say, "Oh, United States of America." I say, "United Corporate States of America." You know, this country is about money. This is what makes this country great. It's about money. You come here to get your pockets up. But if you can't, then you will suffer, right? So this is, we can't be fooled. This country is here to make money and money off the back of us, but it's every man for himself. Like, that's how this country is set up. That's why they call it the American dream. You can come up here, if you can dream right and do the work, you can make anything happen here. That's why people are racing to get here. But at the same time, they're not out here to have your back. This ain't France. This isn't Finland, Switzerland, where the government truly gives a damn about their people, right? Like, this ain't it. So that's why we have so many issues. But to your point in reference to officers, so I do have in my reform package that I've been putting together, I think what you said is genius. I absolutely have incorporated the idea of giving officers more time. The problem right now at the profession is we don't have any time, which is why, for those who don't know, policing has the highest rate of domestic violence in this profession.
True.
Divorce is high as well in this profession. Suicide is a leading cause of death amongst officers. And the job is difficult.
Yes.
It's strenuous. I mean, there's a lot to it. And not only that, not only do you have the social issues, the performing issues with the job, you have the medical issues, the psychological, the spiritual, the emotional. Then outside of the job, then you got to go home and deal with the home issues. You're dealing with society's problem. It's so much. And so part of my reform is that when we reduce the types of calls that officers respond to by 70%, 70% of the 911 calls police officers are not needed to go to.
Exactly.
All the way down to traffic stops, giving traffic tickets. The officer will only respond if there might be something criminal, maybe like a DUI or something of that nature, or a person, or if someone's injured, then a police will respond. But outside of that, that's actually a civil situation. When you have a car accident, that we only do reports for the insurance company. If you go to no fault states like Florida, police don't even show up for that. You do your report online and give it to your insurance company. So you talk about freeing up officers off of something like that. You're talking about giving officers more time to train. You talk about you remove 70% of those crimes. I mean, those 911 dispatch calls. Officers should be responding to areas where they need to use some form of force.
Right. Exactly.
And so, but what ends up happening with that is you would only need less police officers. If you have less police officers, guess what? You can pay the few that you have a lot more. Right. And if you could pay the few that you have a lot more, you can create the demand for better quality people. So if officers are getting paid starting salary 80, 90,000 consistently, then you can ask for the best and the brightest, because you're willing to pay the best and the brightest 80, 90,000 and do the job. It's hard to pay people 80, 90,000 when you need 100 of them. Right. There's no budget for it. So then with that being said as well, when you need less, you can do more with them. And my philosophy is, what you do is, now officers work, say, 5 days a week. Well, 2 of those days they're actually patrolling on the beat, right? Another 2 days they're volunteering in the communities that they're serving. This goes to Andrea's point about community service. You have the officers who are out of uniform and they are working for the people, as they should. The problem with law enforcement in a lot of jurisdictions is that they forgot who they work for. And at the same time, the citizens have lost respect for them. And so, we got to get to a point to where we rebuild that trust, rebuild that respect. It's hard to respect people that you don't appreciate. And it's hard to respect people who are not respectable. And so that is a big issue. So we have
Nate.
to.
Nate, excuse me. I wanted to I want to chime in, especially because Andre and I have always had this conversation, always reflecting back to the community, because she is definitely known all over these YouTube streets about that community and making people accountable. She'll ask. So one of the things that I like about people like Andrea is that, number one, she's one of those people that will ask, can you do something? Can you come out to this event? Can you come out and help these young people? And I will say, because I'm in Philadelphia, okay, one of the things that I have noticed is that when I ask the police officers to do things, as Andrea and I have always been on the same page on, is that when you ask, you'd be surprised that people will, oh yes, we can do this and we can do that, and we give away this and we're giving away that, and we're doing things in the community. I don't know how many times I've sent pictures to various people with the police districts that are giving away toys for tots, or Easter baskets, and then food giveaways and food drives. Oh, the police officers quite often do it if you, number one, ask. And also, I would say for the most part, a lot of them, if they have the time, they will, put it in their schedule if it's an ongoing thing. I have never once, okay, ever asked a police, the captain, the police district, can we do X, Y, and Z because this, that, and the other? And I have never had a no, ever.
Right.
I'm 52. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Okay. Never had a no. Okay. Brooklyn in the house. All right. Number two, I have attended and graduated from 2 HBCUs in North Carolina and here in Pennsylvania, and have asked and have always been a part of the community of the law enforcement, constables as well. Never had a no. And so one of the things that, again, people have got to, number one, I don't complain. What I will do is say, listen, there's a problem. Police officers, ladies, we're having a problem in the community. We need you to come out. Can we sit down and talk about some things and do some things? Can we have community policing? Can we have some resolution here? Yes. Now, and I'm not waiting for them to come up with the answers. I have too many degrees. Chef, too many degrees. Andrea, 2-way degreed and credential. Nathan, I know Chaotic has a plethora of things, credentials behind and in front. Vic does research constantly. There are people in this chat that are awesome writers and researchers and investigators. We have too many freaking intelligent behind people that can get to the daggone police district and say, listen, can we collaborate with you? And can we help? And can we do X, Y, and Z? Philadelphia,
that's not the problem, though. The problem is the loud minority of our community. That's the problem.
Yes.
See, the thing is,
right.
I think that's the issue is majority of people. Some of the majority of people who have a real issue with police are those who are causing the problems as well in our community.
Absolutely.
I think there's also a segment where there's a gross exaggeration on police encounters, whereas because we already have a made up mind about policing, that when we encounter a police officer and we confuse professionalism with racism. And, I've noticed that a lot within encounters. You have white officers who like, damn, I can't even give a black person a ticket without being called a racist. So this is what's happening, right? We've gotten so cavalier with calling every encounter with a police officer a racist encounter simply because, we didn't like the officer's attitude, or the officer was unprofessional, rude, or they were extra, right? Giving more tickets than they need to be. What do we call them? Racist, right? If I do it, I'm an asshole, right? If I do the exact same thing a white officer does, you're calling me an asshole or you're calling me a sellout, right? But that's our problem. We've gotten way too comfortable throwing that word around to now it's created a false reality in our community. Now we look at when we're doing something wrong, right? We're breaking the law. We get mad when the police try to hold us accountable. I had a case where a guy got stopped, you know, and a gentleman was looking at the case and said the officer was wrong for what the officer did. Now this guy got stopped, right? This guy died, but I'm gonna tell you what happened. This guy got stopped for whatever traffic offense. He had several crack rocks in his pocket and a whole bunch of money, right? He was selling. Well, he ate the crack rocks before the officer can get some fell out of his pocket. He ate some of them in the backseat of the car. It ultimately killed him. People were upset about it and they rioted and protested. Then they found out that he died from what he ingested in his body. People were mad. Why did he get stopped? The officers harassed him. This is the problem with our community. We're always trying to overlook our wrong behavior and immediately jump to the officer's wrong for even dealing with us in the first place. That's why we can't correct this problem, because we're constantly trying to avoid accountability, and we're trying to label everything as a racist encounter. And that, you know why? Someone said to me the other day, well, there's more black people in prison. I said, well, shit, I could have told you that. And it's not that there's more black people in prison. There's too many of us in prison for stupid reasons, right? It's not necessarily because,
there you go.
It's not necessarily because we're not smart enough not to be in prison. We're doing dumb shit and putting ourselves in prison. Case in point.
Boom.
If you look at this case right now with Trouble the Rapper, you look at the YSL gang members. You look at these guys. Trouble was at the girl's house, and then he got into it with another guy. He got shot. Right? This guy who shot him now, he's good. If he's found guilty, he's going to go to prison over what? You know. And so we put ourselves in bad situations, and then we talk about systemic racism, right? We talk about we're being over policed, but we won't tone down the crime in our communities. We talk about being put too much in the prison system, but we don't want to talk about the crimes that we're committing that gets us put in prison. 51 people shot in Chicago in 3 days, but we're not talking about what the hell we are doing to each other. So then when we get arrested, you had a guy in a city, he shot and killed a 14-year-old girl by accident, trying to shoot somebody else. The bullet hit a 14-year-old girl. So, you know, and this kid he's only 18 years old. His life is over with. So our black men and black boys are spending their lives in prison, and then you have these activists and people who want to cape for them and say this is white supremacy and this is systemic racism. No, Negro, this is you shooting somebody. This is you carrying a gun. This is you selling drugs. So there's no excuse. And so we don't want to talk about the stuff that we are doing. That's case in point with the YSL members being locked up in Atlanta. There was an 18-year-old boy who threatened to kill the sheriff and the DA because of this. Well, guess what? They locked him up. He's 18 years old. So again, I ask people all the time, and they want to come back to racism, and I say, but we are doing this to ourselves. So there's only so much we can blame on white people, and there's so much we have to take credit for within ourselves. The police are not walking.
Nate, I was just gonna say that there was a few years back. My mother and I take a road trip to North Carolina, Andrea, every year for Thanksgiving. And so, you know, we take time to drive and, of course, go to Maryland, do the malls and go shopping and go to D.C. and go see the Capitol and then get down to Virginia. And then, of course, we make it to North Carolina. We made it to North Carolina. But prior to us getting down there, my mother left New York to come to Philly to pick me up. She forgot her license and her registration in New York. So guess what we did? We took a chance. We went on down anyway. She had her insurance though. She had her insurance. Oh yeah. I'm gonna say this now because it's 10 years ago. So we went ahead because she had her insurance on her card. And I said, well, you know what? Look, we got the insurance card on your car and everything. Whatever. Let's go. We did it. We got to North Carolina. 15 minutes to our destination in North Carolina. My mother makes a left-hand turn, not into the left-hand lane. She makes it a left-hand turn wide. So she was in the wrong lane, right? We get stopped by a state trooper. Here we go. I was like, it's over. We getting ready to go to jail. It's over. That's it. We don't have nothing, right? So, number one, my mother started reaching as we were pulling over. We pulled over, full stop. The guys coming, state troopers coming to the car. And it's like, I said, my mother starts reaching over into the glove compartment to get what I said, no, what are you doing? Keep it 10 and 2. What are you doing? We already wrong. Don't give him a reason. Okay? Jeez whiz. 10 and 2. That means for anybody, put you on the steering wheel, keep your hands on the steering wheel. 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock.
But what she's not telling y'all is that her mom had like 3 pounds of weed in her prison wallet.
No. Negative. Don't you put that out there on my mama. Return to sender. I do not receive that. No, sir.
Y'all see Harlem Night.
However, sir.
Mama,
negative.
HBCU, we love you, mama.
Thank you, boo boo. So, and Chef, I'm gonna get you, but Nate, this is what happened. And at the end, what we did was, he said it was changes. Y'all don't want a whole lot of paperwork, right? So at 10:35, this guy stops us, and we told him the truth. Look, this is the situation. He ran my mother's information. He ran everything. He was like, listen, get where you gotta go and get back home up north safely. I'm gonna let you go, and you good. Don't worry about it. I said, well, ain't this about nothing? And it was very interesting. And he said, I said, sir, why did you? I said, why? You gonna let her go like this? And he said, because she told the truth. I'm gonna let y'all go and have a happy Thanksgiving. White guy.
Yep.
Like I said, we were 15 minutes from that little country bumpkin town in North Carolina where my mother's from. And this this wasn't near the G-hole at all. This was not even near A&T. This was in the country, okay? He said, go and have a good Thanksgiving. I appreciate you telling me the truth. I was like, let's get home because I don't know. This could possibly be a setup. Let's get home. So we called and everything was copacetic. We got home, et cetera, et cetera. However, I'm saying all of that to just say, and I'm gonna definitely mute. If anything had happened, we were prepared for whatever the ramifications were and or the consequences, because we knew we were already in the wrong. It was no need, ain't no racism. It's none of that stuff. None of it. And sometimes when you tell the truth and just say, listen, yes, I'm wrong. You'd be surprised sometimes what a professional in the authority might do, or the discretion that they have, that they may make, that they would just let you go, or they might allow you to, have a break, if you will, whatever. And I'm not saying it happens all the time, because we know that it doesn't. I'm not here to make a story for the police, the law enforcement, and say, oh, we're going to sing kumbaya stories and blah, blah, blah. Absolutely not. The message was, and it just as small as that was, it could have been a bigger thing. And depending on your attitude, depending on how you present it, I will stand in my truth. I will stand in my ish and say, you know what? I am in the wrong, and I apologize for that. So whatever had to happen, we can take it, because we went down there knowing that we didn't have all the stuff that we were supposed to.
No, I appreciate that, and I think to your point, when I have conversations with people who claim they dislike the police or they say police are racist, when you have the whole conversation with them, I start picking out things that's inaccurate, right? And what ultimately ends up happening is like, okay, the officer wasn't racist. You did break the law, but really what this was, you thought the officer was unprofessional. Well, yeah, okay, well, what did the officer do that was racist, right? And they can't answer that. And so that's the problem. We are mislabeling encounters with the police and labeling everything that we don't like that a white person does as being racist. You know, and this is a perfect example, and then I'm a run, and I'm gonna tell you this is a perfect example. I had a debate with someone, and Chaotic will appreciate this. I know Andrea, she ain't gonna like this, but so I had a debate with someone this was what, 2 years ago, and she had made a comment about Trump, and she said, "Now listen, I don't like neither party. Let me just be clear. I don't like either side. I just want people to do their job, right? I think having colors is a stupid waste of time, just a way to divide people. But that's my position on that. But this is the conversation we had. She said Trump was a racist. And so I asked her, I said, why do you think he's a racist? I said, tell me, what is a racist? First thing I've noticed with our community is that a lot of us don't even know the definition of a racist and what it actually means. And we've just been labeling people racist because we don't like them or we don't like the situation, right? So I asked her, I said, what did he do that's a racist? I said, tell me. She couldn't tell me. And then eventually she said, well, Trump stated, I was watching him, he made a statement and he said, the Chinese virus, right? Talking about, the vid. And I said, okay. I said, well, what's racist about that? Well, it's from China, and he said the Chinese virus, and that's very racist for him to say. Now, me personally, there's nothing racist about that statement. It's a virus that came from China, right? I didn't think there was anything racist about it. It's absolutely not racist, and it has nothing to do with being a racist. So then I asked her, I said, well, is the West Nile virus racist? And I said, plenty of people were calling the West Nile virus, and it came from Africa, the West Nile. I said, is that racist? She couldn't say anything. And I said, well, what about the Spanish flu? Is the Spanish flu racist? I said, have you ever said Spanish flu out of your mouth? She said, yes, I have. I said, so are you a racist for saying the Spanish flu? I said, are you a racist? Have you ever said the West Nile virus? She said, yes, I have. I said, does that make you a racist? And she couldn't say anything. And she said, you know what? I see your point. I said, so why are you calling Trump a racist for a statement like that? Right? And so
Bro, I got to just tell you, I may be long-winded and push certain ideas and words and all of that, but you actually dropped something that required a little just pause for a moment, because that was some fire right there that I think a lot of people didn't have the opportunity or give themselves the opportunity to think about when he called it the China flu, and they talked about, the Spanish flu. And we talk about West Nile virus. It was just now when you said it, it's like, damn, that was some bars.
Amen. And thank you for that, Chef. And I say that because this is how easy it is to get swept away in an emotional argument, to be swept away and manipulated emotionally. And when you're not paying attention, you will let other people tell you how to think and tell you who to like, and then also tell you who to hate. And that is our problem in our community. We are easily manipulated through our emotions. And that right there is why we are having such a hard time course correcting a lot of these issues in our community.
Before anybody says anything else tonight, I just wanted to say this in response to what you were asking in the chat for clarification, because I'm still on the grind, so I just took a minute to address. I understand that everybody didn't necessarily agree with information man's points. Y'all, whatever the reasons, but just like you were saying about data and how it can be skewed one way or the other. I've definitely said that before. So I tend to agree with your point. But at the end of the day, I think the point that you were refuting his information was that it was from 2013 to 2019, and you had some maybe fresher figures. And when they're doing a large study like that, a lot of times there's a lot of fact checking, so on and so forth. By the time it makes print and it's all stamped and official, it may be a year after the study is done. So if that study was done over a 6-year time frame, it covers all of that's in there. So it seems to be
I see what you're saying.
A more valuable study because it's comprehensive. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me pause you right there. I see what you're saying. Let me bring clarity. Let me bring clarity. Hold on. Ali said, real Nathan, you must forgot about the Central Park 5 and Trump part on that. Yeah, Trump, you can't blame Trump for what he said about Central Park 5 because the kids admitted to doing the crime. So
and I got to throw this in there. Trump, when you say Trump's part in that, when the Central Park 5 took place, Trump was a business owner. He was not a politician. He wasn't running for office. He did take out an
ad.
He did take out an ad in the New York Post, which is what we consider from New York as the tabloid. The Daily News was the real stuff. New York Post was sensationalized. If I remember correctly, Rupert Murdoch owned the New York Post.
Yes. Facts.
Right.
Facts.
So at that point, all Donald Trump was at that time was Tony Stark, was fake Bruce Wayne. He was just a young playboy son of a billionaire, of a multi-millionaire, that was trying to make his waves in New York. And he took that stance.
And he did that after they admitted to the guilt of committing that crime.
Please
so
let the Trump pill. Please don't take it.
Wait. Say that again, Vic. Hold on.
Please don't take the Trump pill.
Nobody's taking. Wait. First of all, no. Let me tell you something. For one, just one. Okay, just one of the Central Park 5 I knew via his cousin. I went to prep school in the Bronx, and his cousin went to school with me. Right. And I'm going to tell you this, Vic. Listen closely, because during the time when the Central Park 5 took place, all of the information that came out initially was that they confessed.
They confessed. Yeah.
They confessed. Yes. Now, watch this. Trump went and he took out that ad with his own money to speak his piece. For the record, people already felt he was an asshole. Okay, so it was not. People already felt like if he told you he would run for president back then, they would all laugh. When he said it later on, a couple years past that point, they all laughed. What I'm saying to you is that everybody thought they were guilty because of the confessions.
Correct.
What it was not released. What they ended up releasing more further in through FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. They call it FOIA, for short. They actually showed the entirety of those interviews and to show the high degree of coercion that was exhibited. So in the beginning, you had black people that was like, oh man, let them have it.
Yeah.
Oh man, what do they think they doing? Oh man, you see what I'm saying? This is what's going on. And they talk about that wilding thing. Let me help you out. That trip to Central Park, I done been on that trip to Central Park, right? Everybody would ride the train up to Central Park and go kick it with the homies. You know what I'm saying? So I had been on one of those Fridays to Central Park. So without going too deep into the relation, you know, it unfortunately, a lot of people were echoing what Trump was saying. He wasn't the one that came out and did anything. So when people say what Trump did,
Right.
Trump was actually one of the members in the echo chamber. He just happened to have a lot of money to be able to
bigger
take a
platform.
full page ad.
Right.
He had a bigger
I'm just
platform.
saying that's a whole show, and let's not go down that rabbit hole. I just want to hear.
I mean, but when you're saying go down that rabbit hole, we
no rabbit
7
hole.
hours in. I'm just saying that it's not a whole show. I'm saying that I was a witness to that time frame because I was there. And when I say there, I was a piece of the audience of New York media. So I understood what took place because my stepdad, rest in peace, and I love him. I feel like I had 2 dads, right? He felt the same way. There was a lot of Black people that felt the same way, Vic. So just because we use this person's name, it ain't about taking no Trump pill or this, that, and the other. I'm speaking about facts.
The facts,
right?
yeah.
It's facts
I
about what took place.
I don't have any opinion on the position that you're making. Period.
Okay.
I just know that there's a tendency when you bring up Trump, just like anything else, those are hot button issue, and they're gonna get pushback no matter how right you are or how many facts you.
So I'm prepared for pushback. This is what this.
I was
look at this whole thing is about
if you
pushback.
show me just a little bit of love, and you know I'm on the grind, Chef. I'm taking.
Go ahead, do
I
your
waited
thing.
about 15 minutes to let TC do her thing. I just want to get Nathan's response to what we were talking about, and then y'all can feel free to go wherever you want to go.
Yeah. Let me touch on that. Let me touch on that real quick. To your point, I wasn't discrediting the validity of Information Man's quote that he spoke about on the statistics of unarmed men being killed at a rate different than white people. What I was pointing out was how easy it is for people who don't understand statistics and data and how to properly read it. It's easy for someone to frame data and statistics to support their argument when it could be extremely misleading. And the reason why I said that, because when he presented the data, when he presented the statement the first time, he did not add in that data was coming from a span of 2017 to 2019 or whatever the year span was.
Okay.
He left that out. So what happens to an untrained ear or to an ear who's unaware of the information, all they hear is that unarmed Black men are killed at a higher percentage rate than white people. He'd never said that this information was pulled over the course of 6 years or 7 years. And when you purposely leave that out, or you intentionally leave it out, or you intentionally or unintentionally leave that information out, it will cause a person to be misinformed, because every year is a different set of numbers. And so when you're dealing with something that's very sensitive, a lot of times people will frame their arguments around data that supports what they're trying to say, instead of giving people the numbers as they are. The numbers as they are, if we focus on right now, this or last year, if you just focus on the numbers itself, when you have 27 Black people who are unarmed killed by the police, you have 22 white people unarmed killed by the police, it paints a different picture. And so he was trying to, unfortunately, when you say,
let me hear what you're saying, though.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, but let's just go with the numbers that you just presented, right?
Okay.
You said there's 27 Black people that die, and you said what, 22 or 25?
Correct. 22 white, 27.
Right. So that's a 5-person difference.
Correct.
Now, the inference that you're making is that it's a lot closer than what he was presenting, correct?
No, what the statement I was making specific to what he was talking about was that when you frame the sentence, the information in a particular way, it can be misleading about what the actual numbers are. It gives people the impression that Black people are being killed at a higher rate than white people unarmed. And when you look at the raw numbers, they're closer than what you would think based on what you stated.
So stay right there. Now, let's skip over that whole why these killings are happening. Just the raw data.
Okay.
That you do know. Now what you're saying, what I'm seeing by these numbers is this: if you can acknowledge this, then we don't have any conflict in information. We just have a clarity. Would you? Okay. The part that's undisputable is that there's way more white Americans than there are black Americans.
Correct.
So it wouldn't matter if there was police contact with every single black American citizen, there would still be more contact with white American citizens, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what we're talking about is there's less contact by percentage with black Americans than there is with white Americans. And the whole idea is that if you have that many points of contact with, let's just start with white Americans. If let's just say a round number, there's 10,000 points of contact with white Americans between officers and citizens, right? And let's just say there's 1,000 with black Americans comparatively, right? The whole idea is that with such a significant amount more contact, those numbers should not be the same. The rate of difference should be obvious.
Correct.
So where there's 27 black American deaths, there should probably be more like, I don't know, 5 or 6. You understand? In comparison and by percentage and by amount of contact. So even though those numbers in actuality are very close, it doesn't speak to the fact that there's that many more instances of contact with law enforcement, yet somehow the numbers are still coming out even.
Yes, and you're absolutely correct, and I agree with you, and that's the moral, right? This is the emotional piece of this whole argument that people talk about, right? People are upset about the rate. They're saying it's too much because we're a smaller group of people, right? Why are our numbers larger? And what they like to say is that this is because of racism. That's the argument that's made. It's because white officers are racist is why this number is higher or too high or just as high as white people. Well, I have to beg to differ, right? There's a disproportionality and there's a reason for that. Because the only piece that you're missing out of the conversation, which is why I say data is absent of context, because it is. Data itself only tells you a piece of the pie, right? There's a whole pie out here, right? There's 6 of us on this panel, and the data only gives you 2 pieces out of the 6. That's the problem. My job is to bring the other 4 to the conversation, the 4 that you don't see. So you can read about it, but I can tell you about it. And what am I telling you? I'm telling you that the data lacks context. What are the variables that you're not incorporating in this figure? The factors are attitude, behavior, engagement, crime, right? These things have to be taken in consideration. That's why every police encounter has to be looked at individually, because people are individual. The officer's behavior, the citizen's behavior. Did he resist arrest? Was he aggressive? What type of crime did he commit? You know, how well trained is the officer? If we look at Patrick, this case right here with Patrick is a perfect example of this, right? You have someone who had an active warrant. He resisted arrest. The officer wasn't trained well. So you're looking at all this. He was unarmed and then he got armed. So when you break down each individual thing, you start to add context and you see different factors. Not every shooting is the same. Another thing you have to take into context is, though, yes, Black people are less, if you look at the amount of violent crimes we commit them disproportionately. And so when you look at the access that police are having into black people and contact just in general, we are responding, the police are responding to crime. They're responding to violent offenses. When you look at the violent offenses, we are committing half of the violent offenses, yet we're only 13%. So for us to commit half, than our largest population size, which is white people who are 60%, then the numbers don't look odd anymore. They don't look odd when you have the smallest group that's responsible for half of the most violent crimes in this country. So there lies the problem. So we disproportionately commit the most crimes because we're a smaller portion, yet our crimes are competitive to the largest group in this country. We commit the most homicides. So for example, last year we committed almost 7,400 homicides amongst each other, and we're 13%. White people committed 4,200 homicides amongst each other, and they're 60%. So when you start looking at these numbers and you look at the amount of crime we commit for our size, we disproportionately commit amongst too many crimes amongst one another, which then speaks to why we are disproportionately being shot, right? So the numbers, everything does add up when you start putting things into context, to your point.
I hear you. That's fair. That's fair. And so with that, I accept that and I can see that point. And I would just want to say that if we're going to say that, because the narrative that's being pushed is that Black people commit the majority of crime in America.
And that's false.
What you specified was
Right.
was a higher percentage of violent crime, not
Correct.
crime in general. But crime is an American problem, but violent crime is prevalent and specific to the Black community.
Yes.
So I just want to get those facts straight, and I'm good with the facts, however they are.
And to your point, and that's why it's important. That's why I say the accuracy is important, because it's easy when people start using talking points. I don't use talking points. I use just the actual information, because I can use talking points and make what I have to say sound better, but it's disingenuous.
Right.
Because when you start looking at the raw data, it doesn't make sense. You know, homicide is a top 3 leading cause of death. If you look on the CDC, I think it's the top 4 leading cause of death for a Black man. You are at risk for dying of homicide, right?
Mhm.
For white people, their leading cause of death is accidents and suicide. Suicide ain't even on our top 10. We don't kill ourselves like that. That's not how we get down. Now, granted, but white folks aren't killing themselves by the scores either. So each racial group has a unique thing about them that needs to be addressed. There's a suicide problem in the white community. There's a homicide problem in the Black community. One would argue, well, let me not say that. But the whole idea is, you know what I was about to say, right? You know what I was about to say. But the reality is our issues in our community is diet. We're dying based off of how we eat, and we're dying based off of killing one another. These
okay, so how we move forward, and what are your 5 solutions in the Black community? Since you want to
for what though? What specifically? The Black community or law enforcement?
the Black community pertaining to the law enforcement. What are your 5 solutions? I'm writing them down.
All right. Woo.
Damn, she giving you homework, son.
I got him. I got him.
Hey, before you go, I'm gonna step down. Let me close.
I appreciate you, Vic.
Hey, for sure. I appreciate you clearing that up, brother. Hey, I just wanted to say we got a lot of people saying don't what do you say? Stop breaking the law, asshole. I think the statement should be, why do you keep breaking the law, asshole?
Yeah, they're quoting Jim Carrey. They quoting Jim Carrey.
I know that they're quoting liar, but some people, we use song lyrics and all kind of shit to make a point that we actually want to say ourselves. And I think that's the key is the why.
Right.
People. If our people are not a moral people by nature and by spirit, then there's a catalyst, and that's what Andre is asking. Is how
I know why. Why. Yeah, we could talk about that. There's too many.
So Nate.
Uh-huh.
So Nate, I just had before you answer Andrea and Vic, before you leave, I just had this one question because it ties into something that Vic said. In law enforcement, here's what we have. We have charges. Then we have the court, and then we have conviction, right?
Right.
You're charged with something, you go to court,
Charges, arraignment,
or gets
adjudication, and then
or gets it could get dropped or whatever, or you have to go to trial, all that good stuff, and then a conviction. Here's something that Vic said, and he pointed it out, and it's gonna speak to something that you're gonna give Andre in terms of what do we do. How what is I want us to think about that process, and do Caucasians and Asians go through that that grueling process as much as African Americans do? And charges.
What do you mean? What process? You talking about the correct
charges when they're charges, the trial.
They go through all that. Yeah, they go through all that.
Do they, or do the charges get dropped?
Nah, they in jail too. They in prison.
They just don't report it.
They don't. You don't see it.
Okay.
And that's I think that's what we're talking.
That's okay. Got it.
The Asian.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No. The problem is, the biggest problem, just in general, is that we've become a community where we only know what we are told. Mm-hmm. We only know what we see, and that's a problem. A gentleman emailed me a case, and he said a cracker got killed. I think this would be something for you guys to talk about. And I thought it was funny. It was an inside joke because he knows on my channel. I'm gonna give this to you, Chef, in the private. If you could pull this up. They know on my channel, I get pushback from people who think white folks don't have bad outcomes with police. And in this article, a deputy shoots a white man in the back of the head while he was driving away. You will never hear about this. And I plan on talking about it on my channel. But the whole idea is that the media has become very talented at preventing Black people from seeing other things than what we need, but instead of what they want to show us. And it is done us a disservice. It has done a huge disservice. It has created a lot of misinformation, a lot of confusion, and a lot of division. And this is causing a lot of problems, to the point to where someone brings this information up, and we refute it. We push back on it. We don't believe it because we think the media is God. I always challenge people at the end of my streams to do research. Just look. Google is not a legitimate resource source, right? You use Google to find sources to do research. To the conversation earlier about this is there's a video on this. We could even watch it. I urge you guys to watch it on your own time so we don't get his channel flag. But if Chef can drop it in the chat, or for you guys to pull up on your own, you can watch the video. But this is the man right here. You'll never hear about this. This happened in April. Kentucky deputy shot man in the back of his head. And I watched the video, you guys. The officer was wrong. He's guilty. You'll never hear about it. You will never. There's no protest. There's no White Lives Matter. You're just not going to hear about it. They'll get sued. The officer will lose his job and go to jail, and you'll never hear about it. Ask yourself why. There's a concerted effort to confuse us. Imagine what it would look like if Black people and white people got together to fight the same cause. How quickly do you think we'd be able to fix the law enforcement problem in this country? But they get us to believe that our issues and their issues are not the same. It's the same way they divided white indentured servants and Black slaves.
Mm-hmm.
So we're being beat because we're not playing the psychological game. We're playing the heart game. We want to play the emotional game, and the emotions distract you from the logic. And there's the problem, you guys. There's the problem. I urge everybody to watch that video. I'm going to do a video on that. And what the officer did was unlawful. It wasn't justified. And he needs to be prosecuted. but you'll never hear about it.
Nathan, I know about that case. I'm sorry to cut you off.
You good, bro?
So yeah, that's something I can't say similar to me because I'm alive, but I was at my so if you guys are familiar with fraternities, I was at my dean's house and I was waiting for my dean to come home. This was like back in 2006. And it was like a hot summer day, man. I had fell asleep in the car waiting for him. I don't even know how. I just fell asleep. I woke up to a gun pointed in my face by not a white cop, but a black cop. And I said, well, what was the point of you pointing your gun in my face? He said, I had to do it for my protection. And some other black cops came, and I'm just trying to tell them, like, oh, you know, I'm just in school, you know, yada, yada, yada. And they were mocking me, like, oh, okay, mister, I'm in school, and I'm this, that, and the other. And I said, look at these ignorant black niggas in uniforms. These are some niggas in uniforms. Same thing with this white kid in Kentucky. It was just a hillbilly in a uniform who made a bad mistake. Now, obviously, I'm alive, but the same thing could have possibly happened to me. But yeah, I know that story. It's really messed up what happened with that kid.
It is messed up.
He was sleeping in his car. Yep.
Yeah. He was sleeping in his car.
Must have passed out. Must have been tired from driving. I don't know. Yeah.
He fell asleep. I think he was at an intersection. I've had this plenty of times with people. And I've tried to force them to get up. I mean, I blocked their car in because I know how these things can turn out. I've had people drive off on me. I've had a coworker get his foot ran over. He never shot at the car. He shot him in the back of the head while he was driving away. He's not a threat anymore, you know? And so this is a problem, but again, you'll never hear about cases like this, but it happens. I have a video on my channel where I talk about cases involving white people who have been killed the same way black people have been killed.
You never hear
that have made the news, and we've marched. Everybody we've marched for in our community, there's been a white person who has died the exact same way. I'm going to drop that link for Chef, and I urge you guys to look at that. I'm really curious to know what you think. If it's okay with Chef, you know, this is an education moment. Let me see.
You good?
All right. Let me find that video. I think it's important. That, you know, one, we talk about these things and we pass this information around because unfortunately, this is the problem, right? Let me see.
We're gonna have to come back and do a part 2, okay?
Oh, for sure.
And we can have you earlier because folks is getting a little sleepy now.
I know, right?
I got questions. I still got some more questions for you, okay? So you got to come back and do a little part 2, okay?
I got you, boo. I got you. Check this out, Chef. I just dropped it in the private chat. You guys, I'm urging you, check this video out. It's very informative. I took some time to do some research. On the video, I have all the receipts on the description for you guys to pull up the news articles for yourself and read them. And basically what I did a PowerPoint and I compared every case where a high profile police shooting where a black person was killed by a white officer. I then did the research and then located a white person. You think you could you should be able to fast forward if that's all right. It should be the right one. Let's see. Yeah, the title of this video is called Black Skin and White Shadows. And the whole idea is that you know, white folks getting it too. And the reality is we have to start looking at this as an American problem, not just a black problem. Let me see where to fast forward it at, because I think I was talking some trash in the beginning. There we go. If you jump ahead, we can start with 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's play like the first 5 minutes just to give people an idea of what it is, Chef, and then you know.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw the whole 7 hour and 21 minute of performance performative femininity.
Yes,
Bro,
sir.
I watched the whole thing. Yeah, but yeah, let me not spoiler alert. So what's the time frame? What time frame you want me to hit?
Right here is good. That way they can get the gist of what she's saying and what sparked me to do this video. Right when we can start it from the beginning right there. Yeah. This is the reason why I did this video, you guys, from this encounter I had with this young lady. It made me do this and put this information out. Please share this link with people that you know. It's very important that we have accurate information. All right, go ahead, Chef.
Just comply, they wouldn't shoot you. He's hitting us with that. And we've seen the Philando Castiles that are sitting in their car like, okay, officer, here's my ID. Reach for your driver's license and you get shot up. The gaslighting and the disrespect is outrageous here. Well, if you guys would just comply and you just wouldn't be so mean to the police and you just wouldn't think they were so bad, then you guys wouldn't get shot. You can't make this up.
And just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So for any conversation people have about what white officers have done to black people, I can show you 2 other situations where a white officer has done the exact same thing to a white person. All right, so we just have.
Okay, can you please show us the white man that's sleeping in his bed and white officers knock on his door with a no-knock warrant and bust in and light him up in his sleep? Please show us. Can y'all please show us white men that are sitting on the ground for 10 minutes with another white man with his foot literally on his neck until he can't breathe and dies? Show it to us. We're waiting. Please show us the white women like that white women who got Sandra Blanded, that got pulled over for no reason and then died in jail, and then her dead corpse was set up like a mugshot. Show it to us. And this is why I say a Jamaican cop, that's a double bias. That's double ignorance. Why the hell would I sit and go back and forth with you? Anything you've done to a black person, I can show you where cops did the same thing to 2 other white people. Shut up. You literally can't. You're lying.
All right. Let's dive into it. You heard what she said. You heard what she said. She said, you cannot show me. You're lying. She said, you heard it, Chantel? Double ignorance. You guys, let's dive into it because this is where it gets interesting. We're going to have the conversation. This is difficult for some people to swallow. For those who are not indoctrinated by the media, we're going to have a conversation. All right, we're going to have a conversation. What did she just say? You remember the names that she said. First of all, what she said about Sandra Bland was false. They have video of her moving around inside the jail.
Sandra Bland was alive and well during her time, in the Waller County Jail up until Monday morning.
And Waller County Judge Trey Duhan hopes releasing hours of jail surveillance video will prove that to anyone who ever doubted it.
You've got people putting information out there that is trying to convince people that she was murdered and deceased before she came to the Waller County Jail.
In the video, we see Bland's arrival at the jail on July 10th and different moments from throughout her 3 days there, including Bland going into a bathroom to change out of her clothes into a jail jumpsuit.
Again, on social media, there's been some very crazy speculation that Waller County Jail, all inmate photos are taken in street clothes and so it was unusual for her mugshot to be taken in the orange jumpsuit. That is incorrect.
You can then clearly see Bland walking around the booking desk to have her mugshot taken.
She's been sleeping in the holding cell, and this is where the infamous mugshot is taken against the wall.
Bland is photographed first facing forward, then to each side.
And again, there's been stuff put out on social media that these photographs were taken intentionally dark to hide the fact that she was deceased. As you can see, that's not the case.
She was never propped up dead and taken a photo of, you guys. That was false. The power of social media, you guys, that's the problem when we don't do research, when we're too quick to move off of emotions. What else is the issue? She said, you guys, she spoke to her family while she was in jail. That's a fact from the family. She was never killed and then brought into the jail and taken a photo of while she was dead. You guys, that did not happen. This is the problem when we have people who are not qualified to talk on things that they're not qualified to talk about. This is the problem. She commands 44,000 subscribers on her channel. That video that she just released, over 30 to 40,000 views, you guys. Listen.
Sandra Bland had $8,000 worth of parking
Let's talk
fines.
about truth. She just said I couldn't prove it. She said I couldn't prove it. You guys, welcome to my class, right? Dispelling myths and propaganda. I am going to show you every single incident that
Nate, you got to say fair use.
Fair use of my own shit. That's right.
Please don't strike me,
guys,
sir.
This is not to discredit those who died. They should not have died. This is so that we can stop putting this myth over our community. You guys, the problem with law enforcement is a real problem. What we can't do is make lies up about things that aren't real. We can't have fairy tale arguments. We can't act like we don't live in a country where this is happening to everybody. The American problem, right, with law enforcement affects everybody. It affects everybody. Our personal relationship and problem with law enforcement is historical. Yes, indeed. And there's some unique problems that need to be addressed specifically to the Black community. What we're not going to do is talk like these things don't happen to everybody except for us. That's bullshit. Again, you guys, if you hate the police, that's fine. Hate them for the truth. Don't hate them for the lies. We're going to have a moment of truth. Let this be a moment where we start dispelling these myths and propaganda over our community because it's causing us to have negative impacts. All right. Zachary Hammond, you guys. I will also put the links to these in the description of this video when I'm done. I will add them all on here and you can do your own research, pull up the news articles and read them for yourself. Right? Let's dive into it. Again, what did she say? She said it's not real. It doesn't happen. It's not true. White people have not been killed the same way as Black people that we have put out in the media, the ones that BLM is supporting. Again, it's not true, you guys. Let's talk about it. Philando Castile, we all know who he is. Listen, pray for these people. Pray for their family. They should not have died, you guys. Absolutely should not have died. Let's talk about what happened. Right? Zachary Hammond, on July 26th, Hammond was driving through the back parking lots of the Hardee's fast food restaurant, 40 miles from Greenville, North Carolina. The officers were targeting Hammond's passenger. They were looking for the passenger, right? A 23-year-old woman. Bland said Hammond slowed the car, reached to the floor where his car's gear shift was located in order to put the vehicle in park. At that point, Bland said someone shouted at Hammond he had a gun and he was shot by the officer. When they investigated, there was no gun, there was no drugs in the car at all, right? This is Zachary Hammond. This is related to Philando Castile. Let's look at this one. Holly Gooch, right? This is equivalent to Breonna Taylor. Gooch was shot when a group of Bartow County Sheriff's Office deputies and a Catersville Police Department officer entered the home in an attempt to arrest an armed robbery suspect, right? The lawsuit filed by Gooch's parents on behalf of her estate and 2 children ages 2 and 10 claim police entered the home in violation of her Fourth Amendment rights, right? And they shot and killed her, you guys. They shot and killed her. This was December 16, 2010. This was before Breonna Taylor. You didn't hear about it, and you won't hear about it. Another Breonna Taylor case. I'm going to give you 2. This one is with a white man, okay? Because she said, Breonna Taylor, show me someone who was sleeping and got shot by the police, you guys. Breonna Taylor was wide awake when she was shot. She was never sleeping. Listen, the problem that I have with Chelsea is she doesn't even know the correct facts of the people who died. Right? Breonna Taylor wasn't asleep. She was standing up when she got shot by these idiot cops who had no business being at her apartment. She wasn't sleeping. But this gentleman, Duncan Socrates, Limp, on March 13, 2020, this man was asleep when he got shot. A Maryland man who was shot and killed by a police officer was asleep in his bedroom when police opened fire from outside his house. An attorney from the 21-year-old man's family said the man's girlfriend was also wounded. This is someone who was really shot while he was sleeping, you guys. He was really shot. Edward Bronstein. This is George Floyd. He died the same way George Floyd died. Edward Bronstein, 38 years old, was taken into custody on suspicion of driving under the influence by California Highway Patrol Officer Dusty Osmanson after a traffic stop on 5 Freeway March 5th, March 31st. The suspect was taken to the CHP station where officer tried to forcefully draw his blood to measure his alcohol level, but he reportedly refused. The 16-minute video captured by a sergeant shows Bronstein kneeling on the ground while an officer pressed his hands onto his shoulders, while another officer who's off camera orders him to comply with a court order to draw blood. You know what happened in this? There's a video for those who want to see it. The man dies. He dies because someone was sitting on his back. All right? George Floyd. George Floyd, number two. Tony Timpa, this is another white man, right, who died the same way George Floyd did. Tony Timpa called 911. This man called the police for help, right? Called the police for help August 1st, 2016, from the parking lot of a pornography store in Dallas. The Dallas Morning News reported Timpa told the dispatcher he was afraid and needed help. He said he suffered from schizophrenia and depression and had not taken his medication. Timpa died within 20 minutes of officers arriving on the scene. An autopsy ruled that Timpa's cause of death was a homicide. The medical examiner said Timpa died from sudden cardiac arrest due to the toxic effects of cocaine and the stress associated with physical restraints. You guys, this is very, very similar to George Floyd. George Floyd had some narcotics in his system. We know that his elevated, listen, let me stay in my lane, right? I don't know the medical stuff behind this, but the reality is, in combination with how the officers were treating him, the position he was in, it instigated his death right in that moment. And so again, this is exactly the same. Tony Timpa, a white man. Now, Sandra Bland, because she said Sandra Bland, right? Sandra Bland died in prison, you guys. Sandra Bland's family took a payout, right? She was suicidal. You know, that's the reason why we don't hear about it, right? Here's the situation. Now, I'm going to tell you what I have an issue with this one, but let's take a look at this. Madeline Pitkin, April 2014. She was 26-year-old heroin addict, pulled over for a routine traffic stop in 2014, arrested for an outstanding warrant. She quickly became ill despite repeatedly begging for medical attention in writing, eventually died from untreated complications. She was never convicted of a crime. Her family sued the department for $10 million and they won. The only problem I see with this is not Breonna Taylor, but Sandra Bland, they got 1.9 million. This girl got 10 million. Right? Tamir Rice, this is one that a lot of people talk about, right? You guys, unfortunately, children with replica guns is dangerous. Unfortunately, we have officers that, right? Let's read this. Tamir Rice. This is a Tamir Rice situation. Peyton Ham, April 14, 2021, a 16-year-old armed with a knife and what turned out to be an airsoft gun was shot and killed Tuesday afternoon by a Maryland state trooper. State police official said authorities in Maryland got 2 911 calls just before 1:30 Tuesday about a guy acting suspicious who the callers thought had a gun. Woodrow Jones, officer. The trooper got there within minutes and confronted a male in a driveway. A preliminary investigation indicated the male was armed with a gun and a knife. I guess I got to scroll down a little further, but it won't let me scroll on here. But that officer shot shot Peyton Hammond once. He tried to move. He shot him again, and he killed him, you guys. That's Peyton Hammond. You can look up his name. Another one. This is another Tamir Rice situation. This is Antonio Acre, 14-year-old. Attempt Arizona police officer who shot and killed a 14-year-old boy who was holding a replica gun will not be charged in the death. Prosecutor said Friday, you guys. I have the article here. I can't pull it up on here, unfortunately, but again, I will have that for you. I'm just running through here just so you can see the names. Andrew Thomas is another one. Let's talk about this one. Andrew Thomas is similar to Jacob Blake. What do you say? Andrew Thomas, the man shot by a Paradise police officer after a chase that ended in a rollover crash, is dead. The nurse supervisor center confirmed that Thomas died approximately whatever. Early Thanksgiving morning, Officer Patrick Feaster and the Paradise Police Department pursued Thomas after suspected him of getting behind the wheel drunk. He was a drunk driver, right? The chase ended on Pearson Road when Thomas hit the median and rolled his Toyota 4Runner and ejected and killing his ex-wife, right? Darren Eron, 23, as Thomas pulled himself from the wreckage SUV, Officer Feaster shot him once in the neck, which left Thomas paralyzed from the neck down. He eventually died. Now get this, you guys. Andrew Thomas is DUI. There's a video of this. I watched the video of this incident. He's DUI. He's running from the police. He's driving from the police, avoiding them. He hits the curb, flips the car over. His wife gets ejected. She dies, right? He crawls out the car. Watch the video. And the officer shoots him in the back of the neck. This is a white officer who shot and killed this white man. I said this is close to Jacob Blake. See, he was paralyzed but then died later. And the officer ended up getting convicted of murder. Right? You guys, this happens because we have incompetent people who do this job. Incompetent people impact everybody. The problem is we have people in law enforcement that aren't qualified to put that uniform on. They're not qualified to wield that power that they have. We throw that job around like it's nothing, you guys. This is an issue. It impacts everybody. And it has a different kind of impact on the Black community. But what we cannot say, you guys, is that white people are not having the same outcomes. They're having bad outcomes with the police. Hunter Britton, unarmed 17-year-old. Let's look at Hunter Britton. I just threw him in here because he's unarmed. God rest their soul, these people who've lost their life tragically by the hands of stupid police officers. June 23rd, 2021, 17-year-old Hunter Britton was test driving his truck after making repairs early in the morning when he was pulled over by former Lenoke County Sergeant Mike Davis near a body shop. According to the affidavit, when Britton pulled over and got out the car, he started moving to the truck bed as the truck was rolling backwards towards Davis' patrol car. As Britton did this, Davis shot one round at Britton in his lower right neck. While investigating the incident, the county sheriff's office discovered that Davis' body camera footage had only been turned on after Britton was shot, you guys. Right? Here's the problem. What'd she say? No marches for them. Absolutely not. No march for them. Check this out. They don't show this stuff on the news on purpose, you guys. This is by design. You don't hear about this. This is by design. I bet you didn't hear about the white man in the wheelchair who was shot 9 times in the back by a white police officer at Walmart. I bet you didn't hear about that. Anybody in the chat, those who weren't on my previous stream when I talked about it, anybody in this chat ever hear about the man who was shot 9 times in the back by a white man? And he was in a motorized wheelchair. Look it up. You guys, they're playing games with our community. They're playing games with this right here, you guys. What Bob Marley say? So we have some yachties in the chat. He said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Well, technically, shout out to Marcus Garvey. Mental slavery, you guys. Emancipate yourself. It's your responsibility to free yourself. Hunter Britton, unarmed, 17-year-old. He got barely no publicity.
High quality music and sound effects that you can actually afford? Call 911. I'm on fire. Create amazing videos with unlimited.
Listen, you guys, thank you so much for watching. And I want to say something.
Man, Chef, that was man, every time I watch that, I still get chills. Just, you know, just how interesting this journey has been starting this YouTube channel. And I appreciate you you know, showing that. And my prayers is that, you know, that information spreads. You know, we take the time to hear it, to do our own research. I put all the news articles in the description of that video for people to look on their own. And this is why I say, you know, when Information Man came in here, he was talking about unarmed people. We're looking at 2021 statistics. That young man, Hunter Britton, died last year unarmed by a white officer. You know, he represents 22 white people who've been killed unarmed. He should have never been shot. There are cases where white men who, and again, when you see and you read the report, you're like, hold on, this officer was not justified in doing what he did. Not every unarmed death is from someone resisting or attacking an officer. So that is true. We just saw 2 cases where the white man was not, there was nothing he did wrong, and he still got shot for no reason. A man crawling out of a truck after a car accident was shot in the back of the head by a white police officer. Then a white teenager is shot in the side of the neck by a white officer, and he wasn't doing anything wrong. We have a police problem in this country, and that problem affects everybody. And not every incident where we have a bad outcome with the police is based on race. And that is the message that has to be pushed. And we have to, again, eliminate these myths and really bring some accuracy to the conversation so that we can have better outcomes overall. What you got for me, Andrea?
So you had my thinking cap on. Okay, so
I see you.
Okay, so the Breonna Taylor. So do you agree the not warrant was not justified?
It's not that it wasn't justified; it was illegal, right?
Okay.
That's different, you know. So it was an illegal warrant, and one of the detectives lied on the warrant to get it, and they were never supposed to be at her apartment, based on the SWAT commander and what the actual briefing was that day, that night. The briefing that day was to hit the location where the drug dealer was. The narcotics unit, more than likely, is a corrupt unit. And they illegally obtained that warrant because they knew her house was a stash house for money. Drug dealers never put the money and drugs together at the same location.
Sure.
Her house was a stash house. And they just found out recently, was just recently released, that there was possibly approximately $15,000 to $20,000 missing out of her apartment that same night. If you
are you saying so? I'm not hearing you right. Are you saying the money is missing?
The money's missing,
and nobody know what the money is?
Of course not. That was a corrupt narcotics unit, and I said it plenty. If you look at my videos, I got 2 videos on Breonna Taylor. Before that information was released, I talked about it. That their unit reminded me of Training Day, the unit on Training Day. And that unit on Training Day did exactly what there are a lot of narcotics units that are corrupt. You know, and I say corrupt where they might do great things. Yeah, they get bad guys off the street, but they're stealing money from drug dealers. So you're a corrupt, you're a criminal, you're an officer that commits crime. You cannot steal from anybody. I don't care if they're bad or if they're criminals, it doesn't matter.
So
right?
should that unit be fired?
Hell yeah, they should be prosecuted.
And all them officers busted in her house that night should be fired.
Yes, they should, but they weren't
prosecuted.
They should be prosecuted. They should go to those involved should have gone to prison. All three of those officers who fired their weapon, the ones who wrote the warrant, he's being looked at now, but they were protected. They were protected by the highest part of government, which is in feds. The feds, they had I believe it was what's his name? The senator. Mitchum. I can't think of his name, but he's a big time Republican, conservative. He's been a Republican since the damn 80s. He hasn't been out of Congress since. He pulled the strings to get those officers off. I followed the whole trial. There's no way.
Mitch McConnell?
Mitch McConnell, that's his name. Mitch McConnell got on the neck of Daniel Cameron, he's the DA. And not the DA, he's the DA, I think. Daniel Cameron's the DA for Kentucky. But that brother, he pulled a finesse out this world and pulled it off. But those officers were wrong. What they did, they violated policy, they violated her rights. They violated other residents in that building. It was unacceptable. They should have been criminally prosecuted. I would say I don't know how they did it, but I know how they did it, how they got away with it. Mitch McConnell did it, and now Daniel Cameron's running for governor for next year. So of course, you got.
I gotta jump in, brother. I've been quiet tonight because I'm the long-winded guy, but I wanted to make sure I allowed the conversation to stay its course and flow, ebb and flow where it needed to go. It's funny you brought that up because I believe that Cameron, and they talk about making your bones when people go through, in order to be able to get your own crew and to move up, even in the streets. A lot of times, in order for you to traverse or graduate or evolve to another level,
you gotta do the dirty work.
There's some sort of tribute you have to pay.
Yep.
They talk about sacrifice and all of that. And if you guys understand, Daniel Cameron's he's the Attorney General.
That's right,
of the state of Kentucky. He's the highest lawyer in the whole state, right? District attorneys and prosecutors report to him.
That's
he's
right.
He's the president lawyer of that state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And he happens to be a brother.
Yeah.
Right.
What?
And and at some point, I do believe that there was some back office workings allegedly that potentially would have, given him more of a proclivity to move the way that he did based on the benefit that he would, the inherent quid pro quo, the benefits he might get on the tail end.
Yeah.
Yep. So I wholeheartedly agree with that assertion.
Yeah, and watch him make governor. He was promised governor. Watch him become the governor of Kentucky next year. He's gonna win.
Off the backs of Breonna Taylor.
Off the backs of a lot of shit he probably did. I think, because to these people, it's just about power. It's about power, and it's sad. It's really sad and it's very disappointing. But there's no reason why. See, they could have. The sad thing is this: those officers still could have been prosecuted. May have done 2-3 years. Granted they're corrupt, but he could have still got these officers prosecuted, gave them minimal sentences, and still solved it. But I mean, he did it to a way where nobody was held accountable for nothing, not even the officer for the wanton endangerment, which they absolutely were all 36 bullets they put inside that apartment. 3 bullets went upstairs, 2 another. I mean, it was complete. The fact they pulled that off on the public eye, whew.
So is it safe to say they went in there shooting first and asked questions later?
I mean, Honestly, in my personal opinion, I have a couple theories about that situation. At one point, I thought that he actually shot himself, and to justify them shooting and trying to kill Breonna Taylor. I don't think he was shot at all. There was some of the evidence supported that one of the rounds possibly went into the carpet coming from, there he is, went into the carpet. So I know what corrupt officers are capable of doing to save their ass. Shooting yourself in the leg is a very, very good way to justify why you felt the need to shoot up a place like that. But man, that whole thing was just bleeds and screams corruption. And the only way, people don't understand how corruption works, so they don't understand how these things can be pulled off. But you need someone who's a gatekeeper, who has access to a power higher than what you have in order to pull it off. That's how I know Daniel Cameron pulled something off that is impossible to pull off without the help of someone above him. And then when I found out that Mitch McConnell is a senator of Kentucky, I was like, oh, shit, okay, that makes sense. And then I went and found out how long he's been a senator, and it's been since damn near 1975. So, he got old power.
Well, if that's what the case is, and that is what you're saying, because I believe what you're saying, and the money is missing.
Yep.
The girl got killed.
Yep.
Nobody got tried for her, so
nope.
her death goes in vain.
Well, her death doesn't go in vain. The problem is with situations like this, as a people, this is easy to happen to us because we're divided. And because we're divided, you have no power. This is the problem with our community. We're the most powerful group in this country that's completely powerless. If that makes sense. We're the most powerful group that's completely powerless. That's the problem. So this is why these things happen, because what are you going to do about it? When someone said, oh, the KKK and the policing, okay, so what? What are you going to do about it? You can't do shit about it. Just like you can't do shit about what happened to Breonna Taylor. The problem is we think that because we march and do this and do that, that's supposed to mean something. We can't even get laws passed that we want passed in this country after voting for the people that we said are going to have our back, right? They turn around and tell us, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. That's how disrespectful they are. And this is what happens when you don't realize the power that you have. That's why we keep getting shitted on, and we do it to ourselves. So even with this, these people are going to turn around and vote for that same guy back in power again. Again, what they do, they did the Breonna Taylor no-knock thing.
Yes, it changed the laws. They changed the laws.
But see, and if you were to ask me if that's a law that matters, I would tell you no, right? Because at the end of the day, I know what a no-knock warrant is. Between me knocking and waiting 3 seconds and kicking the door open anyway, it's not going to change anything that's going to happen inside that house when I go in. Your behavior dictates what I do when I come inside the home. So if I don't knock and kick the door open, it doesn't matter. If I knock and then kick it open afterwards, it still doesn't matter, right? Nothing matters within those 10 seconds of me waiting before I let myself in. So a no-knock warrant is not going to fix the problem. But black people, the problem is we think we don't have anybody who is educating us on these things properly, who've done the job. Therefore, we think that it matters when they give us something that's irrelevant. Someone says, oh, give us a George Floyd statue. Okay, what is that supposed to do? Right? Give us a don't choke policy where officers don't choke us out. That has nothing to do with an officer's mentality that's causing the problem.
So how do we move forward? How do we move forward? I need 5 things. How do we move forward?
Girl, we got to fix the one thing we need to do.
She want her 5 things.
She want her 5 things. We need to fix our homes, fix our communities. And if we get that part done, if we fix our communities, we can build wealth. We build wealth. We can buy politicians like everybody else does. And we can buy them and pay them to do what we want them to do for us. Until you start spending money on politicians, they're not going to do a damn thing. They're going to take your vote and do what they want to do. And so we cannot fix this country until we fix our homes. If we can't fix our homes, that we can't fix anything. That's the reality. There is no 5 things. We need to get our communities and our homes in order, and everything else after that will follow.
Well, how we gonna? I mean, can you get? Well, how we gonna fix our homes and our communities when they're broken? I'm just asking some questions.
And there lies the real question. How do we fix our home? Right?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what the men need to do. You got to tell me what the women need to do.
They can't. That's the problem. We can't get together. We're too divided.
Amen. You said it, sis. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want nobody saying me. I'm sounding like Kevin Samuels out here.
Look, they can't.
There you go. You said it. Andrea DeMarco.
When you ain't got no sound device, you got to make your own shit.
Look, I'm just a damn procrastinator. Look, I got the 32 button joint. I still ain't.
Where you get that from? How much was it? I need a copy.
That was like it was like 250 or something, 230 something.
Taxing for the equipment, bro. They be taxing.
We're so divided. We can't even. We can't.
Yeah. So we're so
purple. I'm like,
yeah.
look.
So if we're divided, Andrea, how can one go outside of your home and then try to fix someone else's home when your home's fucked up?
Well,
that's the problem. Our community wants to. People say we want to walk before we crawl. I say no. We need to develop into an embryo before we crawl. We're so behind. We're so behind.
Well, I always tell my kids you got to crawl before you walk. So we got to start. We got to
black folks crawling is too soon. We way ahead. Crawling is way too. We need to develop in the womb first and birth this thing. Birth of a nation. We need to start over.
I think in the Black community, we because I'm part of the community. We don't rely on the old school methods as community, team, family, church.
We've dismissed everything traditional. We have created. We have turned the traditional things that were designed to protect us, and then we have made it look like it's a prison. So the same thing that we shun and we push away is the same thing that will actually help us grow and develop into a community. That's the problem.
Yes. So
how do we get back to that?
I mean, you got.
How do we get back to that? We have to. Men need to choose better women. Women need to choose better men. Women need to close their legs and stop having babies out of wedlock. And men need to stop.
It takes 2 people to have babies. You don't take 1 people. It takes 2 people to have babies.
It takes one, but no. But if you had to fix the problem, let me ask you this. We have 75% of our women are having babies out of wedlock, right? So these are babies being born without women being married. So there's no commit. 75% of Black women have children out of wedlock. That's a fact.
Okay, but the Black women are just not happy. The Black men are putting their seeds in the women, so it ain't just the Black women having babies out there.
No, the Black men are not. Black men are not putting seeds in women. Women are allowing Black men to put seeds in them. There's a difference.
You got
not a difference. Is it not a difference, Andrea? So let me ask you this.
I had my kids in marriage. Okay, I believe in
marriage. Come on, yo.
Don't apply. Let it slide, sister.
Yeah, that don't apply to me. Okay.
All right. So let me ask you this. Did your husband? Did he put a seed in you, or did you allow him to put a seed in you?
She stole his seed.
Or did you steal his seed? Which one was it?
I allowed his seed.
You allowed, okay. So
at the same time is you can't. You gonna get my sisters are gonna give you some pushback, Nathan. I'm just being honest.
Tell them come push over here. I'm fine.
They'll give you some pushback. Okay, so I'm saying what I'm saying to you is it takes 2 to have a baby, not 1.
It sure does. But let me ask you this. This is the unique thing about a woman, right?
Yes.
Can a man make you be a mother?
No.
Okay. Can you make me be a father?
No.
Yes, you can. You have the power. You control whether or not a baby comes out of your body or not. If I want to be a father and I look at you and say, hey, I want to be a dad, and you're pregnant and you say, nah, nigga, not today. Guess what? What power do I have over that decision?
You don't have a power.
There you go. So a woman can make a man a father, whether he wants to or not. Is that correct?
Technically, yes.
It's not technically. It's not technically anything.
Technically, yes.
Technically.
You know what I find so funny with kind of black men, especially y'all black men.
See, now you're going off track now. You're going into the emotions. You're going emotional damage. You're going into the emotion. Hold on.
I'm not emotional when it comes
You're not? All right, let me hear what you got to say.
Some sisters around here, okay?
All right.
So funny, like, if you're gonna be having sex and you know you don't want no kids, just put a condom on, okay? Or get a vasectomy. Why you can't do that? Why you just can't be? And if you're gonna have a baby with a woman, just be responsible for your baby. Like, what happened to responsibility?
You're right. Well, hold on. You're right. What happened to responsibility? So what happened to the responsibility of picking a man that wants to be a father before you sleep with him?
Well, half of them claim they want to be your man, then they don't want to be a father. You know, I don't know. You know, it's the moment, okay?
Well, guess what? When you talk about that tradition, the tradition was a woman would get her father, her uncle, her brothers to vouch for a man before a woman opened her legs up to somebody who was not deemed worthy to be with her, right? Again, you talked about we get away from these traditions. There was a reason why the men were vetting for women. Right, so that women wouldn't make emotional decisions and sleeping with a guy because his mouthpiece was good, right, or because his dick was long, right?
Nate, come on now, men got too many options. It's the internet, it's proximity. Come on now,
That's excuses. Because what's the objective and what's the mission?
The mission is the men to be in the home with the children. That's the.
All right. So why are you telling me about scallywags and bottom feeder ass Negroes out here who are out here throwing their seed around? If that's not your options, if that's not who you picking, if that's not your desire, you can't do nothing. If you can't do nothing, a dog is a dog. You can't change that, right? Just like I can't change a hoe. If she's a hoe, then that's her job.
Well, if you stop picking women off the internet and stop picking the real women who is out in the trenches doing the work, you wouldn't find all this situation going on.
No, no. A dog is a dog, but dogs always seem to find a home amongst some of our best and our brightest women. Women pick.
Why is that?
Because women pick. It's a culture problem. What do you really desire? You guys are picking. You guys pick who you pick. Women have the choice of selection. Yep. Is that not true? How did Kevin Samuels word it? You guys control that. I mean, the reality is this.
Yeah, he stated that women control the access to sex, and men control the access to marriage.
There you go. You guys get to pick. So the problem is women are picking poorly and they're staying too long in relationships. You pick bad and you stay long. That's the problem with black women. So
we pick bad and we stay too long.
Correct. Now we're going to use one of your homegirls as an example. Right? I know you got a sister friend, however y'all call yourselves. I love how she's just stroking this Hawaiian silky all night. You keep pulling that shit, it's gonna fall out.
You got me a little nervous, okay? So,
you good. But the reality is,
I think it's your avatar.
It's the avatar. You know what's funny is a lot of the problem is the accountability piece. The reality is, men know when they're about to dive into something they ain't got no business diving into, right? The thing is, it doesn't affect men the same way as it affects women. And so when women are concerned, for example, I know you have a homegirl, I know you know somebody who has been in a relationship with a guy who she knows is not worth a damn, yet she's still giving the box on a regular basis.
Sure.
All right. And the question then lies is, why would she do that? What's the purpose?
Maybe okay. So if
I know what it is. I'm just saying.
Maybe see, at the end of the day, is maybe she didn't have a father. She didn't have no examples. If you don't have no,
of course,
if you didn't have no examples, so if you don't have no examples or good parenting, I had a 2-parent home, okay, and my mom and dad raised 7 kids. I'm a twin, so I had examples of a good mother and a good father. But if women, some women are looking for men who would be father figures that they didn't have.
I get it.
So if men just can be co-parenting and try to get along with the mother of their children and stop having so many kids and just be present.
Well, hold on now.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a dog's a dog. Women are giving these dogs a bone, literally. And so these guys, I know guys who have no job, who are they're bottom feeders of our community. They don't contribute to society. And they have more sexual options than I've had in my entire lifetime thus far. How is that possible? The problem is, and it's a lot. I'm not going to dive into the problem. The reality is, men who have no purpose in our community, the men who are not really, they're not on their purpose. They have too much access to women.
Do some men know their purpose? Do some men?
That's not the point. The point is, women are giving them access to their bodies, and they have no purpose. The problem is, women are not vetting men properly. And to your point, yes, if you don't have an example, I get that. I'm not saying that that's not a factor. I'm saying that it's our culture also encourages this behavior. This is something that's encouraged in our culture, because you have other cultures where there's fathers missing and they still don't act like this. So when we have a culture where it's you're singing about throat babies, right? And we twerking on cars and all that type, twerking on things, and men are talking about how many women they smashing or whatever. Again, this is our culture. This is acceptable behavior. You have women who are on TikTok dancing with their little girls, twerking on camera, doing the most. The problem is this is the culture that needs to be addressed. So what I would say is this is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect example. We have a Nick Cannon. We have a Future. There's plenty of these guys who do the same.
They're bad examples.
No, because there's brothers in the community that do the same thing and they're broke. And the problem is, as women, women will see a man who has multiple baby moms, and they still give them their womb, right? And so those type of men should be shunned in our community, and should be pushed to the side. Women should be like, oh no, you've already got 3 different baby moms. I can't even mess with you because you are a plague to our community. And so the problem is, we have women who are giving these men time, attention, and a home to live in. And that's the problem. Women control sex. So in my personal opinion, the fastest way to fix the problem is to do a marketing campaign that encourages women to properly love and respect themselves, value themselves, and also how to actually look for a mate, and look for a mate for the right reasons and not for their reasons, but for the reasons of building family and rebuilding our community. You got to fix the women, because men are just going to do what the women allow them to do.
Well, what if I'm that woman who said I'm divorced? What if I said I don't want to get married again?
You don't have to get married again. Yeah,
I'm just saying.
You're grown. It's different. You're grown, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about, we're having issues with our young men and women who are 14, 15, 16 getting pregnant. Men, 14-year-old boys having sex with 14-year-old girls. Like, there's an issue. We're too hypersexual as a people.
Yes.
And we're exposed to sex way too early, and we treat sex like a sport, and so again, that's a thing that we got to address. Our women are leaving the homes way too early before having themselves together. You have a lot of young girls in other communities and other ethnic groups where they a lot of times they don't leave the house unless they get married, or they have themselves together. I mean, we just have to have a better structure. We're just too free. We're too free and out of structure. No structure.
When did you find your purpose? I want to know that answer.
That's a good question. I thought I had my purpose. I believe I just found my purpose. I feel like God put me in this purpose here, doing after my accident. I thought I was on a purpose, but I would say that was always mature and respected women. I never looked at women like a piece of meat either. You know, I've always was respectful to women. So I had a different, my upbringing and my teachings were different. And so, you know, but again, my culture, you know, I was raised under a different culture. But again, I would say that I don't think that matters as much as I made choices. I made individual choices to not be a stereotypical black man. And that's a choice that I made on my own, you know? And so, you know, as I know that regardless of what you're being taught, you still got to make the decision on your own to actually carry out those teachings. Your kids are one of them. Like, you taught them what they need to learn, but they still have to make the decision to actually incorporate the teachings that you instilled in them.
Yes, that's it's true.
Yep.
I mean, but it's hard raising children in today's society.
Yeah, and it's not because it's necessarily hard to raise them. It's that you're competing with kids who are not raised the way you are raising them. That's the issue. Because the problem is that your kids, after you raise them, they have to go out into the world and try not to be assimilated by the BS that the other parents aren't teaching them. That's the issue, being exposed to things that you're not ready to expose your kids to. It's you don't have a lot of control, so you have to rely on your children's ability to stay strong and their mental fortitude to not be subjected to all the BS that's around them. That's what makes it hard.
Well, you know, Nathan, you know, you've been a good sport tonight for me, okay? I appreciate the conversation. And you know what, my brother? I thank you for your
She appreciates the dimples.
They caught my good side. They caught my good side.
I appreciate your conversation. And you know what? I might have misjudged you.
Oh, well, listen, I thank you so much for that. And thank you for...
you're gonna have to come back, and I'm gonna check out your channel because you know I'm gonna check out your channel, and you're gonna have to come back because I think if you inform and educate us, okay, if you inform and educate us, we probably would not be all this misinformation that we're getting from the media. So I think you are on your purpose, okay?
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you for being patient with me as well. I really appreciate that. It takes two to have a conversation, and I appreciate you being very, very patient. I know this is it is a sensitive topic, and I know I'm passionate too about it as well because I want to see us do better. And you know, I tell people all the time, we all want the same thing. I'm just coming from a different side of the problem. And I want us to do better. And I know we have everything we need to do it. We just got to do it together. And so I appreciate you. And of course, I'm definitely willing to come back anytime. Anytime Chef's willing to have a brother. I appreciate Chef. For, you know, I hate that I couldn't jump on earlier, but I heard information, man, talking that bullshit. So I had to make sure I had to come up. I had to come up.
Look, check your DM, bro. I said I owe you a meal at Fogo, man. I'm heading over there tomorrow, so I'm gonna holler at you, yo.
Hey, I appreciate it, bro.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Peace to Raw B, privileged. I don't know if you had an opportunity, Nate, to meet this sister right here.
Oh, Nate. Hey, Nate.
What's up, Raw? What's up?
Well, you called her Raw, so you already know that.
I think I want to say I came across you once. Was it on Black Man's channel?
Yeah, you was being real smart in the chat, but it's all right.
I was. Your camera, I'm trying to figure out why all the ladies stroking their hair when you on the damn screen. Stroking their hair. What is this shit? Y'all don't do that for me and Vic.
Maybe the brother is fine. Is he single or is he taken?
I'm taking out, y'all. I'm taking out.
Taking out, okay.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I just came up here because I seen Nate was up here. He had a little smoke in the chat, so I just wanted to make sure. Well, like, what's good? Like, are we all right? Is there beef?
She flipped it back. She got that Sri Lankan long. She got that Sri Lankan.
That's right. That's
okay,
right.
I see you, sis. I see you.
When Rob B come around, I stroke with beard.
That's
Facts.
right. Thank you. Thank you.
Nah, hey, Rob B, I want no beef with you, sis. You out here murdering niggas on the platform.
Listen, and then she'll hit you with this one. She'll be like, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the shot fire.
She was throwing on at like 6 on the panel. I said, yo, she's dragging them out here. The best way to debate Raw B is to not piss her off. You just got to agree and be like, Raw B, is it possible I can ask you a question?
That's not true. That's not true. But just don't be out here telling lies. Like, don't lie, because I'm gonna get you with the truth. I got it.
Facts. You should have came up here when Information Man was up here. This boy, he was out here with the bourgeois.
Yo, they made me change the whole damn thumbnail, yo.
What? Let me tell y'all something. Y'all better leave Information Man alone. He be knowing the most. Hey, to be loved. He be knowing a lot.
He be knowing a whole lot of nothing. The problem is information. I would say data without context doesn't mean much.
Listen, I heard some of your talking points, and actually, I was on a show today where we were talking about, what you're trying to do with the police station. All jokes aside, I definitely support police reform, but I think you and Information Man have a little bit of conflict because he's looking at the data. You know what I'm saying? He's looking at the news reportings off of it. What he's saying is kind of factual. I mean, as a police officer, I could see how you may be slightly out of touch with the people's opinion to some degree, but you know you're behind that blue wall. You behind that blue wall.
But I would say it's a curtain though. I'll be walking through it, right? So this is what I say. I'm not saying this is the problem. Information Man, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he's not accurate, right? And we need to aim for accuracy. And sometimes people lean on data as if it's the raw truth. And sometimes it only speaks to a certain portion of the issue, but there's more to it than that, right? So perfect example, when we're talking about the unarmed shootings, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, well, everybody's just not shot because they're unarmed. Your hands are a weapon. You could use your hands as a weapon. Being unarmed does not mean you're not dangerous. And so without that context, when you don't add that piece in there, or when you add that piece, it changes the way you look at the data being presented. Does that make sense, Robbie? You see what I'm saying?
It does, and I can't give you too much pushback on that particular sentiment because that is one of my major talking points. Don't rely only on the empirical data because that's not a complete picture. I will give you that caveat.
All right,
But I also have worked in law enforcement, so we do know that if it has to be equal
in what
force.
Capacity?
Oh, I've worked for the Department of Corrections and Probation. I've also worked for the State Police of New York when I was in college. But we also know that if it is not equal force in the law, it's not self-defense. So if someone is using their hands as a weapon and you use your hands as a weapon back, that's equal force. If someone's using their hands and you use a weapon, that's overkill. That's doing
True, but and this is why this is important, right? This is the insight that you can't get from statistics. Mm-hmm. This part is when you put an officer in reasonable fear of their life, then they can escalate that said force. That is the caveat that the law allows an officer to utilize through his discretion. Meaning, if I'm losing that said hand-to-hand fight, and I feel like I'm not going to win that fight, or I'm at risk of receiving great bodily harm or death, the law allows me to use more of an aggressive force or lethal force in order to mitigate the situation.
Correct, but there is also the ability to utilize billy club, tasers, handcuffs. the use of your firearm should be the last option. So if there's ever an officer involved shooting and I see that they've gone through other interventions in order to save their life, then I could say, okay, justifiably they felt afraid. If someone is in their vehicle though and they're getting shot, like that person literally didn't even touch you. So there is no justification for it. I mean, under the law, sure, because we're giving police officers qualified immunity and they're allowed to do a lot of things. But I need you to understand too, I get it that it's difficult for you because you're Black behind that blue wall. So there's a lot of pressure.
That's an assumption.
Okay, you're right. That is an assumption. But from what I've seen from other police officers, there's a lot of pressure within the force and within the community because the community expects you to behave a certain way because you're Black. But behind that blue wall, they expect you to put your color to the side because you're behind the blue wall. But what I do,
let me correct that. Let me say that they policing expects you to be impartial, meaning that if I'm a Christian and I come across a Satanist, I need to treat him like a human being, right? This is a real story. I came across a Satanist and I had to have a conversation with him, and I'm a Christian, and I had to treat him like a human being. I had to be impartial. So when I come across a young Black man who's doing something he has no business doing, I need to look at what he's actually doing and not the fact that he's a Black man and I'm here for that Black man. But what I do though is I recognize the cultural significance of me in the uniform, and I make sure that I'm making good decisions on his future as I'm taking in consideration what will happen if I do certain things or put certain charges on him. I am taking that in consideration. That is the beauty of having people who look like you in a position of power. That's how it's supposed to work, right? I can't speak for all Black officers, but I've seen a lot of Black officers consider situations that way. And I think that's just the beauty of having people in position of power to represent you.
Mm-hmm. But it has been my observation that, a lot of officers, that are non-melanated descent.
I hear you.
They hide them hoods behind that uniform. And, I also have seen, personally witnessed, Black and brown officers held to a higher standard and punished to a harsher degree than their non-melanated counterparts. Would you say that's an accurate depiction or not?
I think it happens in some departments, but I don't think it happens in all. It didn't happen in my department. I think, too, we have to recognize there's 18,000 police departments in this country, and all of them are not created equal, right? So we have to make sure we keep that in mind when we're having these conversations. And that's not, well, you can make the argument because you worked in law enforcement. I can make the argument because I've worked in law enforcement. The people on the outside are missing a lot of context because they don't know anything about the profession. True?
Yes, I can say that. I can say being behind that wall and being a part of that profession, there is a lot more that goes to it. But
why you always come with the but afterwards? It's like you just want me to be wrong. Look at you.
No, I don't just want you to be wrong.
I know. I'm just
yes. So now let's talk about Camden though, because Camden, New Jersey is really making it work with the community. So that's definitely a police department that's head and shoulders above the rest. You know what I'm saying? Why do you feel that more departments are not modeling after Camden, New Jersey?
Ego.
Damn. Well.
Yeah, it's ego. It's ego. The problem with policing, honestly, every police department acts like its own individual entity, almost like their own power source. Just like every state in this country acts like they're their own president of their state. That's the problem. There's no, and I say it because I've spoke to different chiefs and different people in power, and the way they talk, this
is my force.
Yeah,
this is my department.
This is my department, and they forget that they're here to work for the people. So there's been a disconnect on what their objective and responsibility is, and when you lose sight of that, you feel like you move with impunity, and that's what ends up happening.
Officer Nate, do you think you and information man can work things out together?
Oh, absolutely. He gotta get that emotion under control. I can't have a
He's not
conversation.
emotional.
Shit.
But do you understand where he's coming from? Do you know?
No, I understand where he's coming from.
Mhm.
He doesn't want to accept the truth that I'm telling him. And the problem with information man is it's not that he's wrong, he's just not accurate in certain areas. And because he's so passionate, it's tapping into his emotional side and it's preventing him from hearing the conversation as it needs to be heard. That's the issue. It's not that we can't have it. You see what tipped him off on this last discussion. He had an issue. He does not. I can have the conversation with them. It would have to be on my panel, though.
Listen. Is that what you want? I'm just asking.
Well, it's because I don't mind. I can listen.
Mm-hmm.
I can listen, and I know when to be silent. Listening and the word silent are the same words, that just spelled differently, right? The problem is when a person does not know how to listen, and when a person doesn't know when to be silent. See, I don't have it. Go ahead, Raw.
I'm sorry. I have to stop you because I've known Information Man for a very long time. And I know that he's very good at listening. I don't know what happened in your conversation. I wasn't here. Like I just popped in a few minutes ago. And, I just popped up here to have, some conversation with you. But I will tell you this. If y'all are going to have a conversation that's going to really work, you should have a conversation on a neutral platform where both of you can be heard. And, if it gets a little bit out of pocket, then maybe, both of you can be put down for a moment. Like take a 60-second time out and then come back to the conversation. No, seriously, because I think both of you have really great points of view. And you both maybe need to hear each other because you're two Black men that have powerful voices within the community that could really go far as spreading a message to other Black brothers and getting them to listen as well. Mm-hmm. And
let me just say this. I want to support your point, by the way. You get what I'm saying? Because what's the best way I can say it? The best way I can say it is this. Information man, you got to catch it early. He was the most passionate information man that I've seen. You get what I'm saying? And normally he'll lead with the information, but he was very passionate. I don't take anything away from him. There's zero disrespect because I rock with the dude.
I agree with that. Right.
100%. He walks in the room. He makes PhDs feel inadequate. All right. So I will say this. Even he, at one point, I won't say he acquiesced, but at one point he recognized the situation and the brothers actually shared a dope moment together. You get what I'm saying? It was pretty dope. And he even did offer Nate to come through and Nate extended the offer as well. But there was one point where it got hot. It got hot. You feel me? 100%. It did get hot. And I believe that the conversation is still unresolved. Mm-hmm. I could totally say that it was unresolved. However, in terms of the level of respect that was being leveraged at some point, I do have a lot of faith that when it does happen, it's going to be a barn burner, but it's also going to be a positive thing for our community.
Mm-hmm. And I need one of them hats though, but I need it in a gray. I'm just saying real quick.
Yes, so that's what Officer Nate. I want you to. I know information man got a lot of information, okay, and I know you think some of his data ain't right.
No, his data was correct. It wasn't the issue with the data. To your point and to what Chef said, no disrespect to him. I mean, he's on point. He's very passionate. And sometimes with Veer, we had a conversation on Black Men Unfiltered, and he was steering off of course, and I was trying to get him back on course. And I think he took offense to that, and it was just one of those things where he was just overly passionate, and passion is a form of emotion. And if
But,
you,
but
go ahead.
could I say one thing?
Mhm.
I I think the difference is where you're not where I don't feel like you're understanding where he's coming from. I think that the problem is he's telling you what the people are telling him. And
Correct.
I'm not saying I'm not saying you're not for the streets. I'm just saying you for the streets for your blue and black. But the people that are on the streets and on the ground, he's listening to. So I'm just saying is I think both of y'all have a perfect message. I just wish you two brothers can both listen to each other and hear what the people are telling him too.
Right, because he's covered like every single officer involved shooting that was egregious against the community. He's covered it, and he's not covered it where he's read an article. He's covered it where he's went deep, and people from the community came on the platform and they talked to him about the situation. So if you're saying that his data was accurate, what part of his talking points did you find to be inaccurate?
So, well, I would say this is where the confusion came about. I like to focus on what the conversation is about. What was happening often and what happened on the previous, when we were on Black Men Unfiltered, we were talking about a specific thing and we had limited time. He was brought up as a guest. He wanted to make a point. He makes a valid point, and then he wanted to give several examples and anecdotal. And I think the disconnect, though, to Andrea's point, is he might perceive that I don't know the trials and tribulation of our community, right? And that's an assumption. So when I try to pause him and say, hey, I'm aware of that, there's no need to go into that, the argument will then happen. He will say, well, it needs to be said, you need to hear it, and I'm not done talking, and I'm gonna finish this. And so he'll go into a what do you call it,
Defensive position.
he would take a defensive position, but then he will continue to respectfully, he will rant on. And it's more so like, I got to tell you all these stories to validate the point that I'm making. And I'm telling him, hey, I don't disagree with your point, but I still need to. So for example, he made a statement about, I think it was the KKK, and well, the KKK are in police. And I said, yeah, I'm aware of that. Well, let me tell you about this. And so I don't need to be educated on the issues. I know what the issues are because I've been in the issue. Not only am I Black and I grew up in a Black community, but I've served our community and I've served and investigated every single crime you can think of, the most violent to the most simplest of crimes. So I know the issues. And every issue that I've investigated isn't a police issue. It's an issue against the community, right? So I think sometimes people forget that. They think that my job as an officer is just to punish people or hold people accountable. No, my job is also to serve victims, right? I serve victims and then I go and look for those who made them a victim. So I think sometimes when people see police, they look at us as a one-way tool. No, I'm a counselor. I'm also a mentor. I'm a stepfather to kids, right? So I play different roles in our community. And I think sometimes people look at us from a standpoint of what the media has shown us to be as the person who's pulling people over, arresting people, or shooting somebody. They don't see that other side where we're talking, nurturing, comforting, loving, supporting, donating, assisting, volunteering. They don't see that side of policing. That's the side that I also do on top of writing tickets, harassing from time to time, profiling sometimes every now and then, right? But the reality is, and to Andrea's point, some people think that we're not doing that side of it. There's an emotional side to this job where I'm sitting on the sofa next to a woman who is telling me about her son that was shot by the guy that I now have to leave and go look for, right? Or I got to go to this mom and this parent's house because their son was involved in a car accident. He hit the tree, and I have to give them an announcement that he passed away, right? Or you get what I'm saying? So there's another side to policing that no one ever talks about. It's the side, the nurturing side that people don't see. We don't just show up. All of us just don't show up and take reports and go away, you know? Or I go into the home and I'm talking to two married couples who had a fight because their kid called 911, right? And so that's a conversation. And so I do know what the issues are. And I think that's why I'm very understanding when we have the conversations. I think people assume that I don't know, and then they approach me a different way. And I think that's the issue. I think with him in the moment, he felt the need to get everything off of his chest, and it steered away from the conversation.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
I do. But since you're used to playing the role of counselor, do you think at times you just kind of have to have the ability to hear the community because you are probably the closest point of contact that the community will have in order to express these feelings? Also, what are your thoughts about Officer Tommy?
Let me answer your first one. I was recently told that. I think that's a very interesting perspective, is that our community is not used to having access to someone in the profession to where they can vent. And so I understand that to be true, and I respect that. And that is a position I put myself in, and I don't mind. But communication is a two-way street. And I think, unfortunately, I'm not anybody's punching bag, though. And so we got to be clear on that. Yes, I'm here to hear about the issue, but I'm not your enemy. And I think sometimes people take the position as I'm the enemy when I'm not. And so there is a very unique distinction between the two. Now, I don't know, who is Officer Tommy?
Officer Tommy Norman, he's been serving the North Little Rock Police Department for a long time. He's super dope in the community. He's always posting things on social media that he's doing within the community. So shout out to Officer Tommy. Hey, Officer Tommy. But I think that more officers should emulate him. But that was just a cute little, like a little kiki anecdotal. But let's get back to the major point about the counselor. I get it that you're not anybody's punching bag. And I get that it's like super frustrating and like kind of difficult to deal with when people are kind of venting. But being that you've taken the role of counselor as part of your profession, you and I both know when like you're in that kind of role, like it may be suckful what people are saying, but once you hear people out and really let them be fully heard, it opens the door to a different level of communication because they feel that you care enough to have totally heard them. Is that a true statement?
I would say it's a true statement for a therapist, right? Now, I am an interpreter.
Right.
I'm not a therapist. And though I do respect it and I do understand, I do give people leeway to express themselves. But I also command and request that people are respectful when engaging in mutual conversation and mutual dialogue. There's a respect factor that has to go there. I'm willing to listen, but you also have to be willing to listen as well. And anytime emotions get involved to where a person feels offended or disrespected, or they perceive something as being disrespect because they didn't like the way it made them feel, I acknowledge that and understand that. And we can self-correct. We correct and we move forward. And we did that in the moment. Steph told you, we had a moment where we're able to correct. And respectfully, he did. He said, listen, I was talking over you. I kept interrupting you. And I apologize. And he was, and I respect him for that because a lot of people wouldn't do that. And I think he knew that I didn't mean any harm by what I was saying, but it frustrated him, and I understand that. But he did apologize because he noticed that he was cutting me off. He was derailing, or he was maneuvering around the conversation in a way that made it difficult to have the conversation. And he owned up to that, and we fixed it. We were good. We did well. I like talking to him, and I hate that we didn't get a chance to finish talking when we're on Black Men Unfiltered. It went left again, but it was kind of because of the same reason. He really got extremely passionate, and it kind of derailed the conversation. And these are sensitive topics, and so I'm very patient, and I do let people say what they have to say, but you have to be willing to let me say what I have to say after you're done. And what was happening was that was not happening. And go ahead.
No, I can totally understand that perspective, but I want to get your thoughts on this.
Mm-hmm.
The sheer volume of officer-involved shootings within, our community is another important factor to the hurt that the community expresses. And I get it. It's not on you to really shoulder all of that. So I think it's awesome that, you even have the conversations to begin with. But what is your perspective of the sheer volume that has happened within recent years? Is it not like the most ridiculous things you've ever seen?
What do you mean by volume?
The number of incidents of officer-involved shootings in recent history that have made it to mass media, because that's not even accounting for all of the officer-involved shootings that do not get publicized. There are several.
I would say, I used to think of it that way as well. The data that I use is put together and collected by Black activists who are grassroots organizations. I use their data. Their data is based on the research that they do, which is very, very mapping police violence.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar? You heard of them before? You heard of that?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Okay. I use their data because their data is way more accurate than a lot of stuff that I've seen. They account for not just police shootings, but in custody deaths, which I think is more accurate. And so every death, they anytime if an officer puts your hands on you and you die, they count that. And so I prefer to use their data because they are essentially what you would call my opposition, right? They are someone who's kind of anti-police. They want police reform. I represent the police as well as the Black community. And so I use their data. The data suggests from their research that yes, there's a lot of Black people who have died from police encounters, but not as much as white people, right? So if we're looking at the number, do you think it matters or it doesn't matter? What is your issue with the number itself? I think it's too much death regardless. I think it's too much death regardless, but I think that's an American problem and not necessarily a Black problem.
Right. So that's what I was going to say. I think officer-involved shooting, period. That's why I said the ones that have made it to the media and those have been publicized and covered. That's a lot in and of itself. But the number of officer-involved shootings that are not brought to mass media is a massively ridiculous number as well. It's illogical that many police officers are in fear for their life daily, because if you're in that much fear
not
for
always
your
the Constitution for using deadly force, fear is not always the element needed to use deadly force. And let me say this: on average, approximately 1,200 people are killed by the police a year.
Right? Should that be happening? Do you believe that should be happening?
I think we live in a violent ass country. I mean, white people kill more white people a year than police kill.
Yes, I know they do. Hey, Angela's too. I know they do, but this is the thing. This is the point that I'm making. The ultimate point. police officers have enough training on how to
They do not.
just
They
wait.
do not. No, I'm saying they don't. I'm saying before even, that's not even true. They don't have them. That's the problem.
But when they're going through the academy, they're taught how to disarm. They're taught how to shoot to maim without having to actually kill someone.
That's not true.
They're shooting center mass. There's also shooting in the leg or the shoulder.
Anytime,
like you.
No, that's not how we're trained. We're trained to shoot center mass.
But what I'm saying is when you're on the gun range and you're trained to be shooting people, they also make you aware of other places that you can shoot. Of course, they want you to have perfect, target pull-ups from the range of center mass, but you know how to shoot somebody in the leg. If you shoot somebody in the thigh, they might stop. If you shoot them in the butt cheek, they gonna be in pain. They ain't gonna die. If you shoot them in the shoulder, they gonna be like, they, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna be able to run. But so far, there's so many other places to shoot somebody on the body if you need to stop them, if they're doing an illegal crime without actually taking away their life.
Have you ever shot someone before?
I can't answer any questions to that magnitude. I plead the Fifth Amendment.
I hear you. Let me ask you this.
In the fifth on that one.
I was gonna catch you slipping, sis.
Never.
I heard.
Ready. Let me ask you this. I think I agree with you. I think in a perfect world, it'd be beautiful to be able to shoot somebody in their appendages, right? It's hard to shoot a moving target. That's the reality. The reason why they train us to shoot center mass is because it's a larger target. The reality is you shoot to stop the threat. You can't stop a threat by shooting them in the thigh. I have plenty of videos I can send you where officers have shot someone in the thigh, the leg, and the arm, and they were still able to pull the trigger because hands kill people, not feet, not shoulders, right, and not stomachs. And so when a bullet leaves the gun, the objective of that bullet is to end the threat. And so you're not shooting. An officer should never pull the trigger to handicap somebody. It is to take the person's life. It's a lethal option, meaning that no matter where that bullet lands, there's a 90% chance that it's going to kill the person. And so that's the objective. We just don't say kill for legal reasons, but the objective is to stop the threat. However that happens, when the law authorizes us to use lethal force, it does not tell us where to actually put the bullet. You're free to place it anywhere you want to objectively get the outcome that you need. And so people have been shot in the legs, in the arms, and even in the stomach and the chest, and have still actively resisting, still shooting back, still being an active threat. So to your point, this is what I will say in reference to the police shootings. I believe they can be significantly reduced almost by half if the officers were trained better. I think a lot of the unarmed deaths are the ones that need to be reduced significantly. We looked at the numbers earlier. It was 27 blacks, 22 Hispanic, and 22 white. So those were, and I think overall it was like 70, and it was like one Asian person shot unarmed. So the reality, you have 70 people who were shot and killed that were unarmed, but just because you're unarmed does not mean you're not dangerous. And so if I pulled over Mike Tyson, that brother got to get shot. He got to get shot before he get out the car, period. Right? Because if he touches me one time, it's over with. And I have a video on my channel where an unarmed man knocked out 2 police officers by himself. Yeah. And then he got on top of the officer, this is at a wedding, and started hitting him in the head, and the officer pulled his weapon and then shot and killed the guy. Shot him like 6 times, something crazy. Now, I believe the officers instigated their own use of force. It was on them because they didn't do a good job to begin with. But nonetheless, they were knocked out cold with someone's hand because they were trained improperly. Again, with this incident with Patrick, you have an officer who was trained poorly, out of shape, did not do his job, and was forced to use a gun. He put himself in a position where he had no choice, according to him, but to shoot and kill him. And so that's a problem. So the issue with training is a lot of people don't know when it comes to law enforcement, there is no defensive hand-to-hand tactical training taught on a consistent basis as an officer. Every 6 months, you have to qualify and requalify with your handgun. You don't ever have to requalify with defensive self-defense techniques, ever. in police.
Mm.
You are obligated on your own to do your own self-training. That's the problem. Officers, when I was in the academy, we all had to fight each other. It was like 50 of us in the academy class. I'll show you the video. I have to show you backstage, but I can show you the video of us fighting, and you'll see me knocking people out. Grown ass men who've never been in a fist fight. And so the problem is not they don't know how to fight, but they can shoot their ass off though. And but the problem is you're not training us how to do this job. You know, when you have officers in Switzerland and France and England, they don't carry no gun and they'll damn judo chop a knife out of someone's hand in a quickness.
Yeah.
You know, but they're taught that consistently because they don't have guns. And if you don't have a gun, what are you going to do? Well, the citizens don't have guns, right? So you can play that game. But the reality is, there's no reason why we should have that many people who were unarmed being killed by police.
You never see Russian police ever use their gun.
No, you don't. And so we're just not trained. We're not trained. And again, society makes too many excuses for officers. And that's why a lot of them are just poor at their job.
And
now
they're too lazy too, even if they
very
have the
lazy.
training.
Yeah, very lazy. And here's the thing: even in the video with Patrick with this incident, the incident was just 3 minutes long. The officer was winded within less than 60 seconds. He's breathing, huffing and puffing, struggling. He didn't even know how to do an arm bar. I would have just choked him out. I would have just put him in that's it, and held him down.
Rear naked. He had a rear naked choke. He had him in great position.
He had the great position to choke him out.
Bro,
but
he
his decision,
he didn't know how to fight.
He didn't know how to fight. And so he decided that all else fails, he's going to shoot him in the back of the head. It's ridiculous. So the question is this, though. Here's my question to you. On average, 10 million people are arrested by the police a year. 10 million. What did the 10 million know that the 1,200 who've been killed by the police did not know? Right? That's the problem. Here's the other issue. On average, every year, over 60 million people make contact with the police, right? This could be a traffic stop, casual encounter, arrest, whatever. 60 million people come in contact with the police on average every year, and 10 million people get arrested on average, right? 10 million arrested, and over 1,100 people have lost their life on average in the last 7 years. 1,100 people. It's very consistent. 1,100 people die from a police encounter. 10 million arrested. One would argue that the police are doing a lot better job of keeping people alive than the media will have you believe. 1,100 people. There's 350 million people in this country. 60 million people make contact with the police. 10 million people get arrested, violent and all, right? People who have black men who have had shootouts with the police somehow magically wind up in handcuffs and make it to court the next day. Black men who have walked in police precincts and shot up a police precinct managed to get in handcuffs and walk away. Listen, what is it that these 10 million are doing that the 1,100 are not, Raw?
So, okay. I cannot dispute anything that you just said. That is true. And I'm a firm believer that you don't argue with the police officer because it's not a fight that you're going to win. I firmly believe that if you feel there is a instance of officer misconduct, then you do your best to document the situation from your end and you just comply so that you can go home safely. I don't believe in all of that. I also believe that when you get arrested, shut up. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say and just, oh no, I'm fine. I'll just wait for, well, do you want to give it? No, I'm fine. I'll just wait for my lawyer. Well, do you want it? No, that's fine. I'm not going to say anything because that's your right under Miranda. But, you know, no loss of life from a police officer is acceptable at all. But I think that, actually, I don't even think, I know the issue within the community and the media becomes if an officer takes a life, an officer is a criminal. Now, even though the way the current laws and statutes are set up, it protects police officers and, you know, in their job status. If a person commits a crime and takes a life, they are a murderer. The fact that there is no actual consequence for that, except for a couple of days of a paid vacation, thanks to the union, becomes the issue. There is no accountability for real, for the officers that have the inability to do their job properly. Because as you said, 60 million police contacts. So clearly there is a way to disengage and handle violent criminals that are resisting arrest without the loss of life. The fact that they are doing these things, they don't even get fired from the job. They get to go home after a nice little lengthy vacation, go back on the force and do it again. There's not even a call for retraining. That is what the issue really is. I'm gonna stop asking questions though, because I know Chef been up here for like almost 10 hours. He like, bro, why you came up here, girl? You always talking too much. You got all the questions.
Now, what I want to do though, I want to allow Great Pill Podcast, whatever, Angelus, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yes, sir. Salute. So, because what we're gonna be doing at this point, because I ain't trying to go for no records. We already did.
Hey, I saw you on, man. I saw Poppy like, hey, he going to long haul. I said, okay, let's go.
Look, Nate, I wanted Nate to come through the other night, and I was talking about 2 hours and change or something. He came through the night, and he put in like,
he'll long stroke you, but it be some
man,
good
he's gonna have to get on the payroll after this. You know what I mean? So let me do this. I'm gonna give you. There we go. Is that good? I'm gonna have to give everybody. Their 3-minute opportunity.
I never had the clock on me before, but
I know how some people do. Some people do it. I just
how you put the clock up, son? I need to figure that out. That's dope.
Oh yeah. I got it loaded in here.
I see what you're doing. I need to.
Know what I'm saying?
I like that.
Picking up some of the skills. Peace to Arshawn Dave or Rashawn Dave, whichever you want to call him. Yeah, he emailed me that a while back. You know what I mean? I got to put my long-winded ass on the clock sometimes. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. But
sure, man, you do what you want.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna let you do your. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let Great Pill. I'm gonna give you 5 because everybody else got to cook for a minute. So they're gonna get 3. I'm gonna give you 5. How about that? And then we're gonna go counterclockwise. Cool.
Okay. I can talk about anything for 5 minutes, or just on a topic.
I mean, shit. Cook, yo.
Nah, you got to give him instructions. Right.
I don't want.
Jump out the window.
I put y'all like that, Nathan.
Can I just say one thing before he goes?
Sure.
Can I just say one thing? My best friend.
You know you're going too, right?
Yeah, I know. Today is my best friend birthday. To be loved. Okay, that's my girl.
Hey, Erica, to be loved.
Happy birthday, baby.
Hey.
Happy birthday, my sis.
Happy birthday. So, Great Pill.
Sure.
Cook. Let's go.
All right, cool. First of all, for my 5 minutes, I'd like to address Nathan Deli for throwing me in a bus because he is a professional content creator like I am. I have guests on the Great Pill podcast. He know I don't long stroke it. He know that I give everybody perspectives and talk. It don't be over 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So that's how we do it on that end. All right. Shout out to me. Love me. Me again. So I have to do what I got to do over there.
Oh, you ain't had shit to say.
Nah, man, you cut me off. I ain't got to go. He put me on the clock. This is the first time on the clock. I've never been on the clock before. This is a new. I got limits. Look at you messing up 5 seconds. Just don't make this a fight club, sir.
I ain't never been past 8 hours.
I don't want to beg another content creator for more time. Don't do that, Nathan. You know what I'm saying? See what happens? You can't deal with people. So anyway, yeah. So shout out to me again. My constituents over here, collaborator, being rudely interrupted. But yeah, great show, brother. I saw you through the streams. I figured I'd jump on through, and I'm here to support you. Here to see support Robbie. Even more so support you because you right there at the 1,000. So anybody in the chat, if you're new, hit that subscribe button. Hit this that bell notification. Keep coming on through. Check out the man. He gotta get the 1,000. Let him get the 1,000. Even back on the replay. I hope he clipped me, not Nathan, for the 5-minute marker.
Ayúdame, por favor.
That part. Clip me for 5 minutes so I give some more prayers and blessings out to this man out here, Mr. Chef. So again, give this man the blessing that he deserved. Within this week,
within a week's time. Let him get the 1,000 mark. Okay, let him become monetized. All right, so I can hit up on him and start begging him like everybody else. Can I collaborate with you, sir? I apologize. Fresh and fit. I gotta get the alpha sign. I gotta give you the alpha sign right there. All right, let's shout out Fresh and Fit and their little ignorant selves. You know what I'm saying? The blue pill rhetoric.
Look at that. Look at that. And I thought I was gonna have to Frank Castle your ass.
That part. Now I got 3 minutes. I know I'm going good now. How you like it now, Nathan? How you like it now?
You were just a clown.
Stop, man. You about to maybe go ahead and beg this man for another 5 seconds. You're killing me. All right, so anyway. now within my 2 minutes and 47 seconds, again, people, this is how you treat a host on a panel, right? So, sir, with your blessings, may I give a shameless plug while I have the 2 minutes and 30 seconds? All right, there you go. All right, everybody, every Tuesday and Saturday, we have a live podcast, 7 p.m. Central Time. You can go up there, hit the unsubscribe button. And with that being said, next Tuesday coming up, we alternate. One Tuesday, we have the women's panel, all women. Not all women, then the man come on. All women. So y'all women, y'all roll how y'all want to roll with great topics and great discussions. You have the lovely Miss Robbie on there. We're grabbing some great conversation, talking points, okay? This Tuesday coming up, we will have an all men's panel. What that means is an all men's panel, not no women jumping up one at a time, having these questions and all the bickering. So the men have their conversation. We call it the gentleman's lounge, okay? Where conversation actually be conversating like gentlemen, all right? Every Saturday at 7 p.m. Central, again, locked in the head. Lucky 7, huh? Lucky 7. 7 p.m. Central Time. Because I know some people special. That's friends of my end. They don't know how to Google. They don't know how to press the time in their watch. So Central Time is Eastern. So when it's 7 o'clock my time, that means an hour above Eastern. All right, there you go. Good stuff. Saturday is going to be co-ed. That's men and women get together and actually have real conversations. For example, we had a discussion about the Texas shooting. Before that, we talk about cyberbullying. Before that, we have great conversations, okay? Again, shout out to Nathan again for giving an example of what I don't do on my channel. We don't cut nobody off. We give rotations around the clock for great discussions and conversations, okay? Shout out to the chat. Again, bless y'all. Appreciate y'all. Hit the subscribe button for my man, Chef. Shout out to Nathan Daly for coming in, showing support. Shout out to the nice lady who giving a shout out to her birthday friend. What's your birthday? Your homegirl birthday again?
To be loved.
To be loved.
Yep, to be loved.
To be loved. Happy birthday out to her. Shout out to her. I hope she eating good. I hope she getting her back blown out good. I hope she getting the great everything she needs for herself. Shout out to Robbie for coming over here. Bless this man. Shout out to Poppy Blanco. You can hit him up on his YouTube channel. Shout out to Marcus chiming in here too. He's one of my great moderators. Bless all the people out there who actually have common sense in the streets and don't act like YouTube fools. It's a difference, okay? Shout out to the people who actually do not have their content, but they support my man Chef. So again, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell for notification. Make this man get 1,000. There you go, sir.
I cannot.
I use 5 minutes good. All in.
We're almost there.
There you go.
Trying to get over.
You got 32 seconds. Come on.
No, he got
29, 28, 27.
We've been talking all night. We're going to be the longest stream tonight. Okay, I've been talking all night.
Angela said he could do it. He said, I can get it done. Don't try me.
Yeah, man. Nathan testing my manhood. I don't know what's wrong with him.
So you need 50, Chef. We about to do I'm gonna clip this stream and put it on my channel and then get people to come on through. They damn sure not about to watch 9 hours, but
Man, listen,
we're gonna
it's
top it
hard
up.
enough to keep them on a 43-minute upload, so I already understand. But look,
we're gonna
I
try
appreciate all the support. Straight up, I appreciate all the support. I know some of what I've been doing for a good amount of time was low tech, low-fi, low resolution. You get me? But I think it gave an opportunity for the message to resonate itself. So I definitely would love to see it go past 1,000. I'm a corporate executive, and they take care of me. So, I can't quit my job for 4,000. However, you get what I'm saying? Moving up to that next state of monetization as well is going to create a dynamic where I can make sure that more things happen. You get
Just
what I'm
throw it
saying?
in the bag. That part.
Right. Real talk. But yeah, I'm sitting here running on somebody else's clock. Let me take that off. You ready? You ready to rock, Robbie?
Mm-hmm.
You need a clock or are you good?
No, I'm good. This was a good show or whatever. I'm glad, me and Nate got to get some things straight. Cause again, Nate, I thought we had, you know what I'm saying, to have some smoke or whatever. But this was a really good conversation. Chef, I love your platform. You be doing a lot, even though, you still have somebody over here in your chat that what you call the terminates for. I'm mind my business on that. That's your friend. That's your
Wait. That's apparently that's your friend.
That's not my friend. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. But Andrea's over here looking beautiful as always.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, great pill. Thank you for coming over. Nate, me and you go and sit there and have a conversation because I got so much more to say. But if I really get to going off, we'll be here till the kingdom come. You know what I'm saying?
No, I love it though, because I need that, because it helps me, it sharpens me, and it prepares me for the bigger stage and being able to handle these conversations. So I gotta talk. I love talking to you guys. I love being challenged because it helps me. It helps me build what I'm working on, and it's for us. It's for our community. So I don't take offense to it. I like the good questions and the pressure, and so I appreciate it. Trust me, I love it.
Yes, and thank you. I'm gonna have to go back through and clip where the real Nathan Daly said, "I'm out here murdering these fools in the street."
He's snitching.
So hold on. So Robbie, you got a channel too?
Yes, Robbie Privilege. What?
Bro, listen. She probably got maybe 200 less subscribers than you. Robbie is a powerhouse in these streets, man.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta. Oh, okay, I see you. I'm subscribing right now.
You answer them DMs. You answer them DMs, Nathan. You'd have been up on that, but it's okay.
Facts.
Look, because you see she pop up, and then you see who pop up on the screen too. Her man at arms. Security. Great pill general. Look, the only one we missing now for the left side. This is the right hand of the queen. The left side we missing. We on Lock Nation. That's
right. See how people come through for her. Look like they got her back. They come through them checks.
Y'all move around like the damn Justice League out here.
Listen.
Y'all treat nigga like the Legion of Doom over here. Everybody got smoke for Nate. When I
no, it's not even that. I try to keep respectable gentlemen around me, and I try to make sure the ladies I bring around respectable gentlemen are respectable as well. I'm silently trying to change the landscape of Black YouTube because I'm tired of the buffoonery that goes on.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, so I've been, working to build a network of content creators that are actually talking about something and saying something. So we all networking together and trying to put each other in better spaces. The entertainment value is cute or whatever. But when we get into dealing with the real issues in society, which is what my foundation, the Butterfly Progressive, is all about, dealing with the maladaptive behaviors in the African-American community, it's time to get that work.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
No doubt.
So, Officer Nate, we thank you. We thank you for gracing our presence over here. We appreciate you. We want you to come back. We want to continue. You keep building that community, and I just pray that you and Information Man get together because we do need both of y'all brothers. Okay.
Absolutely.
I definitely think if we got two brothers who got good information, we do need both of y'all. So I hope and pray that you guys mend the fences and get together and do a show together.
Oh, facts. Ain't no issue over here. We good. We have our little moments. You know what I mean? It was just a moment. It ain't no thing. We'll come together and make it work. He's a good brother. He means well. He's just passionate. That's all.
Yes.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm ready when he's ready. We can have it. And I think I need to take that lesson out of what you said as well. I need to do a little bit more of being. Everybody has a different level of patience. I need to identify how patient I need to be with each individual person. And I think with him, I should have I should have just let him give his melodramatic stories. I should just let him. Well, I mean, it was a
You
lot.
petty, son.
I know that was a little petty. Let me.
You petty, yo.
You're right. Shout out to information, man. I'm just playing, brother. I'm just playing. But but to your point, though, I should have let him express himself completely, and I didn't give him that. Despite what I felt was going on or what direction was going in, I still should have let him have that. And so you are absolutely right about that. And
you earned this one. You earned this right here. I never got to use this for a minute. Here you go. Wait. I gotta give it to you again. Just
that is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So and Robbie and Andrea, you guys are absolutely correct. And sometimes I'll be looking at the time and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, man, we got time to go around the block with this conversation. Here's the point. Here's the point. Here's the point. And there's a time and a place to have that energy, and that wasn't the time. And so I did not afford him to fully express himself. And I think that's what triggered the, you know what I mean? And so I know that moving forward, when I have the conversation with him, because even when we were on Black Men Unfiltered, I was only up there for a limited time. So I was just, I was pressed for, trying to make the clock because I couldn't be on all night. And so, but I think that might have spilled over too.
And credit to you to say, look, maybe I didn't give him enough time. I think that's a perfect gentleman that you are. And so I commend you for that. And so I pray that y'all get together because I think we need both of y'all.
Yeah. And I think I was there, but even then the vibe I was getting wasn't, nobody was being negative or intention was negative. It was just like
frustrated.
Just again, because my experience is you have just the dynamics of that platform. No disrespect to that platform, but you got a 10 people platform. It's a lot going on.
People,
so it's like you got to do it a little bit differently. Even on my end, like no disrespect, it could have went that way, but the way like I like to vet people on my channel. So even when Nathan was on mine, the chat was lit. It kind of for me got a little bit overwhelming, and everybody was like, "I want the link," and I'm like, "I'm not doing that."
I said, "Put them up." I said,
"Yeah." I like, no. You want next time he come on, then we can go from there. Like, no, I ain't doing all that now.
Yeah, but Angeles, you were with us on Black Men Unfiltered that night, and you saw what happened, and it got very passionate and heated. People were, and it wasn't even with me though.
No,
and that was the thing. It wasn't with me because when me and Information Man were talking and having our initial conversation, we had agreed on everything, and I think what frustrated him was I was telling him that all the extra stuff he was adding to the points he was making wasn't necessary. And because he was talking about the data, I was like, dude, we agree on that. What's the point you're trying to make? And I think it just I didn't handle that properly. But I was a guest on the show, and I didn't have a lot of time, so we're trying to move people through the chat. I mean, through the
and there was a lot like and no, like again, flowers to you and even Robbie, because y'all in that caliber, and I'm gonna treat y'all like that. And this is where I say it's accountability all around. Because Mandrell, this is and I feel like I'm mentoring him to be a better content creator, because this was his platform for that time, Andrea, and he was learning because he does this every Wednesday. And even though he's pre-warned, but he didn't remember, like, hey, let me just try to reinforce the rules on my end with the people I'm working with. You know what I'm saying? And in reality, it's not his actual channel. He doesn't have the buttons and bells and whistles to mute or do the things he need to do. So that kind of locked up and hinged up little things that needed to be going. So again, it was some accountability all around and how things just moved in a way. So both of them, like I said, they're both good guys, and I'm sure they recognize that because in their own respect, Robbie can, she can hold her own. Nathan can hold his own. But if it's not really yours, you don't got that real control. It's nothing you could do about it. All you could do is just say, hey, throw your hands up, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that's pretty much what happened.
We're all learning in this environment, and we're not. And to me, I'll give the credit to Officer Nate to say that maybe I didn't do something good. But I definitely think there are Information Man and him are two black brothers that we need on the YouTube streets.
Correct.
And I want to see them do a show together because working hand in hand, and he get the information and he do too, and I think they'll be good. Because the man do come out, like we was watching that Buffalo stuff, the coverage he did, nobody else had that coverage. So the coverage that he did, we canceled our show because we didn't want to go behind him because he did it so good. So right. I'm saying that brother got some good information, and I'm saying, Nathan, come on, my brother, I know you better. You do a show with it, brother. Do a show with the brother. I think it'd be awesome, and I'll be there.
And don't be shady, Nathan. Shady boots.
Shady, Nathan.
I know. I'll be a little shady, petty. Listen, she be bodying cats and then bringing the fan out.
Oh my God.
No,
all right, listen here.
We're gonna link up. But
all right, listen here. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. You finished that.
No, I was gonna say, I really appreciate you guys, and Chef, thank you so much, man, for extending this show. I know longer than you probably wanted to. I wish I could have jumped
bro.
on.
You live here too. The key is under the rock, right by the bushes.
Yeah, no, I wish I could have got on earlier, man. I had a very crazy day today, and so. But yeah, I appreciate you just staying on, man. As soon as I was listening to it, man, on the way home, and then as soon as I rolled in, I heard information come on. You was talking a little sideways. I said, son, I gotta get on. I gotta get on.
We all got egos.
Trigger alert. Trigger alert.
Trigger alert. Well, I mean, he was talking about the preview. He was talking about the Black Man Unfiltered show, and things was a little inaccurate. So
I know he can be a little shady boots too. So,
but it was all in fun though, man. We had an amazing conversation. Yes, we had an amazing conversation. So, yeah, Raw B, I sent you an email, so please, let's definitely do a show. You come on my channel, I'll come on your channel. Whatever you want to talk about, I would love to have my audience would love you, because they keep complaining. We gonna bring someone who could really push you on some stuff. I said, man, it's not that people can't push me. Folks are shocked that I actually agree with a lot of stuff they have to say. So it throws people off when they want to debate me. They're like, and the police are bad. I'm like, yeah, they are. And they're like, right? They don't have nothing else to say. They think I'm caping for police, and I'm not. I'm caping for the truth. I'm caping for justice. And so it throws people so off when they try to get on the panel and try to debate me on my channel. And then the next, we friends shaking hands and they join the channel. Right? So, but I love having the discussion about solutions and what we can do, and I build my channel around that. So yeah, Robbie, anything, and if you have a discussion on your show on your channel where you're talking about a particular case and you want my input or whatever, yeah, just let me know. I don't mind coming by. Just give me the heads up. And Andrea, do you have a channel too, or you just on here?
Yes, I have.
Yes, she does. It's a little idea.
From you is I want to interview you.
You want to interview me? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let me find you on here. On the joint. You about to drop her thing?
Yeah, I got you.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it. I gotta. I'm going out of town. I'll be back this Thursday. Me and Great Pill Podcast we're supposed to do something on Saturday. Get with him, and but my next week will be a lot better to do some stuff. Just let me know. Okay. And even if you want a good way to reach me, a lot of people reach me on Instagram. I check my Instagram. It's a good way to contact me. If it's Real Nathan Daly on Instagram as well. And you can also email me as well. I'll put my email in the back chat. Oh, this is her. All right, let me get on that. Yeah. So outside of that, man, I'm gonna bounce.
Thank you so much.
Man, thank you guys for having me. I love the conversation. I'll see you. It's all hot air. Is that you?
Yes, that's me and my partner to be loved in the chat. That's me and
To
her.
be loved. All right, to be loved. Let me see. Ooh, what stuff you on here talking about? Y'all be talking about the reality TV stuff?
Yes, we talk about reality TV stuff. We talk about girl stuff.
Y'all talk about girl stuff? I did some movies and I was on a reality show too.
I know. I heard. And I got the word that she was on a reality show.
Look at you. That's that hair thing you do. That's all. That's T movement. That's that T action.
Not T.
That's that T movement right there. Yeah, I think it'll be dope. Let me know what you want to. Let me know what you want to. I'm open for any conversation. Just we can just let me know. We'll put something together.
I sure will.
And I just subscribed to you.
Give y'all a little teaser.
Nah. Everything wide open. Everything wide open.
You get a little teaser.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Hold on, I got a suggestion.
Andrea going gotcha.
Can I make a suggestion?
What you got, bro? What you got?
To her, if you're a 90 Day Fiance fan, to the young lady, I'm down for that conversation.
Oh, that's my
Nate
partner.
Nate was on Married at First Sight, bro.
You can
You
have
Yeah.
my partner to be loved. She is well rested.
Look at the screen.
I do not watch them shows.
Wait, you married somebody that you met on television?
Nah, that's negative. Yeah, this is all acting.
Oh, boo.
You didn't want to stay married to her?
Nah. She whack.
Now she whack. Jesus. Well, she's.
Was you a little too hard on her?
I don't even know what to say to that.
You got
another show.
You got to read the comments. Yeah, that's a whole nother show.
That's a whole nother show. And if you want to talk about that, just holler at me. I'm Nate's booking agent.
Fact.
You get what I'm saying?
Go through Chef. He taking 10%. He taking 10%.
But yeah.
Listen, man. This was real. You know what I'm saying? Look, I even had something to throw up real quick, right?
Wow.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, y'all doing it up. Y'all big time.
That was April, right? But so
Chef, you need to holler. I need to holler at you, bro. I need a whole new stylist, bro. I need a whole new
you had them boots though, yo. You had them boots on. You thought you was slick. You know what I mean? But look, man, tonight was a banner night. It's a record-breaking night. This is our longest stream ever. We had an opportunity to talk about a specific topic. It was supposed to be a specific thing where I wanted Nate kept into a box of just police expert. But then at some point, I paid attention to y'all as the panel, y'all as the chat, and I allowed this thing to morph and his role to morph into something else. I appreciate you, Nathan, for being a good sport and allowed to just ride with the ebb and flow of this particular conversation. You stood up like a G, you know, you was respectful, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys that participated. Information Man Show, I appreciate you as well. I thought I'll be honest with you, I sincerely appreciate seeing your level of passion and humanity tonight, right? Because you're so freaking smart and so intense. Up until tonight, I thought you were a cyborg. All right. You know, so what I will say is this. One thing I do know is, right or wrong, this conversation touched you to the core, and you allowed us an opportunity to witness you being a human being. And that was dope. And that's one of the things that makes me appreciate this foundation. Great Pill Podcast. Thank you for coming through, my dude. Raw B, I appreciate you once again for coming through and shining your light. Andrea, you already know you do this. You do this thing. Real Nathan Daly, my guy. Yeah, I owe you some Fogo. Holla at me.
I'll bet we're gonna
Yeah.
put it.
And
we're gonna put it together.
what's up, Robbie?
We gotta do a show too without, you know, the chaos energy.
Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. Wait.
The body fan, the body fan.
Right. We got somebody else that's busy moving the city. Let him know he wanted to say his goodbye.
We got one more clip.
Yeah, fuck out of here with that. Let him know who you are, big dog. Great timing.
Yeah.
Hey, Victor.
Let him know who you are so we can shut this down, fam.
Hey, give me
Freeze.
on the other one.
No, ain't no more seconds, man. We shutting this down.
He got that M. Bison avatar.
Right.
It's old
He
school
said he gonna
Tupac.
make you hit that 10-hour mark. You might as well. You 14 minutes away. 13.
Hey, hell yeah, we got 10 minutes, okay? But nah, on the real, hey Nate, you know what I mean? You open some eyes, even the ones that didn't want to be open. And I appreciate you, you know, like you say, staying on your square and being pliable to a
Okay. Pliable, everybody, pliable.
Man, how you cut the brother off? He giving me the flowers, man.
You muted, Chef.
TC, we trying to end this thing. Now you want to come up and run your mouth?
End it, damn it, end it. It's Brooklyn in the house. Yo, guess what? We still in the club at 5 o'clock in the morning, yo. What you doing? We Brooklyn. This ain't no Alabama, Atlanta, California. This is the New York train, yo. We getting it in right now. I'm getting ready to go to damn IHOP right now. What you doing, bro?
And Tim, she going to IHOP with Tim's on. I bet you. That's fine.
Nah, I don't wear Timbs, bro. I got my own line of clothes, so don't you go there. Understand, I don't do Timbs. That's somebody else, yo. Okay, get it, bro. Everybody who knows me know. Don't do it to yourself, yo. Yo, what's up, Ron? What's up, Great Pill? Love you, Vic. Yo, G-Ho, Chef and Andrea, G-Ho, you know. Get it. I see you, summation, brother. I see you, summation. Yeah, I see you, summation. Understand? I see you to the east. I see all of y'all to the east, though. Okay, and reach for the stars. Hey, I'm out.
Hold it down, Vic. You're gonna get it before you drop again.
Already. I never met you, brother Great Pill. Peace to you.
Appreciate you.
What's up, Raw? How you feeling? Huh?
I'm good. How you doing today? You good?
Yeah, you know.
You never ask how you feeling. Say good night. Tell her I bid you adieu, Flower.
I know I bid you adieu.
Greeting. Speed dating finished like 2 hours ago, man.
we gotta water them flowers, okay? So listen.
Whoa.
Play it seeds.
Yeah. Okay, you gotta watch who playing your sleeves and who guarding. Hey, listen.
Hey. Jesus.
Late. Earlier, one of them. I don't know which one. Hey, listen. I appreciate the conversation. Everybody who came up, I've been listening on the side. You know, I'm out here getting it. I ain't been to sleep yet. But at the end of the day, what we doing here in this YouTube space, I wish you might. What we doing here in this YouTube space, this is what it's all for. You know what I mean? The entertainment purpose is cool, but you know what I mean? You can find 1,000 ways to get entertained. But these real action steps, these real solutions, this real communication between real people who gonna take this information and go spread that instead of that misinformation that's being propagated in the news. The way the brother broke it down and said, "Hey, listen, man, you being manipulated. What you believe, no matter how hard you believe it, don't make it accurate." So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? I just want to say I appreciate the brother, like I say, for standing on this square and you know,
handling all of the opposition that he received with grace. And you always welcome back here to this platform, brother. You're a welcome addition. And peace to everybody who came through and added to what we had going on. Everybody in the chat, much love to y'all. That's it.
Hey man, appreciate you, brother. I really, really appreciate that. And I can't even express to you how much that means to me. All the words that you guys said. You know, I've decided to do this thing, and it's all from the heart. And it's all because I want to see our people be and the place we deserve to be. You know, again, we have all the power, but we feel powerless, you know, and that's a problem. And so this is a way for us to enlighten one another and build and bring those power pieces in place so that we can get this thing done properly. And it starts with each and one of us. So your words, man, I really, really appreciate that. And everybody on the panel, thank you so much for that.
Oh, happy birthday, sis. Oh my
All right. Birthday girl, because it's your birthday. It's your birthday.
Thank you, friend.
Drop the cash app.
Birthday
girl, drop the cash app.
I'm actually sick for my birthday. Nobody could have told me that this is what I would be doing for the first 3 hours of my birthday. I brought in my birthday with y'all, and I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Aww.
I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the conversation. It's been beautiful. And even though I couldn't participate verbally because I'm sick, I got a sinus infection. But even though I couldn't participate verbally, I just wanted to drop in and tell y'all that it was fucking beautiful. And 48 is starting off great for me. So I appreciate you, Nate. I appreciate all the knowledge you dropped.
Thank you.
Even the conversation with you and Information Man. You know, Andrea's right. We need y'all both. We need all y'all. The conversations have just been beautiful today. Raw, keep getting them, girl.
Okay.
Thank you. You always stay up on it. Raw is like our girl hitter. You know what I'm saying?
Body snatcher is what I call it.
Okay.
With the band.
But y'all been beautiful.
Get over here.
You've been a great host for this show today. So I really appreciate y'all and keep doing what you're doing.
All right. And To Be
The
Loved, I got
flowers
a song
gonna
for you.
Thank you,
I got a
thank you,
song for
thank you.
To Be Loved for your birthday.
Yes.
There's a sparkle magic in your eyes. Candyland appears.
There we go.
There you go. Tell you the falsettos. You get that shit on the Patreon. That's for the
On my
Patreon.
birthday. That's so special.
Well,
That's
listen.
important.
Hey,
So,
Chef.
yo, what up?
So remember the other day we was talking on the phone, and you said,
Yo, you ain't bringing up no new topics.
Oh,
man.
Just hold on a minute.
We got 5 minutes.
Entertainment. What's the words you gave me the other day?
Oh, okay. So what the formula, what I feel is the formula for what we need to do when we have a show, a successful show, is to provide education, information, entertainment, and intrigue. EI.
What's poppin'? What's poppin' tonight?
That's what we do. That's what we do, and we wish to keep earning the viewership that you guys provide. And you know, for those that haven't been to this network or this channel before, there's something that we do when we let you go. We don't just kick your ass out onto the street. You know, we allow you guys to float and to do what on the way out?
Vibing.
Hold it down. Peace, love, light to all of you. Thanks for joining. Let's vibe.
Club on jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. It me change, you let me preaching. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop bands. Today on by and I say, today on by you to keep playing. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember that we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that building, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't far. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. moms, relax, I got now from who got next, here's my number, just send a text, you got a man and she responds, nah, okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up, I'ma call your phone when I'm putting up, whoever let you go must be them as far, wait for, girl you so fine, I pay for, fly you first class to LA for, body so blessed, I pray for, body so blessed, I pray for, because I don't care what you say, I don't care what they say, we don't care, vibing, driving all night long, I don't care what they say, we don't care, vibing, driving all night long, my nigga that killed it, night long, it's the part where you get your girl, nigga, make sure she focused, nigga, make sure you focus, nigga, let's go, 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say, we don't care, vibing, driving all night long, I don't care what they say, we don't care, vibing, driving all night long, I don't care what they say, we don't care, vibing, driving all night long, I don't care what they say, that's a hit for your ass, nigga.
Cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit he is! Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?